Hi, we're Audiovisual Design Group, or you can call us AVDG for short. Over the last decade, we've grown to become one of the largest technology integrators in the United States. Our journey began in 1996 when the Macarena was the #1 song in America, and a guy named Robert Sharfer founded AVDG in Silicon Valley. From the beginning, everything we did was rooted in the philosophy that technology integration should be exceptional by design. Exceptional tech, exceptional people, exceptional spaces. To achieve this, we became laser focused on process. Employees were thoroughly trained, projects followed a consistent workflow, and customers received outstanding service and guidance, no matter the size or scope of the project. Before long, AVDG was working with top companies in tech industries, both in the Bay Area and overseas, including Oracle, Wells Fargo, and Google. AVDG wasn't just a commercial integrator. We also worked in high-end residential environments. Across California, we partnered with homeowners, renowned architects and developers, including Troon Pacific, Michael Lee, and Robert Hidley. We built lasting relationships through our support division, providing solutions for technology updates, upgrades, and everything in between, while continuing to grow. Through acquisition, AVDG expanded across the country. We acquired TVTI in Chicago, which had built a reputation for its partnerships with architectural firms, builders, and MDUs. This was a perfect fit for AVDG because TVTI was already known for its innovative solutions, which created value for developers and end clients too. TVTI's award-winning approach led them to produce integrations that have touched most of the Chicago skyline. Their work can be found in the city's most prominent towers, upscale condominiums, and residential buildings, as well as other developments across the United States. Next, AVDG acquired Maverick Integration on the East Coast, which was another perfect fit. Maverick had done incredible AV projects throughout 2 million square feet of some of the finest homes in New England, New York, and the Caribbean. Maverick was one of the first integrators to take an engineering and design approach for residential projects, which allowed them to create innovative solutions based on each client's space and needs. Their specialty was finding smart ways to integrate technology in the construction of these exquisite homes so that usable living space was not compromised, while enhancing architectural features through lighting design and other custom solutions. In the process, Maverick worked with many award-winning firms to refine what they could deliver to a client and what the homeowner's experience would be. These acquisitions have been an important part of AVDG's success story. Today, AVDG is now ranked among the biggest and most successful integrators in the country, with 7 locations across the US. So, what sets AVDG apart? While every technology project is unique, we use a proven process that ensures success every time. We refer to this process as FLOW, or frictionless operating workflow. Flow enables our team to work smarter and faster. Each project is defined by roles and milestones that allow team members to work in their individual swim lanes while also contributing to the big picture. Every aspect of a project has a defined process, from the initial sale to the final client handoff. We keep in close contact with our project stakeholders, including general contractors, designers, and electricians, to ensure we stay on track. All this is done digitally across multiple projects simultaneously, that we can quickly redirect teams, adjust scheduling, and define new milestones as needed. Our process extends beyond the project completion. Clients receive ongoing support and remote system monitoring, ensuring fewer headaches and maximum system uptime. For AVDG, it means an increased customer lifecycle and the opportunity for additional projects in the future. Our process is the secret to our success and is what allows us to grow, expand to new markets, and merge with new teams, and while maintaining the consistent quality service we're known for. As we at AVDG continue to grow and innovate our industry, our process will continue to play a vital role in the story of our success.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Unified live stream where we are covering the Midwest Esports Conference CLOL playoffs. I'm super excited to get into today's action. My name's Mac Dewey. Joining me in the booth is my main man, Shivy. How are you feeling, my guy?
I am feeling good. Got the cast yesterday. Mac, I must say you look very good today. I like the button up,
man.
or the button down. I think you can leave the top open, just leaving a little bit to be desired there. You missed some crazy games yesterday. I'm gonna say, as we predicted, Briarcliff and PNW definitely went the distance. These guys were trading blows back and forth. Minute per minute. It felt like it was a boxing match, a heavyweight boxing match.
Yeah.
Kind of going into the lower bracket. Kind of not in the lower bracket, but the later series, it kind of went how we expected, right? GVU taking the 2-0 over Illinois, Illini taking over the 2-0 versus Jury, but Illini, interestingly enough, ran quite a bit of a different roster yesterday. They had newbie back up into the top lane. I believe Silver Ritter was playing. So they didn't actually have their full starting 5 once again. I'm not sure now. Are we in the territory of, do we call this their starting 5? Are they experimenting around? Like, I'm puzzled, right? Because the Refugo was jungling. Noob Sleep Early was mid. All right, they had all these different kind of, they had some of their starting in there, but not all.
Well, with how those substitutes have been playing through the regular season, they look just as good as the starting roster. So later on today, I believe it's the match right after ours should be GVU versus Illini, 2 teams that both took a win off of each other during the regular season. So I know GVU hoping to get to that winners finals, and Illini in their first MEC season, they want to make a run for the CLOL spot. Looking at the lower bracket, I'm actually excited to see that PNW faces the loser of GVU versus Illini, so that'll be a fun matchup to watch down there. But taking a look at the rosters for our first match today, Shibby, we've got the upper winner matchup. Ottawa Braves taking on Briarcliff University. And I know Briarcliff have had some roster swaps all over the place, but it seems like they found the lineup that really works best for them.
Yeah, I think Onk in the top lane, Pete in jungle, Maces mid. I think that's the one that's garnered them the most success. I think one thing to note in those games versus Purdue Northwest is that Purdue Northwest ran a very early game dominant kind of composition, right? They were consistently ahead in gold from, I would say, minute 3 to about minute 18, 19. So kind of out of laning phase, they were ahead of gold. But a couple throws here, a couple misplaced fights, and even with BCU kind of capitalizing on them, they ended up getting the 2-0. Again, it's one of the closer 2-0s we've seen. I don't think BCU can kind of afford to go down early against a team like Ottawa, because this is a team that if you give them the lead, if you give them 2,000 gold at the 15-minute mark, 1.5k gold, they're just going to keep pressing the issue. I think Levi and Coda have kind of cemented themselves now, like as the better or the best bot lane in MEC. Our tier list may have aged a little bit poorly, but I think they've kind of put their flag in the ground and said, yeah, we actually are the best. We're the #1 team. We constantly win lanes, and I think unfortunately for Levi, he's kind of been doubted or touted, as the Varus player, the utility player. But this guy's playing on hit, right? This guy's playing like hard carry Varus, right? Coda as well. He's playing a plethora of different supports, and he's kind of like warping the lane matchup very, very well. So I think these two guys, they work very, very well together, and I think you can't just run Yumi's Zeri into them because they've got something prepped.
Well, talking about that Zeri-Yumi duo, back-to-back games against PNW, Zolani and Belko found their really place of comfort with those two laners. Zolani, Zeri being her most played champion throughout the season. I wonder, thinking about draft before we hop in, if that's going to pop up in sort of the first phase, just to get that out of the way. But thinking about Ottawa's journey here, they finished first in the regular season after not dropping any games except to their first series versus GVU at the LAN, where later on in the season they actually found some redemption with a 2-0 of their own. And I was watching back the MEC highlight reel, shout out Jay for putting that together, looking at that video. I think Jay and Hyper probably worked on that together, so shout out both of you for all you do. But regardless, I was watching that final clip, the OU team fight Slamorama, and looking at it sort of closely, I actually saw Coda with the Glacial Fissure into Killian's Gnar. It was a beautiful piece of synergy, and looking at these two teams who really love to team fight, I'm hoping that we get some of those big fights later on in the game.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a rivalry brewing. I think it's safe to say, if you saw GVU's interview yesterday, he said, I don't even pay attention to Levi. He doesn't cross my mind. So I think the marquee matchup is for Ottawa and GVU to kind of meet up in the grand finals. I think talking with everybody, that's kind of been the general consensus. You have a couple people saying here and there that Illini and Ottawa will be it. We have a very spicy kind of top 3 here, and I think BCU's got a tough
I think so.
challenge ahead of them. They can do it. I believe in them, but Ottawa, like #1 team, you can't go down early. I fully believe Ottawa will give the Yumi over, right? I think they know how to play against them. We saw the Ottawa guys in the chat yesterday. They were very impressed with Briarcliff. Pete had some very interesting pathing with the game to kind of get ahead. I'm going to say that was some of the smartest pathing we've seen in a long time. I think Trickster as well. He's got some of the best pathing a jungler has in this league. So these two guys going at it, I'm expecting some big brain wars going on here.
And Trickster, one of those players who we've kind of slotted into the MVP watch, coming from the UPL, now enjoying the CLOL journey, has really made his mark, I think, not only on his team, but in this division through not only early game playmaking and aggression, but also some of those late game team fights, taking over, helping out the team. It will be fun to see as we make our way into draft for game number 1. It's still a best of 3 series. Briarcliff taking away Killian's signature champion, the Rumble, not going to pop up. Meanwhile, Braves taking away Onxalawi, that we saw make some big plays during the regular season. And I'm honestly surprised, Shibby, to see your Deer taken away in the first phase. I don't know if they're targeting you on the cast or something, my man. I don't know if Pete's even ever played it, so I'm kind of curious why that popped up. But regardless, Mace is also going to lose his Aurelion Soul.
So now it's up to BCU. Do they ban the Yumi on red side, right, with their final ban? Or does Ottawa, if not ban, do they take it and put it on somebody like Coda? I think they banned the Udyr away. I think we saw the power of Udyr Yumi yesterday.
Okay.
Kind of disgusting, right? Who would have thought Yumi on a move speed, right? I'm not a balanced team member. I don't work for Riot Games. Who would have thought buffing Yumi would have made melee champions with high mobility and tankiness really, really strong?
Yep.
Wasn't me. They end up banning the Kindred out, and Coda taking that Yumi. Oh,
Dang.
man. Left
Briarcliff.
open.
Yep, they didn't want to ban it.
Yeah, and Coda will happily pilot that into the bot lane. I'm assuming he's taking it support. I don't think we're going to see any shenanigans with this character, unfortunately.
You mean mid? We pressed the
Coda,
attack?
Oh, yeah, Riversided, bringing out the tech. I think Coda's on cat duty, unfortunately. And now,
Nice.
What does BCU have in store? Senna is nice. I like it. You can pretty much get a relatively kind of safe farming lane if you want to run like Senna Cho'Gath, right? You want to run Senna Tom is what we've typically seen. I think both of these lanes kind of lend themselves to, hey, we're going to high scale. We're going to try to outvalue you. Whatever you have paired up with Yumi. Vigar being locked in as well. Also a pretty solid Yumi counter. Can move away from the detach, right? Can stop it at its track. Low mobility characters. I think right now, BCU is drafting themselves up something pretty spicy. And I talked to Afternoon yesterday. I talked to him, and he said they had a crazy composition, and I don't think we saw it yesterday.
Well, I was watching some of the matches, Shibby. You mentioned Pete's pathing. I saw him go to work in the early game, and I'm hoping he can make some of that magic happen here in Game 1. Building on that point, though, BCU pretty much exact same composition between Game 1 and Game 2 against Purdue Northwest, so I don't think they were pushed to throw out all the tricks up their sleeves necessarily, so this might very well be some of those strategies that Afternoon was mentioning to you. Should be looking at the Ottawa second phase of picks here. Trickster gets a very strong jungle champion. I mean, we know Coda in the bot lane has so much flexibility in his champion pool, but Trickster, I feel like, is right up there with him, with sort of a mastery of just so many of those common jungle champions. And J4, super strong right now. Going to be very dangerous for Briarcliff. We talked about them potentially not wanting to fall behind in the early game. And against Trickster on J4, Shivy, I think that's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, Trickster, the kind of the world is your oyster when you're playing Jarvan. You can go for a 2-cam, gank, you can go for a 1 camp, you can go for a 4 camp, right? You kind of don't lose any value once you hit level 2. In that term, it's going to be up to kind of autofilled Pete here to punish Trickster if he goes for something early. Some of those kind of shenanigans that we see with Jarvan. As the Cassante gets locked up for Ankh here, not as busted as he was in previous iterations, was nerfed quite heavily. I think got some compensation buffs recently. We've kind of been seeing him kind of put back into the meta a little bit, but now he's not just kind of like turn your brain off, play this character, right? I know Killian has something prepped. I'm excited to see that. Smart bans from BCU. I think they've been really Otto has been really running this Talia composition where they cut you off, they trap you with the Cataclysm, like they do all these kinds of isolation compositions, a pick composition, some would say.
Yeah.
So I really like BCU kind of taking that option away from Ottawa.
Yeah, and as we make our way through the second phase of bans, Tom Kench popping up. I wonder, Shibby, is this Veigar going bot lane? It seems really popular in the role due to those range increases. You can kind of go toe-to-toe with some of these ADCs a little bit easier. So I wonder, is Maces really going to be playing the Veigar? I feel like yesterday, him on the roaming champions, the Galio, the Twisted Fate, looked really solid, helping out his other lanes, taking those fights before Purdue Northwest was really prepared to deal with the roaming potential. So I wonder if we'll see something similar from him here against Ottawa. Pete's Kane, that I think did a lot of work, especially in terms of pathing, that's going to get banned away next. Now, Briarcliff likely going to lock in the jungler here and save the counter pick for, I suppose, either their bot lane, but I really think it's going to be for Maces and mid.
Yeah, I would suspect they're going to lock their jungler in here. It would be interesting to see if they take Veigar Senna bot as he gets his Viego, all right?
Very nice.
Something that we've seen consistently, something that would have been paired very, very well with this Yuumi. I'm surprised Ottawa actually ended up banning the Kayn out, even though Yuumi wasn't up on the board. I think Kayn really kind of gets that extra boon when Yuumi's attached to him. And I think we saw that power with BCU yesterday. Zolani, though, came up really big on the Zeri. And for me, BCU, Zolani's best when she's on the Zeri, right? That's one of her signature champions. As now, they take the Cho'Gath away. So no Senna Tom, no Senna Cho, right? So, like, what do you pair with it? Senna Set, right? Pretty much this Veigar has to go bottom lane now with the Senna, and you're just going to go for a double stacking, high scaling lane here. But Cho'Gath, really popular right now, right? Got some buffs. We've been seeing the tank version. We've been seeing it top. We've been seeing bottom lane. Riverside just going to blind Victor here in Ottawa, drafting themselves a pretty solid composition overall.
Yeah, it gives the feeling of completion to me, not only because that's Victor's kind of whole vibe, but also just in terms of front-to-back team fighting. It can also snowball early on the back of Trickster. You know, level 6 for the top lane, Killian can look for some surprise kills with the Feast, and it's Ornn locked in. Is the this composition's wild, Chippy. What is afternoon cooking up here?
What one pick throws everything out of order here. It is the Ornn top lane, Cassante mid, which I don't think I've seen anywhere across the board.
I haven't either.
Still on the Viego. Veigar Senna bot. We were right about that, Mac. I'm gonna give that credit to you. You called that out really early. Ottawa, though, I don't think they're worried. I think Riverside looking at this matchup and saying he's taking a melee into a ranged mage. I think he's gonna kind of run away with this lane a little bit. Maces has to be cooking up something, right? Take the double MR into your rune page. Do what you need to do. Trickster as well. Like, if you can gank Maces, low mobility champion, you drop the EQ, you drop the gravity field. This guy is as good as dead. A tank v tank matchup. Yes, Ankh will eventually outscale, of course, Cho'Gath, right? Just because of the nature of his champion and what he does with his teammates. Right. But it's not like Killian is a slouch with the Cho'Gath. He scales differently, right? He becomes more of a tank, a frontline presence. He's got CC. He's got a silence, right? Throw a Yumi on top of that guy. I mean, he's just going to be running at you Mach speed. And with the new Yumi with the guided missile, you can move the R around. You have a lot more flexibility. Obviously, her best friend is going to be Jinx, and she's going to get those kind of extra quirks to her abilities. But it's not a bad thing to attach to somebody like Trickster or Killian and just kind of jump on this Senna Vigar and kind of make their day a living hell. BCU drafting something spicy. Again, I don't know if this is it. I'll have to talk to Afternoon after the series ends. But I don't think Ottawa is too worried. With the composition they've drafted here, they've got the Cataclysm, Gravity Field, Chaos Storm ready to go. They've got a lot of AoE. Like you said, Mac, they have a lot of front-to-back solidified team fighting.
And the tricky thing for Briarcliff is, okay, it's going to be on you, I think, to get into that back line, or either Zolani to sort of set up that burst potential. A tank in the mid lane for Maces is really not what I was expecting at all, Shibby, for the BCU mid laner. Yesterday's game plan of putting him on a lot of roaming mid laners, the Twisted Fate and the Galio, looked really effective against Purdue Northwest, so I'm surprised to see Briarcliff opt into this strategy. This is going to be interesting. They're pulling out the stops for playoffs, and now I wonder, Shibby, if Ottawa's also going to be surprised as we are.
Nobody has matchup knowledge, right, into the Cassante mid. You can't legitimately say, oh yeah, I know how to play against Cassante mid. Like, that is, I see it in solo queue all the time in our scrims.
Oh, no, right, yeah.
It's just not how that works, right? Riverside definitely probably has experience playing into melee mids, right? You kind of, you would probably try to draw upon his previous knowledge of playing into things like the Yasuo, like the Irelia, the Renekton, where we've seen kind of these more bruisery mids, right? That's where I kind of think Cassante fits into that picture, a bruiser mid that can pressure mid early, that if he gets onto you in the back line, you're dead. But Mac, we are in here for game one.
Welcome, Summoners, on to the Rift. It is time for the playoffs here in the Midwest Esports Conference. The #1 seed, the Ottawa Braves, taking on the Briarcliff University Chargers. Shibby, Briarcliff's hoping to charge into the late game. Let's see if they can make it happen against the top team here in the Midwest.
Yeah, I mean, Coda, try to get some early scouting. Yeah, and just like that fun fact we see right there, Cassante mid is 6-2 in pro play right now, and is positive in every category. 4.5 KDA, 8.2 CS per minute. I do think this was when Cassante was more on the busted side. I don't think it's been recently played. I would have to check. So yeah, looking at the games, Chovy has played 2 in the mid lane. Jimenez played 1 in the mid lane. And then we have Lacolinas has also played 1 who plays in one of the different regions. But I think that the most prominent individual is Chovy playing it in the mid lane in LCK.
And before we hopped into game, we talked about Briarcliff sort of falling behind yesterday in the early game against Purdue. And Shibby, I'm curious, against one of, I think, the most aggressive teams overall here in the MAC. It feels like Briarcliff drafted all scaling for Maces in mid, Ornn up in the top lane, and then this Veigar Senna duo for Zolani and Belko. Trickster has, I feel like, all the pathing options open to him in the world. Briarcliff did get an early ward, so they know he's starting down on the bottom side of the map, and I reckon they realize he's pathing up towards the top side.
He's definitely going to be pathing up here. We see Trickster going red. Yeah, I mean, that's disgusting, right? Who knew? Trickster, red Raptors now into the Grom. All right, foregoing his Krugs here. Maybe looking for a gank onto Ankh here. But right now, Cassante mid doing pretty okay. I think Riverside is playing the lane the best he can, right? Trying to put as much punishment down onto Maces. And yeah, I think we've been seeing Cassante mid as Ankh. Is he going to get the bonk once again?
Bars from Shibby as Flash traded between the two tops here. Who knew the tank matchup would be this exciting early on as Trickster finds Pete, misses the flag and drag. Mace is coming up. It's just going to leave Pete alone, actually. Mace is stuck in the mid lane, trading. Coda gets caught out from the Senna route, and Pete actually gets sent packing. An early invade from Trickster is very successful as the lethal tempo J4 is coming out. He's headed up into the top lane. Onk's recall got stopped.
Ooh, Pete now, instead of recalling, he's going to go bot lane. I don't think Levi Coda are predicting this. Summoners will be burned.
Here we go. Pete, can he land the stun? Flash, dodging, first blood up in the top lane. Briarcliff trying to answer, back down bot. Trade comes through. Levi gets a kill onto the jungler, but now Coda left all alone. A lot of damage. Olani's got to be careful. Belko gets one answered back. 2 kills traded between these two teams in the early game. Unk, as we mentioned, goes down top.
2 for 2, but just look at the gold, 1.3, 1.5 thousand, and just look at the CS that Ankh has. It's below 10 right now. 22-8, that early gank, the zoning off the minion wave. Cho'Gath exerting his pressure onto the lane right now. Looking across the board, I think that was very smart from Trickster. He got the red invade. The moment he kind of saw Pete go bottom lane, he was already prepping for the dive there, but the moment he saw him bot, that was the trigger. Gets the first blood, gets it for himself. This lethal tempo Jarvan, yeah, he's gonna want to squab early with Pete here, and that invade, really smart pathing. Red Raptors Gromp into the enemy red, gets the gank top, and now he's gonna farm his lane as now they go for the repeat
much damage onto Coda. Briarcliff know how to play into the Yuumi. They get 2 more kills down bot, Chibi. We weren't ready for Pete to repeat gank down bot. And very successful early game as Ankh struggling against the Killian and Trickster duo that's been terrorizing the regular season.
We're seeing where these two teams, where these two junglers are prioritizing their lanes. What are you more scared of, Mac? The giant Cho'Gath in the top lane, right? Trickster slamming everything down upon you, or this mage in the bot lane, Zolani and Belko on Senna, Vigar, are you more afraid of them? The damage is definitely there. I like what BCU is doing, but unfortunately, they are still 1.5k gold down at the moment, and with Ankh having such a harsh kind of CS deficit, you have to believe a lot of that gold is onto Killian and Trickster.
And look, Ankh opting for the Cole just to try. He's accepted. This early game is not mine for the tanking. I'm just going to try and farm up as much as possible. What's been a big struggle, though, for Ankh so far has been the wave management into Killian. Killian's been maneuvering around those minions just beautifully as Briarcliff focusing onto the dragon. Trickster can't sneak it, and for what must feel strange, Ottawa does not have bot lane priority at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're completely fine as
the prediction!
Nice prediction!
Killian and Munchin on Ankh up top!
Oh my god, Killian with the prediction Q takes a bite out of Briarcliff University. 0-3-0 for Ankh right now. The pressure that is being exerted onto this top side. Now Otto will be able to get bot lane here. Maces against Riverside. This lane is going pretty okay for Cassante right now. Has the CS lead 65-52. Early Merc trends has kind of allowed him to be a bit more aggressive in that trading. But now BCU are actually going to end up taking the dragon themselves.
Trickster tried starting it up, but the numbers advantage for Briarcliff is going to be enough to secure that objective. 8 kills so far through the first 7 minutes in this one. We expected a lot of aggression out of Jarvan from Trickster, and now Shibi, I mean, it's all over the map, really. Briarcliff up quite a bit in the bot lane. Got to be feeling pretty good about how that lane's going, but seriously worried about Ankh on the Ornn. He's hoping, get me out of this early game, please. He's just hoping to try and scale.
Now the cage gets dropped. Kinda can't do anything but fight in it.
Well, Mace is now getting ganked, though, trying to dash away. Can't get out of the Cataclysm. And trapped between a rock and a Chaos Storm is, I think, not where you want to be, Shibby.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we worried about with this Cassante mid, right? Low mobility, no flash available as now Zolani and Belko, are they just going to dive Coda?
Zolani with the Primordial Burst is catching everybody off guard, but watch Trickster coming in. Drive-by gank, here he comes! Flag and drag knocking up, takes down Belko, and now Zolani just running for the hills. She's trying to get out as quickly as possible.
Trickster saw the ops in bot lane and gave them a drive-by gank, like he said. He took mid, then went bot and said, I gotta clean this up real quick, as now Rift Herald going over the side of Pete, but Killian's really strong right now.
Call of the Forge God used. Pete decides to back off. Roaming potential from Riverside was there. I think they realized they didn't have the burst potential to knock out Killian before reinforcements were going to come through. A solid Rift Herald take there from Pete as he saw Trickster on the bottom side of the map, but look at the gold lead. Ottawa up 3,000 gold here at the 9-minute mark. 4 kills onto Trickster's driving his maces. Looking for a trade, goes unstoppable, but gets caught in the gravity field, sent back down to earth, has to dash back away. Ghost used from Riverside, but didn't need to flash away.
I love Killian, right, on these prediction cues into Ankh. I think this is something that Ankh's not used to, right? Getting punished on the get back, as now Pete finally showing some love here, potentially getting a bounty onto Killian.
Trickster's coming up as well. Knock up, unstoppable use. They're trying to burst him out. Ankh gets so low though, and he gets killed. Here's Trickster now for reinforcements. A big set of ultimate. It may have come a little bit too late, but the reset is here. Pete now in the Killian body. It feels good. He's feeling chunky, but he knows he can't take the fight against the Gore Drinker J4. Trickster up big in the early game. He's feeling good, able to help out. Coming down now mid lane. Mace's looking for more trading. Shibby, I'm getting the feeling we gotta be ready for fights all over the map, as so much burst damage isn't enough to finish off Zolani. Welcome to the playoffs, man! The action's not slowing down.
Oh, and Mace's?
He gets out of the Cataclysm, knocks Trickster back into the turret, but Shibby, that's gonna be it for the mid game. When do I get a breath?
All right. Take your sip of water. I think everybody's recalling. Everybody's backing. Autofilled Pete, though, onto Trickster.
Say psych right now, Shibby. It keeps on going. The fighting's just not stopping. Pete gets the kill onto Trickster. That's a huge shutdown, and now they're looking for Riverside in mid. He flashes away. No mana, was not looking for the fight.
The cage goes down. More trading. All right, just a little cute little ult from Coda here on the kitty. Just saying, hey, back off right now, as Ankh once again gets hit with the rupture. And these two chonky boys, Killian has been getting the better of Ankh so far. Nice use of that unstoppable from Ornn here to not get knocked up by the Q. I think he's figuring out the matchup, right? Ankh is evolving, he's adapting, and he's overcoming right now, potentially, in this top side here. But they've got a long way to go. Briarcliff, like you said, down 3,000 gold. I just want to highlight, Trickster's Gore Drinker went online around like 8 minutes, by the way. Like, he had that mythic very early on. He is so far ahead of Pete right now, I want to say, in gold. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, I know the shut down onto Trickster that Pete got is going to help alleviate that pain a little bit, but the gold lead still so high. Right now, Briarcliff hoping their bot lane can stack up. Zolani and early Roa is going to help these mid-game fights, as Riverside is going to get caught out. The Gravity Storm stops Zolani from bursting out the mid laner. Pete coming down into the bot lane. He's looking to finish off the mid laner, but the stopwatch, the perfect timing, stops Pete cold. Maces gets a kill. Zolani takes down Levi. Briarcliff up 2-1 in the bot lane fight. It actually goes their way.
Goes their way. Levi tried to go on to Zolani, saw that she was low, instead gets chunked out and bursted. The Primordial Burst, like you said, being used to kill this bot lane here. And now Ornn!
The double knock-up! What was that? Oh my goodness, the 1v1 kill, he answers back, but the flag and drag is unstoppable, baby. Trickster's looking for more kills in the bot lane. Zolani's getting slowed down. He's gonna try to run, but Trickster just chases him down in the bot lane. Shutdown going over to the Ottawa jungler. 6-1-1 MVP talk for the #1 seeded jungler.
Back to back to back to back. BCU and Ottawa trading blows right now. Reminiscent of last series with Purdue Northwest. BCU, they don't care if they're down in gold, if they're down in items. They're going to take the fight, and you see the confidence coming out from Ankh with that combo. I think he definitely thought he had Killian under turret. Regardless, ends up working out in his favor here, as the second dragon goes over to Ottawa here, and we get even more misadventures. We've got the Chemtech Rift on the map here, as now Riversided.
Pete looking for the gank here onto the Ottawa mid laner. No summoner spells, no stopwatch to save him this time around. Pete with a successful gank in the mid lane to help out Maces, who on the Cassante has looked very solid. Shibby, after all this fighting, there's been 21 kills through the first 14 minutes as the turret plates are finally gonna fall. Take a deep breath as we maybe enter into a lull here. Dragons 1 apiece for both of these teams, but Ottawa somehow up 3,000 gold. I'm looking at the numbers. How is this even possible, Shivy?
I mean, we've got turret plates. You just look, right? 6,800 on Trickster. We've got 5,400 on Killian, right? We've got so much gold in these pockets. And yeah, it is
Primordial
pretty crazy
Burst
how
is
far ahead.
available. Ultimate
Levi
comes
is
out.
getting healed.
Zolani flashing. Levi not going down just yet. Zolani missed the calculation, and now Trickster coming in once more. Zolani's like, get out of my lane at this point. Oh my goodness. Trickster gonna be picking up yet another one, but gets a kill! It's a 1-for-1 trade! Levi was not ready for that, Chibi. Didn't see it coming.
You didn't see the extended range on the Q, right? That's those Vigar buffs coming in handy, as now Mace is potentially looking to cover this dive. I know Trickster Yumi wants to do it right now. They're gonna go for it.
Cataclysm, it's too late to save Belko. Trickster 8 kills as Pete secures the Rift Herald up top. Riversided is coming. Pete just trying to get the Rift Herald passive, now looking for an escape route. Call of the Forge God. The ambulance is coming in to get Pete out safely. That's a huge pickup for Briarcliff, as they're gonna hope to use that to sort of even out this gold differential.
Oh! Gets up to the wall! Riversided pops the Ghost Flash as well.
3 members of the Braves are here to back up the mid laner. Now Mason's just looking for the kill, but Riversided survives with a sliver of health. Shibby, we don't get a moment without action. Pete coming in with the ultimate. Now looking to take down Levi as well. Goes into Riversided. Now looking for the damage. The ultimate reset. Pete's got a double. More resets, more kills, more damage. Give me more of the MEC playoffs as Trickster gets a double kill in mid.
Again, kill for kill for kill. Mesa sets it up. Pete gets the double kill. These guys are even in kills, but the gold does not tell that tale. Zolani getting walked down right now. Killian trapped in the cage.
Mace's teleporting in, Shibby. Primordial Burst is available, but the knockback misses. The W connects. There's the ultimate, but it wasn't enough to finish him off. He's too chunky. He's got too much HP.
Heart Steel Cho'Gath has the bombies in hand. This guy has been stacking and stacking with his passive here on the R. And now, once again, Ankh in the top lane. Trickster and Coda, best buds right now, looking to gank Ankh.
Ankh does have flash, but I don't think it's going to be used here. There's no way out of this one, Shibby. Trickster goes legendary, 12 kills in 17 minutes. He has been an unstoppable ganking machine as the Rift Herald gets dropped in mid lane.
Yeah, and for as well as Pete has been playing, it's just Trickster has been playing just a little bit better, right? You see it. The KP, the KD as well, right? Just his ganking pressure. 10,000 gold on this man at the 17.5 minute mark. He's 2,000 6,000 gold ahead of Pete right now. And that gold lead that you see at the top lane is not a mistake. It's not a bug. They are 6,000 ahead after everything.
Hold up. I'm running
Quick
the
math.
numbers in my head. I think that scoreboard is messed up. There's no way Ottawa's up 6,000 here, right? Like, okay, like, break this down. Trickster up 2,000, right? He's up 2,000 gold. The bottom side of the map is favored for Briarcliff, and Killian's only up 200 gold. Like, I don't see how the scoreboard is right, Chibi, on the lowest of keys. As Dragon spawns, though, we gotta get ready for this fight. This match might be closer than it seems, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the MEC playoffs. Let's get into this one. The Dragon getting burned down solo. They've got Killian Feast. They invent Horizon, zoning everybody off. Can they burst down the objective? It is secured by Pete, but now the fight is coming through. ADC safe in the backline. Pete gets the first kill of the fight. The reset's coming in. Mace is into the backline. Belko may go down, but Pete's got a double kill. Briarcliff are fighting Ottawa here in the river, and they're popping off as Pete gets a triple.
Scoreboard be damned! Briarcliff can't even see it, Mac! They take the Dragon, they take the fight, and wait a minute, we're cutting to a small break as Mac sipping on some apple juice. BCU take that fight, and like you mentioned, the game is closer than we can imagine. We have been lied to. The Jedi deceives you, Mac!
Oh my goodness. Briarcliff versus Ottawa. Little did we realize this series was going to deliver on the hype action. I know we were talking in draft. Please, 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 please give us some team fighting. Give us some team fighting between these two teams who love to team fight, right? Ottawa played into the team fighting shenanigans that Briarcliff wanted. Briarcliff has a 1,000 gold lead here at 19 minutes, Shibby. This is exactly what they would have hoped for, and they're taking the fight to Ottawa. The front-to-back team that they have drafted has not succeeded early on so far.
Yeah, and just as we get that kind of PSA scoreboard, soft crash, 8 minutes in. That's why the gold was kind of wonky. But I think now this is accurate, right? This has to be accurate.
This has to be.
I don't know, man. I'm not like Anakin. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I don't even believe it anymore. As now BCU actually ending up with the gold lead themselves. Yeah, it was only reading half the data. So it looks like it was only reading Ottawa's, maybe. As BCU, though. BCU in Ottawa. Yeah, it's okay. We're back to normal. Small indie game company here, but now, yeah, we're back to normal, Mac. A fight's breaking out.
Trickster wants to look for the dive onto the back line, but he's getting chunked out here. Look at Pete. Pete may be auto-filling, but he's filling up the scoreboard here. Anku diving into the back line. It's a triple kill for the Briarcliff jungler. He is going absolutely ham in the playoffs here. Oh my goodness. Do they go for Baron here?
Ooh, they might go for Baron here. Zolani, Pete, and Ankh are here right now. Trickster is down. Riverside is the only one up, along with Killian. Killian does not have the chomp available. They're going to take that fight. They're going to take the Baron, and they're going to get 4,000 gold ahead. That was Baron. That was a fight that Ottawa started on their terms and lost. Pete is now 12-3, matching up with Trickster. The resets have come in. The scaling has commenced. They are online.
Wow. What a start. Playoff winners semifinals. This is crazy. Crazy, Shibby. Oh my goodness. Briarcliff now up 4,000 here at the 22-minute mark. Zolani's Vagar fully stacked up here. Pete is just getting the resets galore in these fights. Back-to-back triple kills for him as he's popping off. Oh my goodness, Shibby. Do we finally get a deep breath here? Briarcliff, this is where early on in the season.
I don't know.
We loved their macro. Let's see if it comes together here in the playoffs when it matters most. Another fight ensues. Trickster looking for another dive, but he gets taken down.
Trickster going for a miracle kind of hero play onto Zolani, but the rest of BCU is here. Now it's 4v5. They're definitely going to be able to push this mid lane tier 2. Are they going to be knocking on the inhibitor turrets? That's a lot of damage. Belko has a lot of range as well on this Senna. We could potentially see the upset, but Mac, the caveat is I've seen Ottawa in this position before. I've seen them down. I've seen them down so much gold against perceived better teams. I'm not counting this squad out until I see the victory screen for Briarcliff.
Oh my goodness, Shibby. Briarcliff, a solid pick there despite Trickster trying to dive on. They were ready to handle the fight in the mid lane. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds here. All 5 members for Briarcliff, the Chargers, are headed into the river to try and prep for this objective.
Right now, Dragon stacking is on the favor of Briarcliff. Ocean Soul, like you mentioned, or sorry, no, Chemtech Soul on the Rift here will be up and ready around, I want to say, the 30-minute mark. BCU are just going to take this Dragon. They still have Baron coded on them. They've got the gold as well.
Jinx buffs, by the way.
Yeah, it got buffed to do exactly 1,200, by the way. I wonder why. Is it to contest with Smite? Yeah, junglers can't have any fun anymore. They are going to take that Chemtech Dragon here. Chemtech Soul going to be up in about 5 minutes. So yeah, around the 29 to 30-minute mark. Ottawa Braves are on a timer. They have to contest BCU either at this Baron that's going to be coming up or this Dragon here. Briarcliff comfortably in the gold lead now. You see 12, 3, and 4 on Autofill Pete. We see 4, 2, and 10 on the Vigar. Vigar has almost a Void Staff ready to go, and there is basically no MR on the carries, right? Trickster, the only one that has built Maw of Malmortius, but right now, Levi is so far behind. He just completed his Infinity Edge at the 24.5-minute mark.
Taking a look just there for a moment at the player gold, Ankh, who was set behind quite a bit early on through the repeat ganks, through the Killian outplays. He's level 14, Shibby. He's still very much in this game, and he's going to be pushing out the ornament items. It's Christmas time, baby. Everybody's getting presents, and that's going to make the lead for the Chargers even larger than this correct scoreboard will show you.
Yeah, Santa Claus skin petition right now is Pete. Oh my lord!
He just slices. There's like very little resistance, and look at
Excuse
that.
me?
Killian doesn't
Excuse me?
stand a chance. Pete
Excuse me?
godlike as neither of us were ready for that damage. Turns out the Blade of the Rune King does work against high HP opponents.
Like a hot knife through butter, man. Killian gets carved down. That was Thanksgiving turkey, dude. Autofill Pete with the 4 items absolutely meltifies Killian here. I don't even think Killian was expecting that.
Killian's like, wait, this isn't how this is supposed to go. What's going on? I'm joking. I'm supposed to be tanky. He felt like an ADC or something. But let's see. Briarcliff Baron spawning in just under a minute. They're going to be trying to get vision priority around this area. And this might be their biggest test all season, as they're going toe-to-toe with the top dog in MEC here in game number 1. But as you mentioned, Ottawa has been here before, but they don't necessarily have the wombo combos that have won them some of these games in the past.
ECU have the gold lead. Baron is coming up in about 25 minutes. The guys are here. The gang is here right now. Trickster with Yuumi. Is he going to get caught out? They're looking for a fight. They're just forcing Ottawa out of their own jungle. They have the damage. They've got the Kraken Slayer onto Belko. They've got Pete 4 items in. They could really rush this Baron down. Killian's on the bot side. TP might be channeled. Fight is breaking out.
Briarcliff, they take down Coda! The Yumi gets caught out! Ottawa lose their support before Baron spawns. Briarcliff, they take the pick and run for the objective. But think about this, Shibby. Ottawa's got Beast, they've got Jinx Rocket, and they've got the potential MVP jungler. Briarcliff looking for Baron. Nasher, Trickster going down the other way. The Chargers, their biggest test yet.
Ooh,
Killian ready. They're going away from the objective. They make the right call. They don't want to go toe with this. They're looking for the pick. Riverside, and you have no mana. Another pick going over to the Chargers.
And now does the Baron get restarted here? Zolani and Trickster meeting in the tri-bush.
So much AP from the Rod of Ages. Zolani with the shield as well is not going to be bursted down by Trickster. With the jungler dead, they now make the call. Gentlemen, Baron is in our sights.
Flash Feast is available. Can Killian be the hero that Ottawa needs?
He flashes over, but it's secured. Pete comes up huge for the Briarcliff University team. The objective goes over to the Chargers, Shippy, and now Dragon Soul is maybe up next.
20 seconds. They are running down there, sprinting as fast as they can. Killian won't be up. Trickster might be able to make it with some of the blast pants with the EQ combo here. But Briarcliff, they can burst it down. They can take the dragon out and leash it. They've got vision. They've got numbers. They've got everything going their way. They just need to secure the smite, and they're good. And now the Chemtech Soul looks like it's being given away here. Briarcliff Baron, Briarcliff Soul, and potentially Briarcliff Game 1.
Happy holidays to the Chargers as more ornaments are coming in on top of the fun time parade. Now doubled up everyone marching down mid. Shibby, the last base defense. Riverside recalling. He's not here for the initial turret defense. Trickster is behind Briarcliff. He's in his topside jungle. He's now channeling the recall. The inhibitor goes down. Only inner turrets are up in the side lanes. They open up mid, but nothing else is really available.
This is where we have seen lower seeded teams struggle, Mac. When they get the Baron, when they get these objectives, they play a little too apprehensively. They give the other team a chance to come back here. Now, is Briarcliff playing it smart, or are they playing it too quiet, right? Are they playing it too soft at the moment here? They take the mid lane inhib, but it seems like that's all they're going to get at the moment. They are not willing to pull the trigger. They are not willing to go 1-4 or even 1-3-1 potentially here with Maces and Ankh. They're just looking to go 5-man strong. They're winning the team fights. They're maybe looking for Ottawa to engage onto them, or maybe looking for a pick out here. But right now, 30 minutes in, they do have Chemtech Soul. Baron should be going down pretty soon on the side of Briarcliff here. Trickster is looking for something, but they've got the wardage. BCU, they recall, and now they're pushing mid once again.
Now the fight, they're looking for Belko. They can't get
Trickster!
him. Zolani's still alive. The backline is safe. Mace is looking for the engage. Onto Levi, flashing away. Mace is still going. Mace is still looking for the kill. Levi getting real low. Levi goes down. Pete goes legendary. And that's 2 quick kills going over to Briarcliff. The mid lane is open, and the Chargers are coming into the base.
At least Ottawa goes down trying to swing here. Trickster looks for an engage. Belko flashes it, and the rest, you saw what happened. BCU pick apart Ottawa Braves right now. Game 1, Levi and Coda are down. Instead, once again, not going for the push. They need to go bot. They need to go top. They need to manage their waves, because right now they're winning fights, but that's all they're doing. They're just getting kills. They're not doing anything else with it.
Oh, goodness. Shibby, Briarcliff have ballooned their gold lead up massively, but they're giving Ottawa the chance that so many teams have before. Ottawa down, but certainly not out. Something in the back of my mind. How do you get through the Ankh Mace's front line? These are 2 of the beefiest champions in League of Legends that I've ever seen, really. Briarcliff maybe going to be waiting for a Baron Elder combo to finish this one off, but they got to be conscientious of giving Ottawa the gold they need to potentially win a fight.
Levi is at 3 items with the Jinx, with the Yuumi here. He can start tearing through this front line, right? Kraken Slayer, i.e. LDR is finished. If they over-invest, if they don't have their target focusing on point, Levi could potentially get the resets. Same with Autofield, but Pete is at full items. He's full build 32 minutes in. Ankh is getting chased down, but the rest of the map, top lane is getting aggressed on. You can trade Ankh for top tier 2 and potentially tier 3 here. The recalls are getting channeled, but I think this top lane inhibitor is going to go down.
Ottawa wanted the pick onto Ankh, but his spidey senses were tingling. Teleport coming in. They're ready to take this fight. Flame Chompers may root him temporarily, but you're not going to be able to stop the Horn coming in. Briarcliff taking the fight.
Levi's
Killian staying alive. It's a whole lot of damage. Ankh goes down first. Levi safe in the back line. One rocket after another firing away. The Guardian Angel comes down as well. Ottawa Braves are defending their base. Shippy and Briarcliff has to run for the hills. Riverside is flashing. The ultimate comes out, but it misses Olani. But the kill comes through. The flag from heaven. Ottawa's fighting back. They win the fight, Shippy, as the chase continues. Pete now looks to turn this thing around. Can he come through? He gets onto Levi and deletes him. He destroys him. Pete goes legendary as he turns around the fight and slices through all of Ottawa.
Call the janitorial services. Pete is cleaning everything up. He wipes Ottawa off the board, takes everybody away. Belko and Pete are looking to push down onto the Nexus. Mac, game 1 going to be you.
Killian, the last one standing with the Nexus exposed. That's what hot butter looks like, Shibby. The Nexus is the last to fall as Briarcliff takes an absolutely insane game 1 against Ottawa Braves.
They just turned around a 2v4. Pete sliced through all of Ottawa. Ottawa over-aggressed. They won the fight, but they wanted more. Levi was trying. Riverside and Yuumi Koda were trying to finish up those kills. But now BCU, in an uncharacteristic, I'm going to say upset in game 1, they take it.
To showcase, I think, how big of an upset this was, at least for us in our mind, Chibi, Ottawa, I think, had the fastest game of the season against Briarcliff. 18 minutes they took down the Chargers before in the regular season. Now come playoffs, afternoon, Coach Jack Shibby has cooked up something fierce.
And again, I don't know if this is the secret sauce. If this is what he's been cooking right now, right? Cassante mid, Vigar set a bot, leaving the Yuumi up for Coda. And now, Ottawa's got to be scratching their heads. They got to be like, wait, what just happened? We got Yuumi, we got Victor, we got Trickster ahead. He got a massive lead in the jungle. Look at his bands, right?
He was 12-1-1. Trickster was 12-1-1 after a certain point, and then the fights just one after another, like a new snowball, Shibby. Things came together for the Chargers. Oh my goodness! What a first game! Welcome to playoffs, everyone. We appreciate everyone watching to cheer on these CLOL teams. Before we hop into a quick break, Shibby, I want to give a shout out to one of our main sponsors here at Unified. AVDG, Audio Visual Design Group, is a leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator spanning from my coast to your coast, Shibby, east to west. AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology design services, professional installation, and world-class service across the U.S. Through distinctive designs, AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, improve connectivity, and position their investment for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintains and secures the success of their technologies through their extensive Simplicity service division that works continuously to monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors. I'm gonna hope we as casters don't experience any system errors after that one. We're gonna have to take a quick Windows update to power up and get ready to go for game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, don't click away out of that browser. We'll be back with game number 2 shortly. To stop the Kingslayer, but that's not going to deter him. Grand Challenge comes out as Maces wants to go toe-to-toe with the best top laner in MEC. Let's see if they can pull it off in the 1v2. Bright's gonna get that healing. Pete gets charmed up. Jinqual joins the fight, teleports in, and that's the difference maker.
For a gank here onto Loveheart. Ezreal doesn't have the movement abilities available.
Oh, he got him!
In a dangerous way, though, is going to find themselves getting punished. Oh, it feels so bad for Killer Guy. That is unfair. This man just wants to eat, but he won't let him cook. It's a double kill for Kaido and Herald's in the mid lane. Fat Cat trying to finish him off, but the brother comes in and saves Kai. Take that tombstone. Take that neck damage.
Killer Guy's knocking at the inhibitor turret. Recall starting to get channeled. Meanwhile, the engage comes through. The Cataclysm's going to trap the whole squad in here. It's a whole lot of damage coming out from Illinois College. The Wombo combo just destroys the Panthers.
As well. So this Briarcliff, they're feeling a little inspired, it feels like. They want to have that comeback. Sage, you're in a dangerous situation. You can't be that far forward. You need to show a little bit of fear. The Call of the Forge guy comes in, tagged onto 2 members. They're dropping 3. Usopp trying to get back to the rest of the team, but drop a comet out of space, leaves a crater as your grave.
Fugo able to kind of capitalize on it, burst him down. Azula did not have any time to flash or cleanse until the hook comes in. Killer Guy preemptively.
Ooh, Primordial Burst plus the Electrocute is going to be enough for the Execute. Mythic blocks the rocket to keep Super Fast Monkey alive, and another hook underneath the turret. They're too clean, Shibby. Another hook to grab Fat Cat underneath the turret. Do they have enough? They've used a lot of resources. Mastermind trying to cash in the Lantern. Not going to be able to use their Silver Ritter. Gets taken down. Illini may have bitten off more than they can chew. The Panthers send all 5 members into the mid lane. That's going to cost them minions in the side wave, but the skirmish continues as Refugo has joined the battle. He's got 1 kill, can't pick up a second. Mastermind trying to get kills there, but he only gets 1. 2 for...
This game's insane.
Wow.
This is just nuts.
No, wait, whoa! I can't walk it.
What is happening?
Levi having no man. From Central Money High. Ain't that a good amount of damage possibly here? It's going to secure the Baron as well, but they're taking so much damage. Mastermind is in there. Where your Baron buff at now? Killer Guy jumping around the team fight. Gets another one knocked out. Cuz trying to heal up with the Kingslayer. But Kaido, the janitorial duty is theirs. They're looking to clean up the rest. But your Baron buff is getting laid to waste.
Oh!
Baymax hits the corrupted chain.
Wait for Kai. It might be a good time to fight. Hook onto Newbie. Newbie actually gets taken down so quickly here. Ohio Northern looking for a potential fight. La Punisher goes on to Kai, stunned up from Kato. Refugo, meanwhile, in the backline, still healthy, still alive. Cuz about to go down. The Gale Force connects. Flash Unstoppable Force. Was that a prediction from a Silak? He locks down King Cuz. That's what they wanted, but Baron getting low. The blue team secures it. Briarcliff gets it. The Panthers now, all their hopes and dreams getting dashed in that moment as the objective is secured. Zolani, Zoomin trying to track down the Panthers jungler.
But at the same time, you do have...
Oh no, guys!
No way does he die here. That is...
trying to repel away, is able to get on out. Meanwhile, Cylindric going underneath the turret, showstopper into the haymaker, is gonna send him packing. Cylindric gets a kill.
Yeah, charge connecting. Going on to Jinkle here, trying to find a pick onto somebody, but it's just so much damage as return. They continue to lay in. The Call of the Forge God coming through. You tag one, you get one, but that's about all you gonna get. Oh, possibly, they go Mega. They're gonna look to try and jump over the wall. They're gonna wait out the timer. GBU is not gonna let Braves pick the fight they want. Castle is getting tagged. They're getting tagged. Shutdown goes over.
Oh, killing it.
Girl. They find all
Look
of
at Mark.
them. Throw in the shockwave. Mark Gonzalez is the only member.
Oh!
But they get dropped. Ottawa Braves. They find the fight that they've been dreaming of.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Unified live stream as we're continuing on our coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference CLOL 2023 playoffs. And Shibby, that first game, can we say we're in March Madness as well?
We saw Purdue take a win in wrestling, right? We've seen some upsets in basketball, and now we see BCU, Briarcliff University, in their first season in the MEC, in their second playoff series, by the way, take a game off of the #1 seed in the Midwest Esports Conference. And Mac, I gotta say, your dark horse pick that you called out a couple weeks ago on the podcast, looking mighty fine.
Shameless
right now.
podcast plug. MEC podcast.
Go watch it and consume it now.
Go watch it now.
I mean, a back and forth game, right? Obviously, like we mentioned, the scoreboard a lot closer than we suspected. Hyper kindly letting us know that the scoreboard just crashed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It probably was around 1 to 2,000 gold consistently. when you took a look at the items, when you did the quick maths. So very, very close game. But now Ottawa, draft strategy-wise, what do they go into? They banned Ilaoi, they banned Udyr. Do they throw a ban over to the Vigar? Do they take away Pete's Viego? Do they give up the Udyr or potentially the Ilaoi that they let through? There's so many different things. We could even just see the salty run back and Ottawa just being like, you know what? We played that bad. You guys did not draft us. Let's run it back. But now, Ottawa, with that loss, they get side selection. They take red side for game 2.
I like it, Shibby. Put the onus on Briarcliff. What are you going to force them into picking? Even for Ottawa, I wonder if you do ban the Yuumi, because Briarcliff looked really solid on it just yesterday. They will absolutely throw Belko on it with Zolani on the Zeri potentially. Briarcliff, not a whole lot for them to change after how the first match went. Definitely going to keep Killian's Rumble on the ban list. Do not want to see that come out whatsoever. But for thinking about game number 1's draft, I wonder if Ottawa got lost in the sauce of the mind games of what afternoon was cooking up, man, because it started with the Yuumi pick 1, and then Briarcliff locked in the Senna, and then that's, I feel like, when the mind games started coming together. I don't know, and again, we saw Ottawa ban Tom Kench in the second phase of bans, so maybe they really weren't expecting that Vagar to go bot.
Well, now the cat's out of the bag, right? They're going to take the Cassante mid away. Got another win, right? Right? It was winning, like we mentioned, that graphic hyper pulled up.
Now 7-2 in pro play.
Sure. Yeah. BCU taking the Varus, not giving Levi that on-hit potential, forcing him onto something else. And we kind of questioned a little bit of like what the draft, like you said, lost in the sauce. It was odd to me that they were putting so much resources into Killian Cho'Gath, right? Trickster chain ganking top, diving him. You gotta feel like you throw some of those ganks mid, try to get Riverside ahead, or even maybe just kind of get Jinx and Yuumi ahead, right? I mean, we saw what happened. Onk went down early, was 0-3, 0-4 at one point, but it's a Cho'Gath at the end of the day, building full tank. If you're a Vigar, if your Senna is getting ahead, if your Cassante is getting out of lane fine, as if Pete is picking up kills on the Viego constantly, he's just going to be able to carry himself as Kindred gets thrown in there. So Trickster not allowed as one of his signature champions here. Aurelion Soul being taken away. That was banned in the round 1. But now, do you take the Udyr away? Do you take the Ilaoi away? Neither, they say. Yuumi not being allowed to be first picked here. Ottawa said, Koda, we don't want you on that either. Belko as well. You're just better on other champions. Play Engage, play something else. BCU now. What do they have cooking? B1 up. Udyr still available. My favorite guy, my homie in the jungle here.
Of course, Shibby goes for, Udyr's available. Why not lock that in? Instead, it's going to be the Ilaoi for Onk. Something that's looked pretty solid for him, but against someone like Killian, who might not be opting for the tank matchup this time around, Shibby, the Ilaoi feels like a very risky pick for me to go for B1. You lock in your top laner. That's a free counter opportunity for Ottawa here. Very interested to see the Gnar Killian's classic there up in the top lane. Very solid lock-in. Shibby, I see the brain processing, man. What do you got for me?
There is only one issue with your statement. I agree with everything. Okay. It's that you said it was locked for top lane. Right? We don't know that, right? We don't know that. This could easily go into the hands of Maces in the mid lane, right? We could see some mid lane Ilaoi action. That might be what BCU is cooking in the lab as now Gnar for Killian, the infamous or famous Gnar that we got to see in and against that GVU series, as Senna once again being taken for Belko here.
Vagar here?
Gragas as well. A lot of disengage, a lot of engage potential. Very flexible. Can go mid, can go jungle, can even go support. I deem it as a quad flex, in my opinion. Can go top, mid, jungle, or support. In this scenario, it could go 3 lanes. I would love to see them kind of try to flex that as possible, as now the Vigar being locked in. Still, though, could see the mid and Lowy. We could see Vigar. Like, the only thing we really know about BCU's draft at the moment, and like you said, I might be getting lost in the sauce, Senna is the only one going into that bot lane, right? That's all we know.
Allegedly.
Confirmed.
Allegedly. Oh, goodness. Shippy, we've had a lot of, I would say, dark web texts throughout our time here, throughout the MEC. Alawi mid, dare I say, would be the darkest of them all. But now going back to some of the early season power picks, Caitlyn plus Levi, a duo made in heaven. This is what I like from Ottawa, flipping the game script completely from what they drafted in game number 1. Now they actually get to double ban Pete out, take away the Viego, take away the Kane very likely. What else is Pete gonna play? That's what I'm wondering, Shibby. What else has Pete got up his sleeve? Because the Viego and Kane have kind of looked leagues ahead of some of his other junglers, now putting him in potentially a place of uncomfort here in game number 2. As I want to go back, Ottawa shifting towards a better team fighting composition. I think, yes, their last composition was solid front to back, but not as much wombo combo as we've really seen a lot from them this season.
Yeah, it kind of really relied on Trickster getting a good engage off, and then the rest of the team kind of kiting back. We saw a little bit of that power when Levi got to that 2-3 item power spike, right? Him have that big beefy front line with Killian and Trickster, and then the rest of the team kind of just trying to clean up. It's just he went on a rampage. He went legendary, actually, as now BCU are taking some of the pairings with Caitlyn away, right? Lux being removed here. We could potentially also see the Morgana being taken away. Ashe very smartly taken away as well, not allowing for a majority of those poke options. Hecarim being taken away from Pete here. Kane still on the board. Udyr, guys, Udyr is still on the board here, as
Hyper?
we might see Coda. No, Hyper's just trolling with us. That is not a Zerath. That's locked. Profanities in my ear. Hyper says that is locked explicitive. Coda busting out. That could be a mid lane Zerath, but it might just be Caitlyn Zaire in the bot lane. Poke, 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 poke. It's like I'm at the doctor's office.
Yeah, good luck, Ottawa, for sending their message to Zolani and Belko. You guys got ahead early on. Good luck trying to get ahead against Zerath Caitlyn. Maces walks in his classic Silas. Pete's Kane comes through, something I mentioned before, and Riversided is going to anger mode here in game 2. The Gragas Yasuo combo coming up. Shippy, you were talking about Trickster focusing a lot on that top side of the map. Well, I think in game 2 they have a little bit of a different game plan.
This is a slam, jam, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am composition. Ottawa Braves bringing the heat to BCU. You got Gragas Yasuo composition. You've got the Gnar team fight capability. You've got Levi and Coda keeping you under turret, saying you're not allowed to play the game. Every CS, you're gonna have to sweat blood, tears, everything just for even a morsel of that beautiful, beautiful minion wave here. But Briarcliff, very shrewd composition here. The Illaoi, if you engage onto a champion like this, the tentacles will come slamming. If you engage onto a champion like Vigar, the cage will go down. And Maces has a nice set of ultimates to steal from. The Gragas, the Gnar, the Zerath, the Caitlyn. If you want to go for pick, if you want to go for poke, if you want to go for disengage or engage, Maces' Silas ultimate usage is what will be key to winning these fights. If he picks the right one, they win these fights. If he takes something out of pocket, if he chooses the wrong one in the wrong situation, there goes BCU's composition. This Silas is going to be the most important piece for Briarcliff here.
And Mace's on the Silas, historically through this season, has gone toe-to-toe with some of these best mid laners in the MEC. Riverside, having come onto the Braves lineup late into the season, Ottawa is gone this route with this lineup. They've gone through some roster changes of their own. Now this lineup is really now feeling the pressure, I think, Shippy, for the first time all season. One more loss, and they're sent down to the losers bracket. The winner of this series punches their ticket to the final LAN in Wichita.
Yeah, they're going to get that airplane ride or bus ride or car ride, or hey, if you're feeling a little adventurous, take a bike ride or a walk here. But regardless, BCU up 1 game against Ottawa, the number 1 seed in the MEC. The pressure is mounting. The back is against the wall. Ottawa could be sent to the losers bracket after a first round bye. Has the ring rust come off, Mac? They've been perched upon their mountain, kings of the castle, looking down upon the rest of MEC. BCU looking to revolt. They want to take this second game. They, like you said, they want to take their ticket back to Wichita. But right now, we're going to a different place, Mac. Where are we at?
Welcome, Summoners, onto the Rift for game number 2 against Briarcliff University and the Ottawa Braves. Buckle up for a doozy. We're hoping game number 2 is just as good as our first match. Keep your eyes on Pete and his pathing, especially on this Kane.
Taking the Ghost, no Yumi available. Will have to play a little bit more apprehensively. Doesn't have that kind of safety net that Yumi provides. I'm thinking this might be a red Kane game, right? Depending on where he ganks, obviously. There's 2 ranged. And I'm apologies, I don't know exactly how the interaction works. If Kane hits Gnar in mini Gnar form, does he get the blue juice? Or if he hits him in Mega Gnar form, does he get the red juice? So yeah, he could try to strategically try to go in and say, if I want blue Kane, I'll gank Killian when he's mini Gnar. I'll gank bot when I can. But it's going to be really rough to see kind of how he paths, like you said, who he chooses to gank. Because in my mind, Kane's not really a champion pre-form.
Something I do want to point out, Coda, kind of a power move on the Xerath, going barrier. He's like, okay, Levi, you're on your own. We're in a poke lane. We're just going to try and get through the early game. I'm going to protect myself if we get focused a little bit, and you've got the heal for us to get on out. Lane pressure early on, mounting onto Briarcliff as the initial trading going over in the favor of Levi and Coda.
And I like the Xerath adaptation into Viagar. You simply just outrange him, right? It's essentially the mid lane matchup that we used to seeing, just now portrayed down into that bot lane. And now look, the lethal tempo, the arcane comet, Coda dropping just absolute nukes of a W onto this backline right now. And the barrier is a smart choice. Because there is a world where Coda actually ends up picking up a lot of these kills. He opts in for that Ludens plus Void Staff, right? He becomes this massive AP carry threat that is kind of lacking on the side of Ottawa. As now Pete and Maces looking to maybe put some pressure onto Riverside early. Riverside, no TP. Both of these mid laners, Maces and Riverside, taking the Ignite, saying, you know what? We're going to fight it out till the very end.
This is going to be my favorite mid lane matchup, I think, of the season. Riverside on Yasuo, Maces on his signature Silas, Trickster looking for a gank, hovering in mid, hoping to catch out the Briarcliff mid laner off guard. He's just going to go over to his bottom side of the jungle. Pete, I think, got a few stacks of his passive from that early gank there onto Riverside.
Yeah, and we see the pressure being put on 19-6 CS. Scoreboard should be okay. The gold is accurate here. As now Trickster with this pressure in that bot lane, setting up the dive.
Trickster going in, it's a lot of damage. He's got the Dark Harvest. Levi going underneath the turret. Zolani trying to stay safe under the protection. He gets stunned up. The teleport gets stopped. And it's a different story for Briarcliff on the bottom side of the map. Levi gets first blood.
And there's not much Pete can do here. Even if he was present, maybe he could dissuade the gank. But Trickster knows that he's going to be topside. He just saw him go from Red Raptors to mid. And now they're going to have to force a gank. They're going to have to get some pressure. Riversided smartly flashes away. Nice play from Ottawa. Supporting that Caitlyn, nurturing it, giving Levi and Coda the resources they need to just kind of take this lane to another level. Well played from Ottawa. Trickster now ganking mid.
He is here to help out. He's got the level lead. He pops the ghost. He's going in for the 2v2. Trickster with the ignite on him. He's going to be the first to fall. Potentially he flashes away, but the scythe slices him down. Riversided running away to the hills. Mace is looking for the kill. It's a double for Pete, but the turret does not take down the Briarcliff jungler. It's a 2-for-1.
Pete's typing in all chat. That's worth, man. Maces, don't worry. That's worth, dude. I got 2 kills. I'm on Kane. I can carry, I promise you. Getting some of that melee juice from both Gragas and Yasuo. Riverside picking up a kill for himself. Maces, no summoners along with Riverside right now. I think it's a little bit more detrimental for Maces here because of the CC that can come out from Trickster, whereas Pete kind of has to hope that Maces can hit some of the chains, hit that E on Silas here. So overall, 1 for 2, 2 kills apiece. Ottawa, about 300 gold ahead so far. Zolani and Belko, though, down in CS quite heavily here. Roughly about almost 17, almost 20 CS here.
Yeah, plus turret plating. Ottawa are feeling good in the bot lane. The trap is avoided, but look at the damage coming out of Coda and Levi. Zolani dodges the Piltover Peacemaker, but she has to run for the hill. She can't go for the turret. Trickster coming in. Flash, maybe too late. Coda picks up the kill.
Holding on to it to the very last second can be your demise. And although bot lane now is getting the attention from Trickster, Ankh playing relatively safe here. Killian is going to transform here. Will they be able to fight? Ankh.
Oh, flashing away, just barely survives and avoids the stun. Now Pete getting caught unexpectedly in the mid lane. Getting that healing, though, is critical. Coda has come up, maybe the difference maker, stunned up and taken down. Pete falls. Maces did not expect the numbers to not go his way. He misses the chains. Shibby, he misses the chains, and that might cost him the kill. He goes on to Coda, trying to get that healing, trying to stay alive. Riversided waiting for the shield, waiting for the passive, and now the damage. Coda finishes him off.
Absolutely misplays, misses the Q onto Riverside. That would have been a kill, and then potentially even onto Coda. But instead, with the roam comes in Ottawa. They took that game to heart. They were like, wait a minute, we're the #1 seed. Levi now 2.9 thousand gold with Pete on par. Pete right now, highest gold in the game, but potentially not for long here.
Look at Coda, Shibby, 2.6k gold. He's got more gold than Maces right now. He's bringing a lost chapter back into the bot lane, and I think he's earned that barrier summoner spell, as Pete may be looking for another mid lane gank. The Yasuo ultimate comes out stolen from Maces. Trickster on the top side of the map, not there. Here comes Belko roaming up mid, looking for the root. That's gonna miss.
Yeah, Riverside getting a lot of attention here. Like all solo queue Yasuos, they're gonna get camped, and in competitive play, it's no different, right? You see the Yasuo, you want to bully him, you want to keep him down, you want to tilt him a little bit. Autofilled 3-1. All the kills on the side of Briarcliff are in this guy's hands. He's primed to try to carry this, but Ottawa Braves picking, like you said, flipping the script and picking a completely different composition here. Lane dominance across the board. As the dragon does get started up, Trickster's nowhere in sight. Zolani and Belko are taken so low.
Belko getting rooted up, the headshots hurt, another one coming in. Coda almost finishes off Zolani, but they're not yet level 6. Briarcliff, they see their moment of opportunity. Trickster's gonna get spotted out here, they turn, but the chains miss once again. Maces can't lock down the Ottawa jungler. Now they gotta run for the hills. Their moment of opportunity has been vanquished.
And I mentioned that Mace's Silas pick, the ultimate usage would be key here, but right now it just seems like the ability usage is not up to snuff here right now. Mace is missing crucial.
Oh,
now he just gets killed in the bot lane. Belko!
He was underneath his turret. Somebody help him. Zolani, a defensive event horizon. Ottawa has just completely taken over this game in bot.
Zayrath, Caitlyn, the nightmare fuel of all bot lanes right now. You're not safe under your tier 1. Heck, you might not even be safe under your tier 2. As now, Trickster and Riverside have both hit level 3. Are they going to be able to turn this around?
Big ultimate. Mace is getting locked down first. Coda's a lot of damage, but the bot laners, they have no ultimate, but neither does the Briarcliff bot laners. Very down, very potentially out of this fight as Maces goes down. It's a 1-for-0 trade.
Onk with the peace of mind in the top lane, now watching as the rest of the map gets absolutely eviscerated. They tried to take that fight. Levi rushing BT with the lethal tempo, has overheal as well. He's going to be a really tanky Caitlyn. I know it's a weird thing to say, but the amount of shielding that she's going to have, the burst that comes out from Briarcliff may just not be enough.
So much shielding from that first item. And what's huge as well, last game we saw Zolani get a really early Roa to stack up. Now we've got double tier of the goddess for the bot laners. Ottawa with a very real 4,000 gold lead. Might just be able to send Levi elsewhere on the map to wreak havoc after demolishing the bot lane so far. He's got a level lead. He's got an over 30 CS lead, 41 at 10 minutes. Zolani is not where she wants to be.
And no pressure and no ganks have been sent to the top lane at all. Neither from Pete nor Trickster here. It's only been mid-bot pressure. I say mid-pressure for Pete and a lot of bot pressure for Trickster. So Gnar pretty much having a fairly free lane up here. He just has to kind of farm up, stabilize, get those huge engages that we see, and the rest of Ottawa will clean up here. Onk not really be able to get much here in this top lane as well. We might just see his split push variant of this Illaoi, but I don't know if Briarcliff's going to be allowed that leisure. They're down 4,000, and I'm pretty sure the scoreboard isn't broken this time.
No, it isn't, Shibby. And a Levi, you know, really coming back super strong. It was a struggle for them in game 1, but now look at this. The right of the arcane, the passage coming through. Zolani, you're not safe, I think, underneath the turret. Riverside is coming in. Explosive cast, the last breath just takes down Zolani instantly. Rampage for Levi as this is a brutal bot lane game for Zolani and Belko. There's just no mercy from Ottawa.
Not after that game 1. They don't have a shred of mercy in their eyes. They're looking for complete domination. They're looking to us and saying, that was a fluke. That should never happen. Maces now steals Trickster's ultimate just to get away here, and Ottawa Braves with the press R composition is winning out pretty much across the board.
Things are looking great in mid. Let's see if Pete in the Rost form can help turn this game around. Riverside getting real low. The knockup might be enough to escape here, but not from Pete. The Umbral Trespass comes out with the Senna ultimate. Trickster flashing away. Has to escape. Dragon spawning in 25 seconds. Briarcliff got the first one, Shibby. They're going to look to get the second as well.
Ottawa doesn't seem worried. I think they're willing to give these 2 dragons away. If it rolls something like the Cloud Soul, they're willing to probably give the 3rd one away as well. I think they're just going to fight 3rd onwards here. As Onk now trading with Killian. That's the first ultimate we've seen from Onk here. Trickster might pay with his life, though. No flash.
Going over the wall, but look at the bot lane. Levi getting targeted. Mason
Mason!
1v3 dives in, but what are you doing, my guy? That is not your fight. Tries to take down Trickster in hopes of securing the dragon, but that plan backfires. Killian, no unleashed teleport, but the Rift Herald is summoned in mid lane. Coda getting rooted, flashing away. These summoner spells are coming up huge for Ottawa as they're absolutely game-changing, saving lives left and right.
The dragon, should have been just BCUs to begin with, because Mace is kind of engaged on there into that mid lane. Now it's a little less confident for them, as now Ottawa, they're going to take it. Killian walking up. He is pretty tanky, though.
Knock up and flashing away again. This is huge. Ottawa using a whole lot of summoner spells. In the next 5 minutes, it's on Briarcliff to make sure they take advantage of that summoner spell usage.
Ankh being sneaky in the bush here. Probably trying to bait Riversider to push a little bit early, as he has picked up the Frostborn Gauntlet. 4-1 on the Rost form of Kayn here. Flat Cleaver in hand. Just right now, BCU is on the back. They're down 6,000 gold, and now Ankh is just getting the barrage.
Ace in the Hole came in as well with the Rite of the Arcane. Coda and Levi from half a lane away are looking for more kills. Ankh dodging everything, but the Arcane Comet, it was too much to handle. Shibby, Ottawa extending their gold lead to 7,000, now pushing into the top lane inner turret. Maces and Belko trying to look together, but watch this. Here's Killian, here's Trickster. They're going in on Belko. So low, not enough. The Dawning Shadow might be enough to keep him alive. Teleport coming in. It's Zolani joining the mid lane. Belko got caught by the boomerang. Killian not able to go mega to survive. A 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Briarcliff trying to hang on here in game 2.
Trying to do what they can. A lot of resources invested for the side of BCU, right? Pete's ultimate, Mace's ultimate, Flash from Belko, the Dawning Shadow as well. So much just for Killian. While on the top side, Ottawa got Ankh, they got tier 1, they got the lane shoved in. The objective bounties are online for BCU, and that, if anything, is an indication of how far you are behind this game. As Hyper coming in, he's a Xerath main. I see why you play him, man. This guy is absolutely destructive in the right situations. Zolani is just going to get walked down, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh. That was brutal. Trickster says, you know what, guys? I'm used to having a lot of these kills. Let me get at least one.
Night Harvester in hand, Dark Harvest as well. Looking for the big Bomba burst. Ankh trying to go onto Killian here, just shoving that wave in. We haven't seen too much out of him. Yeah, he got killed onto that top side. You look at the gold, right? Levi, 8K, that makes sense. Pete, 6.7, that makes sense. You go a little further. Coda at 6.3? He's in the top 5 for gold as a support, man.
Yeah, that's 2,000 ahead of Belko. Zolani and her support just trying to stack up those tiers of the goddess to get to the mid game, but I wonder if it's just going to be too late. Ankh with no outer turret, is getting ganked here. The ultimate waiting to be used, but the Wombo Combo Trickster with the body slam sets up the team. No trial there, just an execution up in top.
Judge, jury, and executioner, the Ottawa Braves play here. As now looking to get some of that local turret gold, gets the comeback gold as well here. BCU playing it as best you can given the situation, right? I mean, down 7K, rough laning phases across the board. They're kind of just quietly going into the night.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's just a normal occurrence with Coda on Xerath. Ottawa Braves on the Rift. We talked about their composition flexibility, right? The Zoe Varus. Now they've got the Xerath Kate bot lane. They've also got the Gragas Yasuo mid. They've got so much going for them as Mace is looking to be the hero here.
Oh, he gets deleted to start the fight. Coda picking up another long-range kill. Ankh in the backline, just watching as his team gets picked off one after another. And Ottawa standing strong, the mental still together, fighting here in the playoff upper bracket semifinals, Shibby. They're up big here in the second match.
Second game, a complete flip-flop of game one. It was back and forth, but Ottawa right now just putting on a clinic saying, Pete, you can get the cane. You can be 5-1. You can be 10-1. You can be 20-1. I don't really care. Ottawa just putting on just a massive performance. And this Caitlyn Zayrath, does this get banned out in game 3 for Briarcliff? They end up losing this?
If you want to go the Senna Vagar, you better be prepared to go up against some tough early game comps. Riverside getting melted down. The knockup may come through, but the ultimate not used. Ankh trying to pick up some more of those objective bounties. Pete is up here on the top side of the map, but Killian with Flash and Hop available is quite safe, and he's actually going to go toe-to-toe with Pete. He smites to secure the Krugs. Levi coming up into the top lane. The Chargers have the numbers advantage. They might look for the fight here. Mace is focusing on Killian. Ignores Levi in the jungle. Mace is having a tough game on this Silas.
I will give him the benefit of the doubt there. I don't think he actually saw Levi around the cone of
Right.
vision, but now it gets flipped on its head. Zayrath from miles away throws down the Arcane Barrage. Not needed at all. I don't even think he hit one. Didn't get an assist there. Levi and Killian flip the script. They take the kill onto Ankh after what should have been a BCU numbers advantage.
Down in numbers, but up in damage. They're trying once again to find the bait. Here comes Maces, slamming him into the wall. There we go. Killian overextending just a little bit. Wasn't expecting Briarcliff to stick around for that one. Dragon, meanwhile, was secured by Ottawa. They're up 2-1, a Mountain Rift, as the Rift Herald is thrown down. Bot Trickster looking for more kills with Coda. Belko gets chunked to half HP immediately. That's the Shadow Flame Ludens combo. Ace in the hole. Zolani tanks it for the support. Ankh pushing out a lot of damage. But Last Breath comes through. 1-for-1 trade so far. Pete getting locked up. Levi goes legendary. 8-0-5 here in game number 2.
Levi.
The belt over Pacemaker takes the double kill as they're sieging the inhibitor off of Shelly's, charging through, trying to crack open this base. Killian teleporting to help secure it, and Ottawa Braves are up 10,000 gold as they start to focus on the inhibitor.
Levi 9-0-5, taking that loss to heart, says, you know what? Calling for the lane dominance, calling for the Caitlyn. You love to see Ottawa bounce back with that resilience. Losing a game like game 1 and saying, you know what? There was no issue with us. We're fine. We're just gonna run back some hard lane winning picks here. Levi and Coda collectively 9-0-5, 4-1-9. These guys have just been running the Rift so far.
Big item leads coming into play here as we hit the 22-minute mark. Shibby Baron in the sights of the Braves, as they've definitely got enough damage to finish it off. Coda might just take blue. Nope. Pete able to secure it, but look at the line of traps. Levi going to be zoning away the Chargers as they have no shot of contesting this objective. Baron Nashor already at 50% HP. The objective claimed by the Braves.
It's gone, right? In blink of an eye, Ottawa takes that Baron. 22-minute mark as well. They're going to be looking to siege, and what a disgusting siege they have. Coda with 1 Q, half health Belko, by the way. That is just that M-Pen, that Ludens, that burst coming out. It's so disgusting how they can just 1 Q, Trickster can throw a barrel, and Levi will just use the ace in the hole and says, you know what? You either block this or you die, as that gets thrown out. Zolani already down to 75% HP.
Those Vagar range buffs are pretty helpful overall in the bot lane, but against the likes of Caitlyn Zayrath, It is just simply not enough to contest Zolani. She's been zoned away since pretty much the start of the game, really. Now the siege begins. This is what we call in the books barren power play, to say the least. Now Riverside is caught underneath the event. Horizon getting zoned up and sent back to base. Shutdown goes over to Pete as Briarcliff defends their top inhibitor. Oh my god!
Oh, Coda from downtown, baby, picks up a kill, makes it 1-for-1 with the Arcane Barrage.
And so much for defending the inhibitor turret. It was just an initial zoning death as Shutdown goes over. Killian coming in, stunning up to Levi and Coda, safe in the back line, continuing to fire away. 10-0-6 performance as the last inhibitor is exposed here. The ultimate comes through, but Levi staying alive. The primordial burst ends the deathless game. But the third inhibitor falls, Shibby. The base is completely cracked open for Briarcliff. Now Zolani and Belko trying to stave away any more pushing, but there's already super minions coming in through bot.
All three inhibs taken out. The double supers will be pouring in. Dragon, free as can be for Ottawa here. Looking a little bit ahead. BCU, because of that game 1 win, will get side selection, and it looks like right now red side, as we see that gold chasm happening, red side is what looks to be winning around MEC just in general, right? I think in some of these close games you see red side just kind of taking it, right? The counter pick is very strong, having that ability to rotate potentially 2 OP champions and being able to see all of the BCU composition before locking in your final champion has proved very, very, very good in the MEC overall. So now, BCU, it is looking like a wrap for them unless they do a miracle-based defense here. They will get side selection. And what are you expecting for them on the red side? Do you think they'll just take the Caitlyn Xerath away? Do you think they'll lock the Vygar? I think the Senna is going to be sticking around for Belko. I think that will be their staple. They might just look to pair it up with a melee champion.
With how Zolani and Belko have sort of approached this season, they haven't been the most lane-dominant duo, much more like a survive and thrive sort of situation, and they've been starved out of this one because of the hyper-aggression early on from the Caitlyn Xerath duo. Let's see if this is going to be the end of Game 2, though, Shibbies. We're kind of thinking about what's going on in the next match here with just so many super minions piling on here. The first Nexus turret falls. The second one barely hanging on with a sliver of HP. One shot from Levi is going to be able to finish it off there. Engage comes through. A whole lot of damage from way downtown. Coda cleans up with the Wombo combo. This is the Braves we've seen all season long, Shibby, as they get an ace to finish off Game 2.
Levi and Coda, skilled players, but that is not normally. This is very, very insane. They need to check their PC end game. Not cheating, but maybe using the game deficit. Crazy performance from the Ottawa bot lane here. And we said, if BCU goes something, that you said is that survive and thrive kind of lane, right? Something that's a bit more passive. Coda and Levi have been one of the more lane dominant bot lanes in the MEC. We saw Purdue Northwest take it to them last series, right? Against BCU, the Draven and these kind of crazy picks. Now Ottawa taking something a little bit more lane dominant with the Caitlyn Xerath has kind of just thrown this Vygar Senna off, right? You can't pick that anymore unless you ban these characters out.
Yeah, and they already try to ban away the Varus. That's Levi's one of his top champions, very lane dominant, goes with the poke theme, something they don't want to play into as the Senna Veigar duo. For Briarcliff, I think it's up to Afternoon. What other aces up his sleeve does he got for Zolani and Belko to work things out down in the bot lane? I think that will be key, Shibby, there in Game 2. complete turnaround for Ottawa in this match here as we buckle up and get ready for game number 3. The first seed has shaken off of the rust. Shibby, do you have one more thought for me before we head into break?
Oh, no. We're okay. We're okay.
Do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, AVDG, a leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator spanning from Mac over in the East Coast all the way to Shibby out west. AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology design services, professional installation, and world-class service across the U.S. AVDG maintains and secures the success of their technologies through their extensive Simplicity service division that works continuously to monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors that stop gamers like us from enjoying the very most of not only competition but the game itself. That's going to do it for our second match. Don't click out of that browser. More MEC playoff action coming your way soon. challenge comes out as Maces wants to go toe-to-toe with the best top laner in MEC. Let's see if they can pull it off in the 1v2. Break's gonna get that healing. Pete gets charmed up. Jinqual joins the fight, teleports in, and that's the difference maker.
For a gank here onto Loveheart. Ezreal doesn't have the movement abilities available.
Oh, he got him!
In a dangerous way, though, is going to find themselves getting punished. Oh, it feels so bad for Killer Guy. That is unfair. This man just wants to eat, but he won't let him cook. It's a double kill for Kaido, and Harold's in the mid lane. Fat Cat trying to finish him off, but the brother comes in
knocking at the inhibitor turret. Recall starting to get channeled. Meanwhile, the engage comes through. The Cataclysm is going to trap the whole squad in here. It's a whole lot of damage coming out from Illinois College. The Wombo combo just destroys the Panthers.
As well. So this Briarcliff, they're feeling a little inspired, it feels like. They want to have that comeback. Sage, you're in a dangerous situation. You can't be that far forward. You need to show a little bit of fear. The Call of the Forge guy comes in, tags onto two members. They're dropping three. Usopp trying to get back to the rest of the team, but drop a comet out of space, leaves a crater as your grave.
Fugo able to kind of capitalize on it, burst some down. Azula did not have any time to flash or cleanse until the hook comes in. Another guy preemptively.
Ooh, Primordial Burst plus the Electrocute is going to be enough for the Execute. Mythic blocks the rocket to keep Super Fast Monkey alive, and another hook underneath the turret. They're too clean, Shibby. Another hook to grab Fat Cat underneath the turret. Do they have enough? They've used a lot of resources. Mastermind trying to cash in the Lantern. Not going to be able to use their Silver Ritter. Gets taken down. Illini may have bitten off more than they can chew. The Panthers send all 5 members into the mid lane. That's going to cost them minions in the side wave, but the skirmish continues as Refugo has joined the battle. He's got 1 kill, can't pick up a second. Mastermind trying to get kills there, but he only gets 1. 2 for...
This game's insane.
Wow.
This is just nuts.
No! Wait, whoa!
What is happening?
From Central Money High. Ain't that a good amount of damage possibly here? It's going to secure the Baron as well, but they're taking so much damage. Mastermind is in there. Where your Baron buff at now? Killer guy jumping around the team fight. Gets another one knocked out. Cuz trying to heal up with the Kingslayer. But Kaido, the janitorial duty is theirs. They're looking to clean up the rest. But your Baron buff is getting laid to waste. Baymax hits the corrupted train.
Wait for Kai. It might be a good time to fight. Hook onto Newbie. Newbie actually gets taken down so quickly here. Ohio Northern looking for a potential fight. The Punisher goes on to Kai, stunned up from Kato. Refugo, meanwhile, in the backline, still healthy, still alive. Cuz about to go down. The Gale Force connects. Flash Unstoppable Force. Was that a prediction from a Silak? He locks down King Kai. That's what they wanted, but Baron getting low. The blue team secures it. Briarcliff gets it. The Panthers now, all their hopes and dreams getting dashed in that moment as the objective is secured. Zolani zooming, trying to track down the Panthers jungler.
But at the same time, you do have...
Oh no, guys!
No way does he die here. That is so...
Trying to repel away, is able to get on out. Meanwhile, Cylindric going underneath the turret. Showstopper into the Haymaker is gonna send him packing. Cylindric gets a kill.
Charge connecting. Going on the Jingle here, trying to find a pick onto somebody, but it's just so much damage as return. They continue to lay in. The Call of the Forge guy coming through. You tag one, you get one, but that's about all you gonna get. Oh, possibly, they go Mega. They're gonna look to try and jump over the wall. They're gonna wait out the timer. GBU is not gonna let Brave pick the fight they want. Castle is getting tagged. They get tagged. Shutdown goes over.
Oh, killing it.
Girl. They find all
look
of
at
them. Throw in the shockwave. Mark Gonzalez is the only member. But they get dropped. Ottawa Brave. They find the fight that they've been dreaming of.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Unified live stream. Thank you guys so much for joining us as we continue on our coverage of the MEC CLOL 2023 playoffs. Ottawa Braves answering back BCU's crazy Game 1 with absolute domination in Game 2 as we get geared up and ready to go for Game number 3. The teams are swapping sides as they get ready to face off once more.
My appetite is settled. My thirst is quenched in that quick break, just like Ottawa made quick work of BCU in Game 2. It was just a masterclass, right? The Zayrath Caitlyn into the Vigar Senna, outranging them, diving them without really diving them, right? They just
Is that what we call diving now?
That's the new age dive, right? Back in my day, we used to send 5 people bot lane. But now they just need a couple long-range abilities here. Although Red Side is going over to BCU, not something we would have expected. Like we mentioned, Red Side, really, really strong counter pick available. Being able to see pretty much a majority, if not the whole composition before you start drafting your pieces. There's way too many OP picks kind of on the board at the moment that if you just give one away, you are liable to just give 1-2 over, right? Again, on the red side, Aurelion Sol, Annie, Yumi, Gragas, right? Xante mid, Udyr. That's more of me. I think Udyr's OP. But too many busted champions at the moment to where now I think red side just, you can get that rotation going. As now we are into the draft with some techno music or something going on? Oh,
It's Game 3, Shibby. Welcome to the final match of this series. The winner punching their ticket to the final Wichita land next week to potentially battle for a spot in Grand Finals in hopes of pursuing a College League of Legends championship. That's what's on the line for these teams, as Ottawa not changing up much. Maces is not getting his signature Aurelion Sol in this series.
No ASOL here, banning that out both on blue and red side here. And with the Alawi given over to Ankh and not really doing much with it, honestly. OU don't need to throw a ban there. They don't even need to throw a ban to that Udyr, what seems like. As BCU, they kind of just have to have the same standard 3 bans. Rumble, Kindred, Varus. Like, you don't kind of budge on those, unfortunately, and you kind of work through what you see after the main ban phase is over and the main pick phase is over. That's where you really start to hyper index, like, hey, we're going to ban this out, we're going to ban this out, we're going to take stuff away from you. They might just 3-ban Levi here, potentially.
And it feels like Ottawa so far, Shibby, especially after game number 1, adapting super well to this series, picking up what BCU is putting down and getting that, I think, perfect counter recipe. Afternoon is really, I think, has his work cut out for him in this final match. We'll have to see. Coda and Levi looked completely different between game 1 and 2, with the Jinx Yumi in game 1 not giving them a whole lot of priority early on, switching it up, going to the Caitlyn Zerath. They looked just like a well-oiled machine, putting Zolani and Velko really in the dirt, giving them that salty run back. They said, you want to run the same comp into us again? 2 games in a row? Well, you best believe we've got something cooked up to go into that. Yumi taken away, banned by Ottawa on the blue side. They're not going to be looking to first pick it here.
No, not at all. They left it up game 1. They put Coda on it. I think Coda's just better on other stuff.
Yep.
Right? And it's not even that. It's not even the statement that Coda is a bad Yumi. It's just certain players are better on things that they can be more proactive on, that they can do more damage on, more CC. Like, that's just how it kind of is, right? And when you have a player like Coda, you're actually nerfing him when you put him on Yumi. When you're putting him on these sort of, I would say, enchanters, right? Give him something where he can make an impact on. Give him something to where he can kind of put the hands in his game a little bit. And you saw it. I mean, they destroyed bot lane. They don't win bot lane without having a duo like this. And they're just going to slam the Caitlyn B1. They're saying, you know what? You have nothing to counter this. I dare
sense.
you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Shibby. Zolani and Belko, what have they played all season that goes well into Caitlyn? Not Zeri, certainly not that Veigar Senna duo. What else have they got for us in the final series? Ezreal,
like it.
Maybe not going to get as shut down early on, but I still worry. It's very much the Briarcliff survive and thrive mindset, but are they going to be able to survive against this Caitlyn Levi? And who knows what Levi's going to pick in this second phase of picks for Ottawa. They've got free reign to go back to the Xerath, to maybe pick up Lux, or to even go Ashe. Briarcliff, I like this. Give Pete that Viego.
If it ain't broke, you don't fix it. Giving Pete Viego here, letting the man slice through the team. That is I like what BCU is sticking to their guns here. Ezreal, cheap item thresholds, right? Even if he's down in a couple CS, his items are a little bit lower in gold, right? He can kind of build those without having to worry too much. Has some interesting times to spike. Gnar being locked in for a killing here. Once again, taking that into the top lane blind. They are going to take their support here. I presume Ottawa, like you said, Xerath up. But can get countered by something like if they want to go like hard engage, or they want to go maybe like heal with the Soraka, right? If they want to go something a little bit more aggressive. Now, Lee Sin for Trickster, showing off the mechanics. Picking that into Ezreal, though, is a little bit of a head scratcher. We saw Trickster get aggressive on the Jarvan into the Viego. He took Lethal Tempo. I expect something similar with the Lee Sin, potentially taking Conquer and just looking to invade Pete here once again. As now, that a Malphite being locked in? I like it. You're setting Pete up for success. Easy to use engage. Levi doesn't have a lot of mobility. The 90 caliber net, not enough, right? If you're playing it right, it's almost a guaranteed flash or death. I like the Malphite. Keeping it simple, keeping it a buck, really, for BCU here.
Yeah. Shibby, you can see below me the hype bar is slowly raising.
You're charging up.
I'm charging up. I'm ready for this match. I'm getting super excited. I like giving Ankh, give him engage. Don't put him on the Alawi. Don't wait for Ottawa to come for you. The success that the Chargers have came from charging into the fight, Shibby, and giving Ankh the onus to engage onto Ottawa. It is something I really like. A nice adaptation from Afternoon here, trying to set up the team for success. Ezreal, Karma, lots of survivability for the potential bot lane, and a support that's pretty hard to bully out early on, but the Coda Thresh is coming out.
And Ottawa bravely going where no man has gone before, into that bot lane, right? I got you. You got the BCU puns. I can hit it up with the Ottawa puns. Thresh a little rough into the Karma early, right? Got to get a couple levels before you can really start threatening this team. And the cards are on the table. The gloves taken off. Lee Sin LeBlanc in the early game. The 2v2 will absolutely be massive. And we saw the Vex being hovered. Hyper in the green room was talking about the Malzahar, right? He wants to see it back into play. Swapping back and forth. What are we going to see here? The tension is going neither. Galio being locked in. A suitable counter. I wouldn't say counter, but a suitable matchup into LeBlanc. Just aims to survive. Mesa said it's best when he's a facilitator. Well, you got what you want. BCU, Galio, Malphite. The Bash brothers are here. Levi Pug, I feel bad for you, brother. It's going to be a rough game come these mid-game team fights.
Now the question on my mind, Shibby, is Briarcliff going to make it to that point? Trickster's Lee Sin, from what we've seen so far, has been very tough to play into. It has been peak Trickster jungle diff season on a champion like that. And going into Pete, who has shown really high peaks consistently, right? Thinking back to game 1, even game 2 on the Kane looked pretty good. I love Maces on the Galio, as you mentioned, Shibby, the roaming potential to help out his other lanes. BCU, I think, once again, not too much early game focus, but with how much they love to skirmish, I know we're going to be seeing some fighting in the early game regardless of the composition. But I think we gotta give Ottawa their flowers of they've got a really strong comp in the early game that might be better suited for that skirmishing that we so commonly see.
Yeah, Briarcliff, they got what worked, right? A little bit of everything from Series 1, a little bit of everything from Series 2 here. Diego, Galio, Malphite, right? A very all-in composition. The survive and thrive bot lane, like you mentioned. Ezreal, Karma will eventually be relevant. Karma provides some of that poke back, that pushback onto Levi. But Ottawa sticking to their guns, throwing the gauntlets off. We're in game 3, baby.
Summoners, welcome onto the Rift for the deciding match between Ottawa Braves and Briarcliff University. The loser sent down to the lower bracket. The winner headed to Wichita for next week's playoff LAN action. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
5-point defenses across the board. Coda, once again, 3 out of 3 times going to that bot lane, getting the ward down there into that mid-tri-bush, and then backing, I believe, for sweeper here. Not much. Both of these teams kind of playing, I would say, you know, a little bit apprehensively right now. No invades, no shenanigans, nothing like that. Coda probably not willing to start Q and invade here, and obviously the invade coming out from BCU not too good here. So a standard 5-point as Belka goes for a cheeky Q prediction, maybe gets some gold here. Doesn't get anything, unfortunately. Nobody's standing in that bush. So right now, overall, both of these junglers, starts are hidden. They don't know where they're starting. I'm assuming both of these laners are going to kind of delay themselves coming into lane at the same time so that these junglers can get a completely dark start here. And for Ottawa, name of the game is to just kind of snowball with this LeBlanc Lee Sin, right? Put the pressure on Maces. Don't let them roam and put them far back enough to where they can't really do anything come mid-game.
It's like Scooby-Doo for these junglers, a complete mystery, but they end up starting on the same side of the map. Could end up meeting bot lane Trickster. A heavy focus into the bot lane during game number 2 after focusing on the top side of the map during game number 1. Realized, hey, Killian is handling business. I need to make sure my bot lane is set up for success, and Kodo looking like Mac Dewey down there with the hooks. Little mind games, really aiming for the support, as I think both Belko and Zolani were expecting the hook to land onto Ezreal.
Actually did end up skilling hook level 1. You're not going to get too much value out of that fillet, potentially, right? The auto is not worth it, as Mace is familiar with the matchup. The moment Riverside had walked in, or kind of dashed in, the insta-W went out. Nice little trade coming out. LeBlanc Galio, always kind of exciting, I think, in the early trading because of how much damage can get put out. Galio's burst damage is a little bit unexpected.
Oh, watch Trickster here.
Mega Fist. Trickster, though, is prepping for a gank. Maces will be fine. I like that. I like that.
Just walk away, able to dash on out of there, not caught off guard. Trickster headed down towards bot lane. Pete up big in terms of farming. But let's see here. Is Trickster going to be able to catch Pete out? The Scryer's Bloom goes off. Pete knows what's up. He's running for the hills. The smite secure. Pete actually picks it up. A successful full clear, as Trickster's going to have to go back to his own jungle. We see Riverside roaming down towards the bot lane as well. Ottawa looking for a weak point, but Briarcliff standing strong.
Vi with the fancy feet, dodges out Armor's Q. Now Koda's back in the lane here. Could hit a hook. Oh! It is actually fine. Just uses the W or the shield. Quiet early game so far, but Ankh in this top lane. The Arcane Comet Malphite is just putting in work right now onto Killian. Killian's had to burn his only pot and has just been kind of down in HP in this lane for the majority of this game.
Trickster does double scuttle through the early game and get down quite aggressive ward there, getting some vision onto Pete's Raptor. So later on is Pete, I think, going to go for another full clear, should get spotted out. Trickster going down now, finally clearing out his bot lane without going for a recall. I think this is ideal for Briarcliff, right? We've talked about them wanting to look for the early game, and not getting caught out so far is really good, but the route on to Belko, a whole lot of damage, so many headshots, the Ignite burning him away! You can only survive and thrive for so long before the death sentence comes through! Zolani tries to shift on out of there, but Trickster dashing over the wall is looking to pick up yet another kill. Zolani forced to burn Flash to escape.
Zolani had to burn Flash. That hook coming out from Koda warped around the minions, and the rest is history. Levi with the follow-up trap. The Caitlyn Thresh may not be Zerath, but still equally oppressive here. BCU trying to do something. Autofilled Pete is spotted on a ward here, so not much is going to come with it. I think the one thing to note with these compositions is that Maces ended up going TP while Riverside did go Ignite here. So the TP advantage technically in the favor of BCU, can join fights a little bit more, can get numbers advantage. And I think that's how they're going to win this. They're not going to win these kind of mono-a-mono 1v1 or 2v2 fights. They've got to fight a little unfair. They've got to kind of get that numbers advantage and catch Ottawa in a position where they think they're the better team. They think they've got an opportunity to kill here and an opportunity to kind of be a little bit more aggressive. And instead, flip that on its script and say, you know what? You have to be a little bit more apprehensive when you're going to take these fights, when you're going to push these advantages. Now, Trickster looking to gank.
Here's Meganar. The Wombo stun combo. Now Ankh trying to stun up Trickster. One more turret shot finishes him off. Ankh survives the tower dive. Killian and Trickster, a rare misfire, Shibby.
Not just survives, pays it back with blood. Said, when you come strong, you better come correct. Ankh gets the kill here. Malphite, not the sexiest of champions, but definitely gets the job done.
Oh my goodness. And job well done indeed for Ankh. Setting Trickster behind a little bit gives time for Pete to continue farming up, and some much needed gold for what I think is going to be an important matchup. Killian was hoping to, I think, run away with that and kind of start snowballing a lead with the initial tower dive, but it completely goes south and buys time for the Chargers to storm through in the mid game.
In game one, Trickster was giving a lot of attention to this top lane, right? Killian was on the Cho'Gath, a little bit different. Ankh was getting heavily pressured in game one. It was 0-3 at one point on the Ornn, but that is what kind of, I'm not going to say lost them game one, but that pressure, that over-investment definitely seemed to hurt them because Pete was just focusing bot lane. He was picking up kills there. He was picking up kills mid, letting kind of Ankh just play weak side here. And instead, when he picked up that kill, now it kind of flips the script. It's like now, well, Killian's on the back foot. He's taking a lot of damage. He does have that CS lead. But, I mean, if you get Malphite closer and closer to the items, it doesn't matter how far Levi is ahead. You have a tank. As the E does get channeled, nice.
Riverside coming as well, Shibby. The Dragon's Rage comes on out. Maces might be too late to the roam. Koda getting low. A kill comes through for Maces' hero's entrance coming on down. Belko not the one getting rooted up, but the damage comes in too strong. Pete is up in the top lane, unable to help out his bottom side.
don't think Pete wins this. Killian can kite it out.
The hyper comes through for the kill. Oh my goodness. Ottawa winning in bot and now getting a lead in top as well. That not going over to Pete is absolutely huge. Now Ankh trying to finish this off. But Riverside is roaming up into the top lane. The Rift Herald is secured by Ottawa as Ankh goes down as well. Briarcliff down 3,000 gold here at the 9-minute mark.
Blink of an eye, the gold gets flipped on its favor here. I think Zolani and Belko unfortunately misplayed that dive. With Maces coming in, they weren't in tower range, right? The bottom lane tower couldn't kind of be that fourth man that they needed. Yep. Maces ulting in, yeah, he picks up a kill, but that was just kind of a massive misplay from them. You'd have loved them stay under tower. As Coda fainting pressure here with the fake lantern. The Season 5, Season 4 Thresh tricks coming in handy.
Pete now looking top lane, but is just going to get sent hacking. In that successful game 1, it was Pete helping dominate the bot lane, but this time around, it's Zolani and Belko getting put very far behind once again. Levi's Caitlyn up big, 1-0-2. The Bloodthirster has already been completed.
Yeah, BTU rush once again, and the damage profile on BCU is looking a little low as well. It's going to provide so much more value. Realistically, it's Pete and Zolani, the ones that can output a lot of that damage. Ankh is going tank, right? Mazes is building, his champion just inherently is more of a tank, more of a bruisery kind of mid lane mages. Pete is going to get aggressed on here.
Hook
Zolani
connected.
gets caught with the hook. I think he channeled the E though, so he buffered it.
Look at this, fighting all over the map. Ankh, ultimate available, but Meganar just so tanky. Lantern on out. Trickster focusing on Scuttle, but is here potentially to help out his bot lane. Just constant shoving for Levi as he's trying to set up yet another dive. Belko going to spot out Trickster, and they have to simply run for the hills. It's a 30 CS lead on top of turret plating. Going over to Levi, this lead just stacking up higher and higher. Maces, without his ultimate, can't really look to help out. Now the turret might be going down, Chibi.
It's down, it's done. As Maces trading it on to Riverside here. Riverside just doing a good job keeping him in the mid lane, not letting him roam, not letting him do anything. Ottawa Braves take tier 1 turret, full plate gold at 11 minutes. That's a whole lot of gold going into the favor of Levi and Coda here.
And now Dragon next up on the menu. 5,000 gold ahead. The continuing snowball is rolling and rolling, Shibby. Ottawa picking up right where they left off during game number 2. Now Briarcliff down but not out. They've got a little bit of a scaling to do here. Looking at the item completion, Zolani may have the Essence Reaver, but that tier of the Goddess is a far way away from getting stacked on up.
Have we mentioned, like, maybe the Ezreal doesn't lose as hard? They actually, it looks like they ended up doing worse into the Caitlyn lane, right? Caitlyn Thresh, not as poke heavy, but just still allowing Levi to exert pressure onto the map. Rotating him now, it looks like, to be into that top lane to pick up even more plates. Potentially taking a book out of Loveheart here, just maybe 15 plates, as the Rift Herald that was picked up by Killian in that earlier skirmish around the 8 to 9 minute mark is now channeled into the top side, and that's going to be more turret plate gold going on to Levi.
Just beautiful early game execution from the side of Ottawa. This is textbook, page 3, section C, subsection 3. You dominate bot lane, send them up top, and this is the Rift Herald variation of this opening. A beautiful job as Ottawa continue extending the gold lead. More and more getting funneled into Levi's Caitlyn, who's once again just looking so strong. Now Trickster coming up into the top lane, has caught out Belko going underneath the turret, takes the lantern on out, and this is just beautiful League of Legends to watch here as he's dashing back in. The Q just barely misses.
Pete is here, but Pete can't do much. Is now Ankh potentially going on the Killian, but he's going to transform into Meganar. We've seen Ankh lose these fights.
Tries to get the ultimate for the kill early on, gets slammed into the wall after flashing away the initial stun, and Ankh just doesn't have quite enough damage at this point. Gonna just shove in the wave and recall. Trickster has reset, but the top lane outer turret has fallen, Shibby, and the gold lead extends to 6,000.
6,000 at the 14-minute mark. Bloodthirster in hand for Caitlyn. Has the Noon Quiver mythic item components as well. Briarcliff is just so far behind, and ultimate comes out from Zolani. Delays the back just a little bit here, but unfortunately there's nothing to grab. Battlefield Pete. Oh, I believe it. Okay, yeah, he did secure the scuttle. We take those. Consolation prize wins there. We take the scuttle here. But now Levi top lane taken. Bot lane taken. Mid lane is in his sights here. And without any turret plating, it's just a little bit squishier. They will be able to take this up, I would assume, eventually.
Look at Trickster, once again, just so aggressive, looking for the
In a
angles,
menace.
looking for the kick, does have flash available, makes it tricky for Briarcliff to look for one of these fights. Levi, just so safe, Riverside looking for picks in the jungle as well. Ace in the hole comes out, chunks out Zolani by a little bit. Ottawa, relentless in their early assault.
Yeah, they're just not letting up the pressure. Gas. A foot on the gas, right? No brake pedal needed. They actually just took out the brake pedal, the emergency brake, any sort of brake locks. All of that is gone. It is just a one-way ticket to the Nexus for Ottawa Braves right now. Not relenting. Not even relenting on this pressure here. Really, really rough for Briarcliff. It just feels like they can't do anything. Pete's been trying to match Trickster, but Trickster is just so mobile, he's so slippery, he's providing all that pressure. And even if you do get an engage onto them, Ottawa have summoners, they have the item advantage, they have so much ready to go. BCU need to get a Hail Mary of an engage to even get some of this gold back, because right now, it's inching further and further ahead.
The stun misses from Pete up in the top lane as the Rift Herald, the second one of the game, Shibby, was secured by Ottawa as well. They have figured out the secret sauce. They know the counter to the recipe. And they are popping off here in Game 3 as Killian, one rock after another. Can he go for the last one? He gets the reset, the snipe. Ankh forced to ultimate away as the third dragon is about to hit the map.
8 seconds in, not having that Malphite ultimate is so crucial, right? BCU cannot even look to contest it at all. In a situation where Ottawa would be the most group, right? In the pit, around the pit. That's where you can kind of layer your CC, layer your engage. Malphite ultimate, yeah, that being down is so rough. I don't think they can take this fight even if they want to.
Whew, 2 items already completed for Levi's Caitlyn. This is the Ottawa we have seen all season long, dominant in the early game. I think they've pretty much dominated every single one of the MEC teams at least once early on, and kudos to them for figuring out the right adaptations needed for this series as the objective is secured. It is tough, Shibby, to lose one game and then to come back, figure things out, reset, and now cleanly take back-to-back games. The Rift Herald dropped mid, gonna continue to open up this map. Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
potential
engage coming in. Oh, the
Sheesh.
W to the lantern, to the smooth getaway. Coda and Trickster sharing the same brain right now.
Yeah, they are synced up here in the series. A big charge into the inhibitor turret, Shibby. Pete taking the explosive cone wrong way, didn't want to give it to Killian, flashing to the lantern. Coda saves yet another life, one lantern at a time. Briarcliff can't find their way into the fight. Flash hook barely shifted away. Zolani escapes what is certain death. The mid lane inhibitor turret looks weakened, battered, and taken down as Ottawa open the base of Briarcliff.
Yeah, 18 minutes in, not taking the Nexus, not funneling super minions in here. Don't know if that's a conscious effort from Ottawa, or they just feel kind of like the death timers are not long enough. They don't want to risk getting dove under. So regardless, a smart play working out for them, not taking the inhib, leaving that up pre-20 minutes because there's no objectives to pressure. There's nothing to take. No Baron, no Dragon. Why give free EXP and gold over?
Whew. Extending the gold lead now, Shibby, to 9,000. Ottawa in complete control. I think notably what stands out for me in this match, Pete on the Viego that we saw in game number 1 coming into game number 3. High expectations. This is what I was talking about. The high peaks for Pete and the low lows. 0-1-0 has just been kind of farming this game and really struggled to find a successful gank.
Yeah, I mean, the score has been static, right, kill-wise? But just the gold has been just extending further and further. They just haven't been able to get anything done here. The mobility is just too much for BCU to handle. Riverside, it did burn everything, but
Another lantern.
there's Coda. There's Coda with the lantern, right? With the save. What do you do when you play hard engage? And this is not necessarily a disengage composition from Ottawa. This is more of a keep away, get out of range composition, right? Like, you're never actually going to be able to engage onto us, not because we have disengage tools necessarily, but just in terms of, like, we are just so safe. You just can't do anything. Double mobility from Lee Sin, from the LeBlanc. Obviously, Killian has a lot of mobility in the Minar form.
Squad.
Yeah, and look at this death bush here. Like, it's so rough for BCU to find anything because Ottawa's just not giving it to them.
Ottawa now turning their attention to the top lane, grouping up, trying to find the chink in the armor. Let's see if Briarcliff can find the engage they're hoping for. Pete looking for the resets. Teleport coming in. Hook onto Belko. Engage there onto Levi. Getting bursted out but able to flash. Heal. Stay alive and get out of the fight. Pete now getting hooked.
The hook.
Pete getting shut down. Can't find the resets. Riverside on a killing spree. Here comes Killian. Double slam into the wall. Ace in the hole coming out. Big damage onto Zolani. Forced out of the fight. Coda getting low, but another hook. Riverside on a rampage. That's 2-4-0. Trickster coming into the fight. Looking for more kills. Riverside a double kill. Taking everything he can get. Looking for the full course menu. Taking a turret shot, but not going to go down. Ottawa loses no one. Slivers of HP, and they survive. Mace is looking for the cleanup, but he can't get it! 4 kills going over to Ottawa, and they lose no one as they turn their attention to Baron Nashor.
Health bars are low, but that is not a problem here. Baron, 21 and a half minutes in. Expert team play from Ottawa. They are tuned in. They are on the same wavelength. Game 1, a fluke. Ottawa take game 2 convincingly, and now they're looking to take game 3 in an even more convincing fashion. 12,000 gold at the 22-minute mark. Briarcliff need a miracle and a half to even get back into this game.
With the Baron power play online, Dragon might not even be a priority. The no inhibitors have gone down, so super minions haven't gone quite started, but look at this, an easy pick. Riverside certainly dominating as the Medjais has been purchased. The stacks are coming. The pages more and more get added to the book as Ankh slammed into the wall. Killian not going to be one to let him escape. Riverside yet another kill on a beautiful LeBlanc performance. 7-0-2.
7-0-2. Sages stacked. Zolani and Levi going 1v1. Levi said, dude, you don't win this. I've got BT. I've got the Gale Force. I've got everything going in my pocket here. Even with Zolani at the 2-item power spec, she just wasn't enough here. And now it looks like the push is commencing. Mid lane inhibitor is taken down. Bot lane looks to be the next target. Ottawa Braves looking like the Braves' #1 seed that we saw in the regular season.
This is what builds up the hype for our top 3 teams here in the MEC as another hook connects onto Ankh. No ultimate. Another hook. Perma CC for Coda as he keeps on finding more stuns from Killian. Trickster helping out as well. Levi big headshots as he continues to melt through Briarcliff. Pete looking for resets, but he can't quite continue the fight just yet, Shibby. They have to worry about the wave. They have to worry about the Baron power play coming through. But Ottawa not feeling confident enough yet. They don't have the health to continue the push.
Don't have the health like you mentioned. They can't really do much here, unfortunately. The base ripped apart from Briarcliff's hands. Mid lane inhibitor taken, bot lane inhibitor taken, Infernal Dragon 3.5 minutes in. The Baron is still up for this team here, but it's going to be down in 20 seconds. I think they can just kind of, without Baron, just raw push top and get that last in.
Man, Shibby, and what a series, what an addition. River-sided coming up huge here in the final match. And Briarcliff, what we saw in Game 1, it felt like they knew where to target on the map. Here in Game 3, it felt like Ottawa just got to sort of freely run over them as we come back to this top lane inner turret, but not much of a contest. Briarcliff have to back away. Wow. Shibby, I'm curious what you're thinking about Ottawa for the rest of playoffs.
They look scary, man. I don't think it's any sort of secret that this is the strongest team, right? Everybody I've talked to so far, everybody I've been able to ask questions to the teams,
Ooh.
Ottawa is just looking really strong as a nice kick comes out from Trickster. Stopwatch and Lantern is available.
He goes golden as what feels like a gold medal match from Ottawa continues. Hook after hook from Coda. The cooldown resets, it just keeps coming up. The death continuous run-on sentence as Ottawa finished the series with an exclamation point, Shibby, in 26 minutes with almost a 20,000 gold lead. The Ottawa Braves are punching their ticket to Wichita.
They are going in from the winner's side of the bracket. Mac, I see that you've lowered yourself in the seat. The hype was too much to contain.
I couldn't handle it, man.
2-1 for the Ottawa Braves, sending themselves to the semifinals, guaranteed, like you said, in Wichita. The round 1 bye into the 2-1 into the LAN. As best as you can get, Ottawa firing on all cylinders. Game 1, they needed the monster energy. They woke up a little early. They thought their game was at 10. It actually was, or sorry, they thought their game was really early on.
Yeah.
But now,
you're right. Yep.
Later on, they got to power up. The sunlight came through. The monster energy drinks came through. And Ottawa looking fierce, man.
They now await the victor of GVU versus Illini. Our exciting match coming up soon. But we get a post-game interview before then. Before we hop into break, for one final time, I want to give a shout out to AVDG for all their support they help with putting on kind of our show, helping us out quite a bit. The Audiovisual Design Group is a leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator. Spanning from east to west coast, AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology design services, professional installation, and world-class services across the U.S. through distinctive designs, Shibbies, just like the drafts we've seen so far today. AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, improve connectivity, and position their investment for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintains and secures the success of their technologies through their extensive simplicity services, a division that works continuously to monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors. With that being said, we're going to hop into a quick break as we get ready to go for our post-game interview. Mac and Chibi are going to sit down with one of the players from Ottawa Braves, get their insights on their series as well as their outlook for the rest of playoffs. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back shortly. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Unified live stream. Thanks so much everyone for sticking with us. We've got the post-game interview with Ottawa Braves top laner Killian joining us. He's also like me with the low seat, rocking the background, the French flag in the back. Thank you so much for joining us, my man.
Thank you for having me today.
And Killian, I'm gonna lay it out. I'm not gonna be cute with the questions. In your words, what happened? What happened game one? Tell me. Talk to him, Killian.
Okay, we didn't pathboard, so Liva and Koda inted for attention because they just want our jungler to pathboard every game. So That's what happened.
That's it.
They
That's
just
the story.
yeah, like if Trickster doesn't play for bot lane, they're gonna int just so he can path to them for next game, you know.
It was a cry for attention. They were raging. They were mad that Killian was getting all the attention. The Papa Cho'Gath in the top lane.
Of course.
Well said, Mac.
Well, Killian, I'm curious. The Braves have punched their ticket to Wichita LAN next week. What are you looking forward to most for the big event next weekend?
I'm looking forward to play against GVU and Illinois the most. I don't know who's gonna win between both of them. I hope it's Illinois, so we can beat them again. And I don't know, we'll see. But like, I feel like it's gonna be pretty close matchup between GVU and Illinois.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Bit of a tough question here, and choose to answer it how you will. Ottawa as a team has been in this playoff situation before. You guys have entered through, now punched your ticket into the LAN. Obviously, Killian, you're a new addition to this team. Can you tell me, kind of, with speaking with your teammates and speaking with the team, kind of what is different from last year to this year, right? Mentality-wise, gameplay-wise, everything. Why do you guys think you're going to win MEC 2023?
I think we are gonna win because we are better. Wait. Let me think about it first. I think we are better as a team, like when we fight together and we make plays. You know, like we are really aggressive and we make a lot of things happening in the early game. So I think that's where we are strong. So I think we have to play on that. And yeah, team fighting and moving around the map. That's what we're pretty good at. I feel like.
I would have to agree. You're not the number one seed for no reason. I think your guys' play and composition flexibility has really kind of shined throughout. So yeah, hopefully we get to see you in the grand finals, either the rematch with GVU or even, like I said, maybe you guys play against Illini there, Mac.
One more question before we let you go, Killian. I'm curious if you're tired of playing Gnar up at the top lane just yet.
Kinda, but like, I have to blind pick because bot lane is gonna cry, as I said. You need to have counter pick support, or you know what I mean. So it's like, just pick now, because I can go pretty even with a lot of champion with now. I have another 2 champions like that I can pick in case they ban it, but yeah.
Okay. Well, cool, Killian. Before we let you go, do you have any shout outs that you want to give out?
Yes, shout out to my mom. She's watching for the first time live. I showed her the replay last time, but like right now she's watching live. So, and also my dad and my family, because he was pretty sick and now he's doing better. Like beside that, my teammate besides the bot lane, obviously, and and the staff, Alex the director, we never shouting out, and then also the people from Ottawa watching us. Because we also don't shout down them, but they are watching pretty often, and it's good support, you know.
Absolutely.
Must feel good.
Thank you, Killian, for joining us. We appreciate you taking the time for speaking with us for the post-game interview. Me and Shibby want to wish you the best of luck for the LAN event, safe travels, and we can't wait to see you next week.
Thank you. Have a good.
Alrighty, guys, that's going to do it for Mac and Shibby on the MEC stream. But coming up next, dare I say, one of the most hyped matches in MEC history? I'm going to go out and throw out there and say history, Shibby. RFC and Travesty are coming up to take you guys through the other winners semifinal matchup. Grandview University taking on MEC newcomers, the Fighting Illini. They're going to square off on Summoner's Rift once more. Tied 1-1 during the regular season. Who's going to win this so-called best of 3 between the two teams? We're going to have to wait and find out. More Midwest Esports Conference playoff action is coming soon. Thank you guys for watching so far. We hope to see you later.
Hello, MEC. How's it like in Midwest cities? We're 1,000 miles away, but hey, tonight you look so pretty. Welcome to the MEC pod. My name is Travis D. I'm joined here with my my co-casters, my cohorts, my romancers. We're not wearing plain white tees. We're in an assortment of different kinds of clothing. But I got Shibby and Mac. How are you two lovely gentlemen doing?
I'll go. We always go me first. I'm doing good. Holding in a lot of things. I gotta let it out.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what the MEC's
You
about.
got
Mac, you're giggling like a schoolgirl over there. You gotta be in a good mood.
Well, Shibby, usually I start things off when it's just you and me on the cast, so I like to mix things up for the podcast, let you get a little intro in first, and then I get to kind of play around with it a little bit afterwards. But I'm super excited. Guys, regular season finished up, man. We got playoffs coming up. I'm super hyped about it.
I feel like regular season passed, right? Like,
yeah,
it went super quick. Like, I can hark back to the first week I casted with Mac and met Travis and all this stuff, and now it's like fast forward like a month and a half later.
Yeah, and then hey, look, think about it like this too. We started this MEC pod, didn't have any sponsors or anything like that. Now we do, and I do want to give a shout out to those people. The South Shore Convention and Visitors Authority, looking for things to do and places to see along the South Shore with miles of beaches and unique attractions. The possibilities are endless. Go out and explore and visit alongthesouthshore.com. Start your planning now. And then also, shout out to AVDG. AVDG is a leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator. Spanning from coast to coast, AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology design services, professional installation, and world-class service across the U.S. Through distinctive designs, AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, improve connectivity, position their investment for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintain and secure the success of their technologies through their extensive simplicity service division that works continuously to monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors. So shout outs to them. Gentlemen, I'm gonna be real with you. This was like a very, very chaotic week too. We were talking about the season. I lost my voice on Saturday's games actually for like at the very end of game 1 of GVU and them. I my voice, like the very last call, there were so many back-to-back team fights that were so close. Yeah. I had the voice crack come in the middle of a call. Like I was like, do it. It was so bad.
Dude, I know exactly how you feel because I'll do the same thing. When I get hype, I don't like necessarily get like, I just like go into like the WWF announcer. Mac knows. I'll be like, and he goes, and I'm like, oh, this is definitely not good. Table. Yeah. I'm like, it's hype. Like I'll see it in chat. Be like, damn, this caster's going hard. And I'm like, oh, my throat does not like me.
I usually can do it just fine though. The bad thing is where I'm at, pollen's in like full force to the point that it's like a mist of pollen outside, and my allergies are killing me. So combine that with like a ton of drainage already there, and my throat's already sore. It was just like, you've done too much.
I feel that on a spiritual level, Travis D. I've been popping Allegra like a mad lad, but oh my goodness,
no, this
we
is
have
the
a
clip.
play. This is when it happened.
Killian!
Oh wow!
Look at Mark!
Look at this. Ottawa. Was this the first point in the game? They kind of got a gold lead, and then they instantly win.
Yes, that was the hero
they just
play.
insta-won.
Yeah,
wow.
That was the hero play. That was why I was, we were talking about it after the game, and I was just like, yo, Killian's my MVP. That's my GOAT right there. After that kind of a performance inside of a series, like, if Killian doesn't make that play, they lose. And Killian was down bad, down horrendously inside of that game, versus Frank's win. So, it was good. It does lead me into a question. We're going to get into that a little bit further on. That was a little bit of a tease. I want to ask you, gentlemen, we actually had a question. This is actually a question that came in through the comment section, I believe. So,
nice.
Hey, look, we listen. We listen. What champion do we think would be a good caster? What are you guys thinking? I'm gonna real quick. I feel like I need to ban Draven from this because Draven has the announcer skin. So I feel like
no. Let's do base skins. Let's be fair. Base skins, base voice only, right? Because if you do skins, like then you could go into like Galaxy Slayer Z. Obviously, like you said, the announcer Draven. Like if we do base like Cho'Gath, you're telling me the fancy pants Cho'Gath wouldn't be an elite?
Kog'Maw.
Yeah, like there's.
Can you imagine like a big fight happens and like he finishes out the call and he's like, and they're gonna secure the Nexus. Like imagine that. That would be great. I'm Kog'Maw. My answer's there.
That was a really good. Yo, am I playing League right now? That's why your throat. That's why your throat hates you, Travis. By the way, I damn well know. I damn well know that your throat didn't like that one. Okay, so base skins and base voice, right? So like
I'm locked in. Kog'Maw.
Kog'Maw. All right. Well, Travis says Kog'Maw. He's already explained why. I've got two choices, and they're for
Break
different
it down,
reasons.
Shibby. Yeah.
It's Aurelion Sol for the first one because if we keep his, that's the synergy.
On God. Yeah.
Because his
crossed
voice.
my mind.
If you like echo it, right? If, like he has that big booming and like, I think he's one of those. I think he's also a caster that would just be like, if you mess up, he'd be like, well, you're bad. Like that was horrible. Him, and then I also have a soft spot for Corki. I just like love the way Corki talks. Like I love his old voice lines and everything like that. It's like an old man. It's kind of like an old man commentating League. And I've been on the TikTok binge where that one guy, like Dad Games, Old Man Gaming, the Urgot who got coached by like Max Waldo. I've been just on that binge. So those two. I think Aurelion Sol's number one for me though.
I used to have a misunderstanding, by the way, with Corki, where back when he would be like, I'm up 2 snuffs or something like that. And the voice line for the longest time, I thought it said, I'm up 2 snuffs and I gotta pee. And I was just like, why does he have to pee? That doesn't make any sense. Why is that in the League of Legends game?
Right.
I just need to insert that in there.
Well, it's funny because he'll just randomly he'll go zoo like randomly. And I'm just
maybe that's him peeing.
Fun fact for the podcast though. Producer Hyper here saying apparently Mac and Shibby want to hear a casted by Madara. Because Aurelion Sol shares a voice actor with Madara Uchiha from Naruto.
He's the English VO. Oh, that is the connection. Yeah.
Filthy weebs. You guys,
my guy, you have 2 Final Fantasy portraits in your background. You have no room to talk.
That's what I was about to say. I just have a staircase, okay? Like that's staircase to heaven or whatever. Mac,
Shibby, don't go up.
No, I'm down there in the little attic.
Mac,
okay. Aurelion,
are you staying with your weeb answer? Hold on. Now that you know that this would out you as a weeb.
Oh, whoa.
No, I'm not one of those anime watching weebaroos.
Those weeaboos.
The weeaboos.
For the champions that I was thinking about, I was wondering, as a play-by-play, who would I really appreciate getting to sit down in the booth with? Who do I want my color caster to be? In an ideal world, Shibby drops dead. He goes up the stairs, kingdom to heaven. He's gone for the rest of playoffs. Rip Shibby. Who am I bringing in from the cast? My first thought was Heimerdinger. For the analytical brain, kind of zany, wacky. I can bounce some things off of him. I was also thinking of Vel'Koz as someone sort of giga-brain. And, I really like Vel'Koz's voice for, when he's running through, his anti-life equation and stuff, breaking down draft, be like, this is why they freaking suck, and they shouldn't have picked this person. This person's just gonna get absolutely destroyed. Look at the numbers, Mac. Look at the numbers. They back it up. So that's what I was thinking But Aurelian Soul on God did cross my mind. I was like Heimerdinger, Vel'Koz, and I was like, ooh, Aurelian Soul is quite spicy. You know, I could really have like a Morgan Freeman or David Attenborough type podcast with them where we just shoot the crap and and go through life.
I like
honorable
it. I like
mention.
It.
Honorable mention is Tom Kench for like absolute flame lord. But that's the only. Yeah, he would be
My
the
honor.
honorable mention.
My honorable would be the master of goo himself, Zach. Just thinking about Zach on the mic with you, just like, oh yeah, like he has that voice too. He'd be like,
I like
yeah,
how we chose
man.
none of the human characters. We chose none of the humanoid characters, by the way, unless Corky's like the closest you'll get.
The human character I was thinking of was actually like Aurelia, and it was not for any basis besides when you ban her, she goes tyrant or something. Like, that's the only basis I had. I was like, okay, that could be fun, but no. All right, I like it. So we got Kog'Maw, we got Daddy Soul, and then we got Heimer or Vel'Koz, right?
Yep.
That's a pretty sick lineup. That's a pretty high. That's a pretty nice.
That's a goated caster lineup. I'm not gonna lie.
I think so too. Put that on the announcement. Oh, okay. That's on its cosplays actually that we just revealed.
I'll try to go voice changer and then do Aurelian Soul. Like that. As like the triple echo. I'm just gonna mess with Hyper next cast. I'm just gonna mess with my own audio interface.
It's gonna be a surprise too. It'll be 5 minutes.
A wise choice.
Yeah, see, that could be your opening. Every single time he locks in a good champion, he's like, indeed. That's so
yes, the perfect counter pick.
Well, talking about things that are perfect or maybe not so perfect, I do want to talk about the playoffs. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. We're in different clothing now. We had to do a bit of a reshoot. Things change, That's pretty cool, right? So, you're gonna notice that we're gonna change clothes instantaneously. No, we have not learned a new skill in life. No, we cannot teach you this skill in life. Please stop asking about me about this new skill I've learned in life, or all we've learned in life. We can't teach you. Sorry, but with everything that's changed. Basically, we had some updates in regards to the bracket. ONU is not going to be able to compete inside of playoffs. That changed a lot of things that we were talking about, a lot of narratives that we had. And here we actually have the new bracket that's coming up. So, changes everything. It changes a lot of our discussions that we had when we previously recorded. I ran in here. Guys, I don't know about you. I didn't even have a chance to put pants on.
I've just been wearing the same thing since the morning.
You guys normally wear pants during these? I always assumed it was just like a no pants.
Well, I don't wear pants when I cast. When I cast, I don't wear pants. Which is a big reason why I'm not at the LAN, actually. To confirm. It's because my back. So,
I don't wear socks.
No, Hyper, I have showcased my thighs live on broadcast before. Don't make me do it here. But anyway.
They gotta be white. There's no way they're tanned up, Travis.
You don't know.
I could create a pretty good mental image.
Oh, I bet you've thought of that mental image many a time.
100.
But
at night.
Before we continue and go back through some of the topics that we have that we are reshooting here, I did want to go ahead and give everybody a moment, an ode, a requiem of sorts to Ohio Northern as their journey does end here. And they have been a team that I know has been beloved on broadcast. Mac, go ahead, throw it away. What do you want to say?
Where to begin? I mean, the 4th place team taking an early bow out. I mean, first making us reshoot the podcast. That's a red flag. What the heck, man? But in all seriousness, I feel like ONU gave us a lot of our most exciting series overall, between Kai's playmaking, Cuz's playmaking, Kato's playmaking. They're going to be sorely missed in the playoff bracket, I think. I hope that they just enjoy the rest of the school year overall. And just want to thank them for all the great matches out on the Rift. It's been a pleasure Long live the king. As we get a quick clip of Kai popping off, showing us just how well.
It's not just Kai.
Even
brothers.
Kato. Shout out Kate. I remember. I don't think I'll forget this highlight of the season. Kato versus ISO early on, and we were like, oh, Kato playing the Akali? Okay, let's see what he got. And then he takes down ISO on his own champ. Legendary stuff from ONU this season.
I'm gonna cry. Chippy, please, before I start crying.
Yeah, I think ONU probably has one of the most respected players, right, across like all the conversations I have. I know Dre here thinks very highly of Kai. I know a lot of the other players and a lot of the other coaches are like, yeah, Kai he should be MVP, right? Like depending on how you value it. I think the rest of the team, right? I'm an aggression fan. Right, I'm a big aggression fan. I mean, it's
the Udyr, isn't it?
I mean, it's the name, it's the way he plays, it's who he is. Like, I think this team would have done some massive damage, honestly, in the playoffs. There is a world where you see them in like grands, right? I think the top 4. There's a very high chance for each of those teams to kind of make it to grand finals. I think it's the most open you've seen MECB travesty. So I think it's interesting and unfortunate that they don't get to make it in. I would have loved to see that. I know I saw Kai's Twitter. He said I'll be back, right? So I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Return of the King, man. I'm waiting for Return of the King.
I love it too, because you also gave me a new meme in the fact of that I can't use throughout all playoffs now. But you gave me the idea of, instead of EA Sports, it's in the game, it's aggression. It's in the name. You know, like, that's pretty good. I have that now, and I'm like, man, I can't use that. Why? There's so many heartfelt moments. This is the team. I dubbed him King Kai from the very beginning. I always do.
You crowned him, man.
I crowned him.
You crowned him.
Walked away with the crown. The throne's still there. Everybody else is chasing it.
Now we've got Game of Thrones for playoffs.
Oh no, winter is coming. But this has been a team that
we don't have a season 8.
They've been great. They've been an enjoyable team. I've loved every single player that's been in here, from Cuz's turnaround with the Alistair against OU, in which it was almost I believe it was OU. It was either OU, no, it was GVU actually. They had an Alistair turnaround against GVU, and it was like this huge game-changing play that almost won them the game. To Kai being the king that they are, to Kaito getting the pop off in the later halves of the seasons, showcasing their Silas Akali aggression, having a meme that I can't use anymore. I gotta wait. I hope that we get more of it, but I mean the entirety
it's going in the caster notebook.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I mean, this ONU's entire roster was like really good, and even like topside, right? Like they played weak side a lot of times. Wiederum was always like down to be that person that played that weak side, so the rest of the team can kind of do what they wanted. It was a great team. It was a great discussion for MVP. But we bid adieu to the Brothers of Destruction, the Kings, the aggression.
Travis, before we lay ONU to rest, I just want to pay one last tribute to Viderum's base defense on the Kennen. Just when Shibi and I thought the game was over, Viderum's slicing maelstrom destroyed the hopes of, I think it was PNW. And it was, I think, the most immaculate base defense, one of the top ones I've ever seen. So, with that note, I will ship them off, give them the proper respect and tribute here on the MEC podcast.
I miss you.
The torch has been taken out.
The 21 gun salute.
We do need to go ahead and revisit some of the topics that we were going through. The playoff bracket, how it looks. There's a lot of changes that actually get implemented by those. First seed now gets a bye, which I'm very glad about. I know amongst the casters, that's what we were really hoping would happen, because the original bracket made it look like the 5th seed team would get the bye, but they did make the adjustment. They were able to do that. Just makes sense for the first seeded team to get the reward of having that first round bye. But this does have other implications. If we could, I would love to have that bracket actually pop up again here. And I do want to kind of go over it now that we have this graphic. I'm going to start with you, Shibby, in regards to this playoff bracket. You can see it here. This shakes the things up quite a bit. You got any immediate thoughts looking at it?
I mean, I think the banger of this bracket is just Briarcliff P&W, right? I think their games have gone. Like me and Mac, I think have casted both of them, and they've just literally gone the distance. I've actually spoken with Afternoon, by the way, or it's the Afternoon. It's he's the head coach for Briarcliff University, and one of the things he says is that I asked him pretty deep questions recently. I asked all the coaches, everybody. It's like, what was some of the regrets and mistakes you made during the season? And obviously that's in the shared doc for you guys. But he said that we tested a lot of things, are looking to try a new wild quotation mark strat, but won't share it until shown, which is, I'm assuming, playoffs. And then he added, and no, it doesn't involve Skarner. So like now the hype is built for me.
No.
Right?
No, BS. No, it has Skarner.
No, and now
Skarner
I'm trying to wrap my head around what this wild strategy. I'm hoping they do it. I think right now Purdue Northwest, like, I strike when the iron's hot, right? Like, they lost their last series. They had to forfeit the other ones. Like, they're not, going into this playoff series with the best mindset, I would suspect. And I think Briarcliff, we could get an Ottawa versus Briarcliff match here that could really, like, if this wild strat works, if they haven't got other stuff, like, it's the Afternoon, man. He's a mad scientist. He's definitely got some stuff cooking. I think BCU has the players, and Mac's dark horse pick is looking a little bit better now, right? Because all they have to do is really win their first match, and then they'll get into, like, if they lose to Ottawa, they can make a deep run in losers. Like, it's not impossible. They would have to face Illinois, probably, like, Drury, right? Assuming the playoff bracket goes the way we expect. I mean, we could see that. We could see Briarcliff go third, really.
Yeah, I was about to actually say, this is also the closest team, I feel like, in terms of, like, against each other as well, with Briarcliff and Purdue kind of having their own weaknesses throughout the season, and both teams shifting things around. So I think that's actually a really valid place to look.
Building on that travesty, my eyes are on the bottom side of that upper bracket. And what I think brings me the most happiness about it is the implications from the regular season that have now impacted playoffs. Because Ottawa, GVU, both series head-to-head, they tied 1-1, but GVU ended up dropping an additional game, and that's going to put them in early, stressful playoff situations, with them potentially going up against the 3rd seed Illini in winners semifinals very early on. They could get sent down into sudden death after struggling against them a little bit during the regular season. I'm curious to see what exactly both of the teams are going to be bringing on to the Rift for that semifinal matchup, and really, Shibby, kudos to you, man. You've always been on top of talking with the coaches and stuff. I think it's super exciting thinking about from a strategic standpoint, what do they want to show? Teams like Grandview and Illini are going to be thinking about later on in the playoffs what exactly they want to play against Ottawa, what they want to leave secret, what do they want to surprise some of these teams with. For GVU, they might have to pull out some of those stops early on against Illini, might make things potentially more difficult for Ottawa if they even get to that point at all. So very interesting bottom half of the bracket, And additionally, for that first round, I think my favorite matchup might be Illini versus Drury, simply because those two teams have had just the absolute wackiest drafts throughout the regular season. So those two getting another head-to-head against each other is something I'm looking forward to.
I'm calling it right now. Drury's about to be the Undertaker down there in the lower bracket. I firmly believe that this team will find themselves in the lower bracket, but they are a team that nobody really wants to get seeded against. This team is the 7th seed, but it feels like they really have been finding themselves, and they're very unique. You talked about that just a moment ago, Matt, where they are willing to draft some wacky stuff, but every single time they do it, it has a rhyme and reason, which I really respect. They're not picking cheese for the sake of, yo, we're gonna throw a left hook here just to see if it catches you off guard. No, there is a reason, there is a plan, there is an orthodox reasoning that they have come up with inside their team strategically to make sure that they can get an advantage over their team. And you know, that's one of the things I love the most about CeeLo is all these players bringing their own unique strengths into it. And boys,
Gentlemen,
look, it's double elim. We have a situation in some of these matchups that we're talking about. We could see the matchup happen twice. It's very real. Yeah. There is a world that exists where Braves go on throughout. They get into winners finals and they knock down the winner of Illinois taking on GVU, right? Whoever wins, they go against them. They get knocked down. All of a sudden, we got a rematch on our hands between two teams that have gone 2-1, and we have hyped up Braves versus GVU, and I love the fact that you brought this up, Matt, because there is a very realistic aspect of it happening if you just look at seeding.
Yep.
You find yourself in such a crazy situation here where these two teams, where Braves and GVU have been the most hyped teams, this series might actually be more hype than those two in comparison, because the other ones, well, they've been good series and they've been these big 2-0s, these big finishes. There's something about two team fighting teams that specialize in the same matter, going head to head, big monster versus big monster, you know. It sells tickets, right?
Yep.
Everybody went to see Godzilla versus whatever.
Sunday. That's like all I can think. We could actually get 2 series of GVU Illini like that.
Yeah,
that's like the wet dream right there, right? Like you see them, you one of them, it's upper bracket. Ottawa knocks them down, and then you just see both of them battle it out in the losers finals. In theory, right? Assuming everything goes correctly, everything goes according to a season, we could realistically see 2 series between these teams, and I'm for it, man, because these two teams, they've traded 1-for-1 this season. Like I love how you mentioned it, Travesty. Like Ottawa GVU, everybody's been talking about that, dude. Yeah, like you said, Illini GVU could like really like that test the draft, because that's, you've played them twice, you're gonna play them 2 more times. You know what you know what you want. The meta's not gonna change too much during the playoffs, right? From this week and next week. I don't think we're getting a patch next week. I don't think we're getting a patch next Wednesday. So
there's one major change I do want to bring up, because you said that.
Yumi?
Yumi's in there.
Yeah, that's getting banned. There's no way that's getting, by the way, I think, I'm sorry, if any team lets that through out of ego or whatever, that's not going through.
Who
I think it got hot fixed.
Who do you think is the first team to pick it, though? Is somebody
Illinois College.
They got a bye and they're going to be the first one.
Yeah, Ottawa. No, I mean, like, you know.
Code
like,
has been fiending to play the cat. You're right.
No, I think it's going to get banned by every other team. And I think, like, someone is going to have to come up with some wacky draft strategy. Like, if we bait, like the mind games, right? Like, remember, you used to, way back in the day, you would give, like, Zeri Yumi, because then you could have a counter to it when it was busted. But most people try to counter it. You'd run, like, Lulu Cog or whatever, right? Something else. There's all this, like, you let OP picks through because you want to bait them into the OP pick. So I think that might be a strategy against Ottawa, and putting Coda on Yumi might actually just be the move. Because it's like, do you want to give that away if you both leave it up in draft? Like, if you leave it up on red side, which I'm assuming you have to leave up on. If you have to ban it on red side. I don't think that character is going through, dude. Like, I would not be surprised if we don't see it.
Can you imagine Coda's sanity if they go from permanently being forced to play Ash to being like, I know you're on Yumi, dude?
the Yumi. Yeah, I would. That would be
Because it's like,
such
please
a like.
stop it,
Support
guys.
life, huh? Isn't this a
Levi's
fun
like-
role?
Levi's like, yeah.
Take my cannon now.
We're best friends. That's literally like
You
what's
and
gonna
me,
happen.
book.
Oh goodness.
Oh no, yeah, I'm other barring that disgusting champion, I think she did get a hotfix, but she's still really good.
She did. She's still good though. She's still really
Yeah.
good. She has not been
I-
declawed by any means.
I don't think anything's happening with that champion anytime soon in the MEC. If it does get through, I'd be very surprised.
Well, let me ask then, because we did kind of touch on it for a moment there while going
Yep.
through our incredible devotion and love to the champion that is Yumi. I could hear it in Shibi's voice, right? Do you guys have any potential upsets that have changed around? Because now that the bracket shifted quite a bit, I know a lot of us had different options that were popping up. Does this change some of the things that you guys, of course, the viewers won't be able to see what our initial one was, but does it make you feel any certain way now that we have this bracket change? And you've had more time to think about it too, technically.
I think if we deem anything an upset as a lower seeded team beating an upper seeded team, I genuinely think the Purdue Northwest BCU one would be like the most likely.
I don't know. I don't know if I would consider that an upset, though. Would you consider that an upset? I think these two teams are actually pretty close. Like, I don't know if I
like
can label
I
that an
said,
upset.
if we're saying that an upset is a lower seeded team beating an upper seeded team, then yes. But if we're going off of like the eye test and what we've seen, then
What are the,
100% the
Vegas
biggest
odds?
upset. Yeah. What's the under?
Where's your heart at? What's your heart say? We don't listen to our heart enough, okay? What's your heart say?
I definitely think Illinois beating GVU would be bigger than Drury beating
Yeah.
Illini.
Yeah. I agree with that.
That's the biggest upset, I
Can
feel
you
like.
can you imagine GVU entering lower bracket like round 1?
No.
They would be on something fierce, dude. They would be on, like, this is the thing, right? If any of those two upsets happen, if GVU or Illini reach lower bracket round 1, I feel bad for any team going down there, dude, because they're going to be on something fierce, man. Those top 3 teams are head and shoulders, like, clearly have very, very defined play styles and strengths that they just execute much better, right? I think Drury has the biggest upset potential, in my opinion, because they've got their jungler back and their AD carry back. Fat Cat is a lot more confident into going into teams. I think I've talked to him recently. He's just said, like, GVU is still one of the hardest teams to kind of fight into for them. Like, they feel like they can match Ottawa's aggression. They feel like they're okay into Illini. So I think, I think Drury, they're a team that, like you said, Travesty, nobody's really paying attention. Nobody's really respecting them. And it's going to be up to the coaching staff and whatever analysts that are there to be like, hey, we got to look at these, like, past couple games. Like, they got some shooters, man. Like,
Mac, who you shooting for, though?
Mac 10.
Well, something that kind of popped into my mind here really is the potential impact of winning this whole shindig, the whole thing. Whoever takes the #1 place prize is going on to the major CLOL tournament. And I think whoever wins it could really make a running for the finals, can really compete with some of the top teams in the country, which I think is really exciting. But going back to talking about potential upsets here, PNW versus Briarcliff, Shibby, I think I'm on the same page with you as pretty close series. Briarcliff has had a better regular season, though, over the final stretch. Keep in mind, I think Purdue Northwest dropped games to both Illinois College and the Drury Panthers. So it has been a 180 for this team from last year to now. And I wonder, in Toponer's final season here, if they're going to be able to find some playoff mojo, get their feeling back, get their groove back. I think against Briarcliff, I'm looking for them. That's kind of where I think they need to go to kind of get back in their groove. Looking at the bottom half of the graphic, Travesty, I think it's a bold shot. It is a mile away for, I think, Illinois College or Drury Panthers to get upsets against these two teams, just from what we've seen through the regular season. But looking at my Vegas odds, looking at my crystal ball, I think I'm kind of leaning towards, if it's gonna happen, if I'm a March Madness connoisseur, since it is March and leaning into the madness a little bit, I think I'm looking at Drury over Illini as being a little bit more likely than Illinois College taking down GVU.
All right, you guys are giving me a lot of mights, a lot of maybes,
It's tricky, Travis.
A lot of
I don't
tricky.
know, man.
You know, this is there's a bracket. You know,
Roll Tide.
Apparently they're picking Alabama. That's Roll Tide. Blah. But I will say, right? You guys are giving me a lot of maybes, a lot of this. Let me just tell you something. Biggest chance that just came up, okay? Drury Panthers, if you're listening to me, this is your chance right now, right? You can show them you got that Panther inside of you. You have those claws. You're ready to tear them apart. This bracket shifting around is actually pretty huge. Before, when this bracket all shifted around, it was going to be Illinois College going up against the side of Ottawa Braves. That doesn't happen anymore. Everybody is focusing on now Illinois College. Oh, you got to take on GVU. Well, they're really good at team fight. You know what's great about GVU? They are hella structured. They know what they are going into. They have a strategy. They have a plan. Castle acts as the cohesive glue that keeps everything together. There is a reason why I had him on my MVP ballot. Guess who you don't have to go into, Drury Panthers? You don't have to go into them. You don't need to fight GVU just yet until second round of the winner's bracket of the upper bracket after you take on Illinois. That's what I'm looking at. Illinois is good at team fight. There's a little bit of chaos. There's more kinks in the armor. There's more gaps for you to be able to dig those claws into and rip that armor a shred. So, you know what? Drury Panthers, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Show us. Show us what you got. The whole team is together. The power of friendship, whatever you want to call it. I'm ready. I want to see GVU in the upper bracket taking on Drury Panthers. No mics or maybes for your boys.
And Travesty, building on your point, I like the Panthers on the prowl in the top lane, perhaps. A Silak versus Mastermind seems a lot better for Mastermind than Mastermind versus Pranked. So, hey, there we go.
That's my
you know,
point. Yeah,
it could happen.
The matchup, you know, it's like, top side of the map, you don't have to go against Prank.
Yeah.
Talk about this all day. I could talk about this all day, but we really, I gotta ask, because we're going through and we're reminiscing already about like the all these teams in the playoffs, all these teams, their journey up. I gotta ask you guys, what's your favorite moment right now? Because like it feels like we're going through reminiscing, and we're reminiscing heavily as we're talking about this playoff picture, but realistically, I'm gonna give you guys just a platform. I'm gonna give you guys the platform to tell me what your favorite moment. It could be on broadcast, it could be on Twitter, it could be something magnificent that Jay did because Jay is awesome. You could have any moment that you possibly want that you can highlight throughout the MEC. What would you highlight?
I think, okay, I'll do two separate ones. I'll do an in-game one, and then I'll do out-of-game. So out-of-game obviously includes Twitter, interviews, or anything like that. So I think we can just start with our in-game one, and then we'll just move around.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea. I like that idea, actually.
I think there's two in-game moments that kind of pop off in my mind, or in my head. One of them, I got to cast, and it was quite obviously like it was over a span of a couple minutes. It was just honestly Loveheart getting 15 turret plates in like one of the earliest. This was like our introduction to Illini, right? Like we were like, all right, they look kind of good. Like, what are they gonna bust out? They throw their Shoshana. I'm like, all right, it's a pretty good matchup in this area. Yeah. 5 turret plates down, 5 here, 5 top. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a lot of gold. I think Hyper brought the gold graph in. He was like 2 to 2.5 thousand gold ahead of everybody else, and I was like, oh, oh, this is a team. Like this, like 15 turret plates. Like that's kind of wild. That was one of the moments, and I think just kind of based off of recency bias. Like I said, that the Killian Gnar flash Gnar into the shockwave. When I saw that live, I was just like, oh, like did they just lose? And it's just over after that. It was like kind of wild how many people he got with that. So I think those are the two moments. I could definitely go back through all of Twitter. I could definitely go back through all of the Twitch clips and find more.
Grab the receipts.
I think there's, yeah, no, there's like a Kai Quadra in there where he like beautifully kited out like from mid all the way down to river. I think it was what he did. Like there's a couple in there, but I think those two like for me are really cemented as the in-game moments specifically.
Yeah, sort of building on that, Chibi, from last week for me. Looking back, I remember we were kind of going through our sort of prep for day 2 and kind of talking. We watched the Ottawa GVU game separately, and we were going through and just talking about sort of what stood out from that series. And the balls on Ottawa to go for Baron down so far, and they understood the composition completely. They were like, we can go for this objective, we can sneak it. We went back, looked at the replay. It takes them 10 seconds. They start Baron, we're looking at the mini map, and we're like, this is the game state, this is what's going on here, look at this. They recognize GVU's not paying attention, and then they just send it, and then like Pluto and Castle are like running up river to check the objective, just to, like get vision control, and then it goes down. And I just can't imagine what's going through the GVU comms where they're like, what just happened? Did they really just like take that? What the heck? They just barely want to fight. We're resetting the map, and like this is what they go for. That really stood out to me as some next level shot calling. That just gets me so excited for playoffs. I hope we get a best of 5 between those two squads, either in winners finals, grand finals, wherever. I hope we get that. Thinking about overall favorite plays or most memorable moments, talking with the players when they're at LAN, the amount of love they show for not only just the event itself, but the MEC culture and the friendships. And like, I think what stood out for me was Silver Ritter and Lone Forest being on the high school squads together. And this is like their event to come back with each other, reconnect, and just getting that sort of experience, just seeing how valuable it is and how much they appreciate it. I think was my most memorable kind of vibe from just this entire season, seeing how much the players really enjoyed the in-person activities.
I think my out of game moment would be the birthday boy one with her Udon. I think it was super early on. Like we were interviewing him, and then like all of them come together and they start singing happy birthday. I was like, oh, that's a team right there. You know what I mean? Like that's a team. They got the dub as well for him, so I think that's my out of game moment. But Travis, what's your in game and out of game moment? I want to hear it. I know you guys. Okay. You've been casting for a while. You've been doing this for a bit. So I want to know. You probably have a different one for every.
Oh goodness, yes. But this season in particular, my favorite in-game moment I've got 2 that are tied up, and it's literally been just the Ottawa Braves taking on GVU series. Both of them have been great for me. I've loved both of them. I got the honor of being able to cast both of them. Both game 1s were insanely close. They were flips that happened. They were very exciting moments. I know they had me perched up on my chair like I was Batman about to descend into Gotham. I was into it. I get into every single game inside the MEC, but those ones particular, like in terms of in-game moments, in-game storytelling is such a intriguing thing. Mac even touched on that a little bit, making those calls that are so risky. But it's just like, no, it's not a risk at all. It's perfectly calculated in their heads. Yeah. They know exactly what they're going for. And even just like seeing some of the chaos of some of the players, it's good. But that's my in game. My out of game. I'm I'm gonna be real. The interviews, just in general, inside of it, I don't think I can choose a particular one. I got to see a little bit of the footage. I believe Rebecca actually showed me some of the footage from one of the first LAN, I believe it was. I think that was the one that was at Illinois College, where
Yeah,
they had
that's
went
right.
there. She showed me some of the footage from where they had like gone through and like some of the little games that they had going on, which was really cool to me. I really enjoy getting to see the fact that it's not just a LAN. There's also like it's an event. It's a thing for people to come and hang out. The family has something to do, even if they might not be super into some things. They understand, hey, this is like the festival. And it's cool to be able to see that stuff. And then like I said, the interviews in general too. It's like there's the Tiger Star one where ISO had to step down and he was just like, I'm autofilled Anthony and I'm bringing in the Silver Tech. Or the Team Handsome interview from Tiger Star as well, where he spent the entire interview. Every time he would answer one of my questions, he would raise an eyebrow. And I'm like, bro, it's not fair, man. It's not fair. You can't get that good genetics and be good at the game too. It's not right. But then there's also like the Coda interviews. I mean, every single one of the Ottawa Braves interviews have been completely insane. Getting to see the new players that came in for GVU and how they've built their own stories, their own storylines that go along with them as individuals. MEC is just really cool. I love the fact that we get this like double round robin of just everybody getting to play against each other because we get to see how everybody kind of grows. But yeah, I love MEC. It's very nice, and the people are pretty cool. 9 times out of 10, we get shout outs to the casters too at the end of interviews. So
yeah. It's funny, honorable mention to me and Max, I think first week. Jin Call was like our first interview and he like didn't want to be there. You can tell. Like his team forced him. I think literally at the end he goes, I hate you guys. he won the game and he's like, I don't want to, business as usual. I think also a really special shout out to the Meet the Player series. I think Jay and Hyper are the two that really kind of coordinate and do all that stuff. Those are my favorite content pieces that I've seen from like MEC. I love those 100%. So much. Obviously the Lone Force one is really good, but they had the Late Punisher one too. I want to see like more. Hopefully we can get at least 2 or 3 more. Or maybe one from every team, although that's very optimistic considering how many weeks we have left. But hopefully we could get like 1 from every team, because honestly, like the time and the work and like obviously the editing and making those moments, I'll watch those and like I don't think people understand like those players and those teams will watch those like as the years go on. It's like, oh yeah, I was like in this interview, like here, meet the player. Yeah. Like I wouldn't put it behind Lone Force to like 2 years later when he's like, or 4 years later, whatever. He's got an office job. He's like, yeah, dude, I was like, they interviewed me and like, here, look, boom, epic interview, epic meet the players. So I really love those. I really love making or like meeting the player stuff. I've always loved that, and I'm glad MEC is like doing it.
Do you guys have like a favorite game from the split that like you got to cast? Travesty, I know you've got the bias from the Ottawa GVU games. Shibby, was it one of the either? I feel like it was either ONU versus Purdue or Illini versus Purdue. Purdue was giving us a lot of close series across the season. So shout out though for making our cast super interesting, and I feel like we gotta go to a couple game 3s where they were close matches, getting our first Elder Dragons, and we were like, okay, we gotta dive into this and get hype. It was going back and forth. Those are some of my favorite games to cast.
I think the ONU games are most fun because it's just like kind of watching Kai work, but also the ONU and like
let him cook.
Yeah, letting them all like I'm a sucker for like high level AD carry play. So like when I get to see like, items are online, like team fighting's happening, watching these guys like with some of the most fluid mechanics, even like with Levi in them, right? When I get to cast them, like these guys are just, it's dancing to me. AD carry is dancing around the map, and like the way they move
water
around
dancing
fights, it's graceful. It is really graceful the way they move. So that's always been a treat. I think all those games, I don't know if I particularly have a favorite game, but I've really been blessed with casting some really solid League of Legends.
Shoutouts to the players for letting me give them nicknames all season long, by the way, and not saying that they're bad. I appreciate that.
So I only
I've
know
given a
King
lot
Kai.
of nicknames.
What are the other ones? Dude, you know me and Mac were calling Kai King Kai for like one of the series, and then we VOD reviewed it. We VOD reviewed it. We were like, we gotta stop doing that. And Hyper
Gotta
like,
bring it back
stop.
in.
Yeah.
I
know the King
remember
Kai
this.
one.
I remember this. Yeah, no, there was the Brothers of Destruction thing that we had going on, which was
Oh yeah,
another
that
one
was
that
sick.
went on.
That was
Nice.
sick.
Nice.
Yeah, we had a lot of nicknames that came around. They were sometimes one-offs in like certain series. Like I know I gave some to OU. I gave some to Truery. There was also one for IC, I believe, as well. So it's just like I've given nicknames to players, and I've like at the end of each interview, I'm like, all right, did you guys know that I was calling you this? Is this cool? And they're like, no, dude, this is great. I love it. And I was just like, thank you. My self-confidence needed this, so I appreciate it. But I have a least favorite moment of the MEC. Do you want to hear it?
It
I do.
involves me, I know it.
Yeah. It's because there was some War Turtle slander all season long.
I won't stop. I will never stop. Like, I'm
You're
sorry.
You're lucky, Shibby. We don't get to meet at LAN, okay? You're lucky.
You wouldn't hurt me. I'm like
goodness.
5'5". You would see me and you'd be like, well, I'm not gonna hurt this guy. Like, he's too small. Like,
It's fine. It's fine.
just
That means
so
I
damn cute.
Give me a hug. You're so cuddly. Ah!
I think that's the biggest surprise. I think that would be the biggest surprise because I think Mac and Hyper judged me at like 5'9", 5'8", and I was like, "Oh, you guys are flattering." I'm like 5'5" and a half. I think all the players would be like, "Wait, Shimmy's like, wait a minute,
We don't get the
alright,
we don't get the Mac Shibby side by side.
Mac is like 6 feet, by the way. Mac is like 6'2" or something, which is wild to me.
Well,
Oh goodness.
Well, Shibby's safety is insured and everything that's there. We're done here for today, boys. We're done. I want to give a shout out to AVDG and South Shore Convention and Visitors Authority, and for just making sure we're able to come out here and be able to have this talk, this lovely chat with all of you, and be able to talk about our opinions, our feelings. You can step on them and do whatever you want to with them, but.
Our
We
MEC
appreciate-
therapy session.
This is our MEC therapy. Yes, this is the only
Wanna talk
time
about
I
getting
get
stepped
to.
on?
This is the only time I get to talk with Shibby and Mac in an area where I'm not angry, because usually Shibby makes me angry. You know, it's just how it is. So it's just it's very nice to me to be able to come out here, have my mediator Mac here. But shout outs to everybody. Shout outs to you who have been watching here. Keep tuning into the MEC. The season is not over just yet. We're still finishing off of playoffs. We still got to figure out who's going to be the #1 team, who's going to punch in a for sure ticket into collegiate top 32. We're going to find out our answer, and it all starts coming up this weekend. We got games starting on Friday, and then it goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's right. We got a 3-day treat. It's a super week for the MEC. So make sure you tune in for all the action. That way you'll be able to keep up to date with all of the CLOL happenings here in the MEC. And we hope you all have yourself a fantastic day.
To stop the Kingslayer, but that's not going to deter him. Grand Challenge comes out as Maces wants to go toe-to-toe with the best top laner in MEC. Let's see if they can pull it off in the 1v2. Bright's gonna get that healing. Pete gets charmed up. Jinqual joins the fight, teleports in, and that's the difference maker.
For a gank here onto Loveheart. Ezreal doesn't have the movement abilities available.
Oh, he got him!
In a dangerous way, though, is going to find themselves getting punished. Oh, it feels so bad for Killer Guy. That is unfair. This man just wants to eat, but he won't let him cook. It's a double kill for Kaido and Herald's in the mid lane. Fat Cat trying to finish him off, but the brother comes in and saves Kai. Take that tombstone. Take that neck damage.
Killer Guy's knocking at the inhibitor turret. Recall starting to get channeled. Meanwhile, the engage comes through. The Cataclysm's going to trap the whole squad in here. It's a whole lot of damage coming out from Illinois College. The Wombo combo just destroys the Panthers.
As well. So this Briarcliff, they're feeling a little inspired, it feels like. They want to have that comeback. Sage, you're in a dangerous situation. You can't be that far forward. You need to show a little bit of fear. The Call of the Forge guy comes in, tags on to 2 members. They're dropping 3. Usopp trying to get back to the rest of the team, but drop a comet out of space, leaves the crater as your grave.
Fugo able to kind of capitalize on it, burst some down. Azula did not have any time to flash or cleanse until the hook comes in. Another guy preemptively.
Ooh, Primordial Burst plus the Electrocute is gonna be enough for the Execute. Mythic blocks the rocket to keep Super Fast Monkey alive, and another hook underneath the turret. They're too clean, Shibby. Another hook to drive Fat Cat underneath the turret. Do they have enough? They've used a lot of resources. Mastermind trying to cash in the Lantern. Not going to be able to use their Silver Ritter. Gets taken down. Illini may have bitten off more than they can chew. The Panthers send all 5 members into the mid lane. That's going to cost them minions in the side wave, but the skirmish continues as Refugo has joined the battle. He's got 1 kill, can't pick up a second. Mastermind trying to get kills there, but he only gets 1. 2 for...
This game's insane.
Wow.
This is just nuts.
No! Wait, whoa! I can't walk back.
What is happening?
Levi had enough mana. From Central One. Hi. Ain't nothing good about the damage possible here. It's going to secure the Baron as well, but they're taking so much damage. Mastermind is in there. Where your Baron buff at now? Killer Guy jumping around the team fight. Gets another one knocked out. Cuz trying to heal up with the Kingslayer. But Kaido, the janitorial duty is theirs. They're looking to clean up the rest. But your Baron buff is getting laid to waste.
Oh!
Baymax hits the corrupted shade.
Wait for Kai. It might be a good time to fight. hook onto Newbie. Newbie actually gets taken down so quickly here. Ohio Northern looking for a potential fight. La Punisher goes on to Kai, stunned up from Kato. Refugo, meanwhile, in the backline, still healthy, still alive. Cuz about to go down. Gale Force connects. Flash Unstoppable Force. Was that a prediction from a Silak? He locks down King Cuz. That's what they wanted, but Baron getting low. The blue team secures it. Briarcliff gets it. The Panthers now, all their hopes and dreams getting dashed in that moment as the objective is secured. Zolani, Zoomin, trying to track down the Panthers jungler.
But at the same time, you do have...
Oh no, guys!
No way does he die here. That is so...
Trying to repel away, is able to get on out. Meanwhile, Cylindric going underneath the turret. Showstopper into the Haymaker is gonna send him packing. Cylindric gets a kill.
Yeah, charge connecting. Going on to Jinko here, trying to find a pick onto somebody, but it's just so much damage as return. It continues to lay in. The Call of the Forge God coming through. You tag one, you get one, but that's about all you gonna get. Oh, possibly, they go Mega. They're gonna look to try and jump over the wall. They're gonna wait out the timer. GVU is not gonna let Braves pick the fight they want. Castle is getting tagged. They're getting tagged. Shutdown goes over.
Oh, killing it.
Girl. They find all
Look
of
at Mark.
them. Throw in the shockwave. Mark Gonzalez is the only member.
Oh!
But they get dropped. Ottawa Braves. They find the fight that they've been dreaming of.
My name is Kyle Teckington. I'm 21, and I'm a sophomore at Ohio Northern University.
Back into the mid lane, and Killer just hopped out. I guess that's why we haven't seen too much
well,
of that. All said?
Yeah, it's a bit of damage coming in, but
Blade
yet
roll.
again, this time the grenade. Pull the pin, baby. It is a stylish performance. A second triple kill. We're not even 10 minutes in yet. Kai popping off.
I've been playing video games as long as I can remember. I was more into sports when I was younger. I didn't really even have a plan to show up into esports, but the earliest memory I have of gaming was probably Pokemon on Game Boy. It's probably the first introduction.
When was your first time playing League of Legends?
It was actually my neighbor when I was in 3rd grade, I think. He was like, yo, you should download this game. It looks really fun. And I honestly don't even remember my first time playing the game. I think I was playing Zillion or something on like Twisted Tree Line. I don't even know if that's right. But, you know, just messing around, I probably went like 0-20, honestly.
So tell us about your collegiate experience from being in person with your teammates to getting your education. What has it been like?
Yeah, at first, like I said, I didn't really expect to end up in esports. I actually showed up to Ohio Northern to play soccer, but I ended up injuring my knee twice in the span of committing and actually showing up to the school. But I was still playing League of Legends as kind of like a hobby. So then I saw Ohio Northern esports team. So I was like, that could be fun. So I signed up. I was still like plat at the time. I think I hit D5 before that at some point, but I was just casual gaming. Joined the team. And then I think in my first semester, I ended up getting to master, maybe GM. I don't know, one of the two. But after that, I'm like, okay, maybe I can actually do something with this. And at the time, none of the players on my team now were there, actually. I think I was the only one there besides Aggression. I think he was playing top lane as well. I think he was also plat at the time, so we were both newbies. But it really made my college transition easier. It's just, also I never thought I'd make friends. Kind of like the people I made friends with, it's like I was playing soccer, never would have thought I'd end up like hanging out with these people, but now they're some of my best friends for sure. I will say it's definitely difficult doing esports and my major, which is computer science, but all the practices make it easier. It makes it worth it. I look forward to practice every week. I look forward to just hanging out with my teammates, and it's just made school that much better.
So tell us about your MEC experience, from the lanes to the general structure of the conference. How do you feel things have gone?
This is my first MEC year, so can't say I have too much to speak from. But as far as I know, last year there was like a LAN every weekend, and that seems a little rough to do, especially since not like all the schools aren't just like 20 minutes close to each other. If that was the case, sure, go for it. But so far, so good. A 7-hour drive to here is a little rough, but I think it was well worth it. The competition actually seems better from last year than I can remember, because I watched some of Ohio Northern's games. And the only teams that really stood out were pretty much GVU and Ottawa a little bit, but overall I thought it was like a one-team conference. But now it seems like actually some good games can happen here. I'm excited for all the years to come, that's for sure.
If you could leave any mark on collegiate League of Legends scene, what would you want it to be?
I'd probably have to start small. I mean, we can go big if stuff happens, but I mean, first things first. I mean, winning MEC would be kind of the goal right now.
What do you have to say to high school or middle school students who are pursuing esports?
So even though some of the people in MEC and just in League esports in general go pretty hard, like some of these people, like this is what they're going to school for. That's definitely not the case. Like you don't have to do that. I think like even our League JV team, they're just there to have fun. They're there to make friends, and if that's all people really need esports to be. Like in my opinion, it doesn't need to be your life. Like some of us it is, but as long as you're having fun, and it's just like I said, it's a great way to make friends. It's a great way to make your college transition easier, and like I think I'll be friends with some of these guys for the rest of my life. That's for sure.
Any final words that you want to share? Don't have to if you don't want to.
I'll say this: the second half of the season, I'm coming for blood. Our team we're learning fast. We are coming in hot, and we're going to be aiming for top 4 for sure, going into playoffs, and then from there we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now she done came and snatched the soul out of me. Aye. She got that gold. She close enough. She open up. You go to sleep. Aye. Now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help. Cause shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer. Yeah. Big gun, baby. I'ma pull it out and shooting my shot. I got a feeling I can bust it, baby. Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I did. She take that pole. All the way down that choking sign gon' make me ski. I'll ski. Yeah, now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help. Cause shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer.
Hi, we're Audiovisual Design Group, or you can call us AVDG for short. Over the last decade, we've grown to become one of the largest technology integrators in the United States. Our journey began in 1996 when the Macarena was the #1 song in America, and a guy named Robert Sharfer founded AVDG in Silicon Valley. From the beginning, everything we did was rooted in the philosophy that technology integration should be exceptional by design. Exceptional tech, exceptional people, exceptional spaces. To achieve this, we became laser focused on process. Employees were thoroughly trained, projects followed a consistent workflow, and customers received outstanding service and guidance, no matter the size or scope of the project. Before long, AVDG was working with top companies in tech industries, both in the Bay Area and overseas, including Oracle, Wells Fargo, and Google. AVDG wasn't just a commercial integrator. We also worked in high-end residential environments. Across California, we partnered with homeowners, renowned architects and developers, including Troon Pacific, Michael Lee, and Robert Hidley. We built lasting relationships through our support division, providing solutions for technology updates, upgrades, and everything in between, while continuing to grow. Through acquisition, AVDG expanded across the country. We acquired TVTI in Chicago, which had built a reputation for its partnerships with architectural firms, builders, and MDUs. This was a perfect fit for AVDG because TVTI was already known for its innovative solutions, which created value for developers and end clients too. TVTI's award-winning approach led them to produce integrations that have touched most of the Chicago skyline. Their work can be found in the city's most prominent towers, upscale condominiums, and residential buildings, as well as other developments across the United States. Next, AVDG acquired Maverick Integration on the East Coast, which was another perfect fit. Maverick had done incredible AV projects throughout 2 million square feet of some of the finest homes in New England, New York, and the Caribbean. Maverick was one of the first integrators to take an engineering and design approach for residential projects, which allowed them to create innovative solutions based on each client's space and needs. Their specialty was finding smart ways to integrate technology in the construction of these exquisite homes so that usable living space was not compromised, while enhancing architectural features through lighting design and other custom solutions. In the process, Maverick worked with many award-winning firms to refine what they could deliver to a client and what the homeowner's experience would be. These acquisitions have been an important part of AVDG's success story. Today, AVDG is now ranked among the biggest and most successful integrators in the country, with 7 locations across the US. So, what sets AVDG apart? While every technology project is unique, we use a proven process that ensures success every time. We refer to this process as FLOW, or Frictionless Operating Workflow. FLOW enables our team to work smarter and faster. Each project is defined by roles and milestones that allow team members to work in their individual swim lanes while also contributing to the big picture. Every aspect of a project has a defined process, from the initial sale to the final client handoff. We keep in close contact with our project stakeholders, including general contractors, designers, and electricians, to ensure we stay on track. All this is done digitally across multiple projects simultaneously, that we can quickly redirect teams, adjust scheduling, and define new milestones as needed. Our process extends beyond the project completion. Clients receive ongoing support and remote system monitoring, ensuring fewer headaches and maximum system uptime. For AVDG, it means an increased customer lifecycle and the opportunity for additional projects in the future. Our process is the secret to our success and is what allows us to grow, expand to new markets, and merge with new teams, and while maintaining the consistent quality service we're known for. As we at AVDG continue to grow and innovate our industry, our process will continue to play a vital role in the story of our success.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. My name is Travis T, and joining me is the big dog himself, RMC. How you doing, buddy?
I don't know how I went from a minion to a dog, Trappy, but I'm not sure that's an upgrade. We'll roll with it anyways. The game's here. Well, we had a crazy match to start today. Ottawa Braves finally hitting the rift, and they fell flat on their face in game 1. But they came back huge in games 2 and 3 here. We're continuing with the other side of the winners bracket. We've got GVU up against Elina Esports, Travi, and these might not be the top 2 teams, but they're the second and third place team. And more importantly, these teams are 1-1 in the regular.
Yeah, so we can actually see the bracket and how it fell apart, the road that they had to get to where they are right now, right? GVU had to take Illinois College. Illini had to take on Drury. They were both 2-0s. Inside of MEC Pod, shoutouts to that, there's 3 individuals. One of them is really attractive. The other 2 are kind of okay. But we had a big discussion, actually, about, like, how this might be the most must-watch series, because there is the potential that we can get this series twice inside of the bracket now because of the way things shaped out. And these are 2 teams that are really good at team fighting. One has a little bit more structure than the other one, but that other one's like variability with the chaotic stuff that can go about. They're really good at being able to pick up the ball and run with it. So, you know, I'm excited because this should be a game full of a lot of team fighting, a lot of 5v5ing, and here we are. We can see the drafts in here. Wait a second. Hold on.
Okay. And the first problem with, or the first thing we need to address every time we talk about Elina, before we even pick up the ball, is where is the ball? And it's their roster here. We've got more roster changes today, Travi.
What happened?
Well,
What?
Looks like Lubhart's back and replacing Silver Ritter. We've got Le Punisher reprising his role as the second jungler of the team, starting in the bot lane. Yeah, but actually, it's not as crazy as it could have been. It's only 1 change. And I think that says a lot about Elina.
No, it's a lot of changes.
Is it? No.
Yeah, I'm a newbie top lane.
We had that yesterday.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, in general, the whole roster, I didn't see yesterday's game, so I didn't get to know that this is the new roster that they're using inside of playoffs. What?
Oh,
I'm actually getting hit. I'm getting hit with Shot Culture live. They have
missed
swapped
out
up
so
so much. I've missed out on so much. I didn't realize it was like a legitimate like roster swap that they were going through. This changed everything for me.
Always, man. And Newbie had a great topside performance. Riven in game 1 up against a Cassante, demolished that. Vladimir in game 2 up against a Jax and carried the later end of the game as well. Le Punisher swapping down to support, basically just was a second jungler for the team, or actually primary jungler. I think he had higher kill participation than Rifugo on that game too, and he loves his hook champion, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Blitzcrank, maybe even the Thresh taken away from the Punisher there. Now, Loveheart coming in is the only big difference from yesterday, replacing Silver Ritter, and Silver Ritter had an interesting series. Emphasis on the int there from his team, because he picked Samira and the team decided to weak side his Samira. So he had a bit of a rough one coming in. Hopefully, Loveheart, a very different champion pool. I think Loveheart more used to playing weak side and scaling champions, so probably a more convenient time, shall we say, or Loveheart there.
I think the interesting comparison that we actually have in regards to things is the fact that based off of champ pool and stuff like that, with like you were just talking about with I'm a newbie playing stuff like Riven and whatnot, you're gonna have a harder time playing into that with Prank, right? Prank is a lot of people's all-star top laner, right? Like if we were a lot of times when I talk amongst the casters, we'll talk and be like, okay, who's your all-star lineup? And I think every single caster has put Prank as their number 1 in regards to the league, right? It's been pretty uncontested that they've been just really insanely good topside. It's a hard matchup. I feel like both junglers are going to need to be active. Castle is no slouch. Mid-season ranking came in and we were like, who's your MVP? I know I was the only person that said Castle, but I still think Castle's a phenomenal player, even as we've gone through the end of the season. My opinion has not changed on the fact that Castle is the facilitator that this team needs to make sure things get going. And if they decide they want to play to Prank as a win condition, that's viable. But they also have Mark Gonzalez, a top 380 carry anytime you look at it or talk about it.
Yeah, and you'll be happy to know, Travi, that yesterday Castle upgraded to Fortress by picking Udyr there. Became nigh unkillable, was just running around. I don't think he died in the first game. Second game, I think he did, but still very, very low death score. by and large here, and it's becoming harder and harder to target Grandview as well. We've seen a lot of top side targeting, the Jax, the Gwen, the Camille against Pranked, and we've seen it does not matter. Then we've seen Castle being targeted, his Lee Sin, his Viego. Again, it's wide enough that it doesn't matter here, and nobody's really tried to really ban out Mark Gonzalez of Pluto, because in the first place, they've always had such a large champion.
It's like they do have so many changes. So many things are viable. We're going into draft. GVU is on blue side. UIUC is on the red side. This should be a big matchup, and it's curious to see what champions everybody's eyeing. The first one immediately off the table is Swain.
Okay, yeah, just targeted at Noob Sleep early there. I think that's one of the few players on the Illini who hasn't been role swapping too much, so with everybody else, you never really know where they're gonna go. So I guess they're just playing it safe for now, going for those easy targets. I wonder if we see other bans, maybe, I was gonna say Udyr or Rani, but really GVU can play those champions as well. So I'm not really sure what GVU might look
like. You're going slow throughout this. I like the fact that they get rid of the Zeri. I do like the Zeri pressure to be put on there because Mark Gonzalez is really good at this champion, and honestly, GVU is really good at team fighting, and Zeri is one of the champions that I feel like we've seen Mark Gonzalez have a lot of success on. Another one would be Sivir if they are really focusing on pinching him out, but those are like the two ones I think of right at the top of my head, and I'm like, yeah, Mark Gonzalez is going to carry the game on these two. But the Annie actually coming out. Yeah. Curiosity on that one. Trying to focus out Noob Sleep early.
Yeah, and well, it's also sort of flex pick that can go support. Newbie has played it in the support role, though I don't believe Newbie is going support today here. And it's one of the champions I don't think we've seen Jinko really pull out too much. So if it's not going to impact your champion pool, then yeah, it's a good ban away here. Viego being taken away from Castle Travi, and to me, a little bit disrespectful to that Lee Sin. I think if we're going to ban the Viego, the Lee Sin's a lot scarier for Castle. And keep in mind, you know, he's expanded that champ pool with Udyr, which actually GBU now opt to ban here against potentially Refugo. And again, question marks as to whether it's Refugo or Le Punisher going to the jungle here.
So here's my thing too. I like this because we've seen time and time again here inside the NEC, whenever we see role swaps happen in the jungle role, what's the first champion that junglers tend to pick up when they get auto-filled up? To be that champion that they can go in and slap hands with people. That's right, ding, 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 we have a winner. It's Udyr. And the cat's banned! Woo! No Yumi! Everybody celebrate! Let's go!
I am actually happy about that Yumi ban, man. It was getting through yesterday way too much and doing just disgusting things. GVU abused the Yumi yesterday, so I'm glad Illini took notes. They're taking it off the table.
You get first pick for themselves. There's a couple champions that Prank still has that they are very proficient in. Jats is one of them that I feel like is blindable for them, but it's not going to be highly contested. Varus is another one. This is a Mark Gonzalez champion as well, in which they have just... We've seen them have priority on it all season long.
Yeah, it's his most played here in the MEC. He played it again yesterday as well. It's just really strong. We talked about how flexible, how versatile that champion is. You can kind of flex the builds and all that just based on what you see on the other side. So I love sort of the blind pick up here. And for Illini, this also doesn't give them anything to work with, right? Like, okay, great, Varus got picked up. What do we want to go with? Veigar, Travi, and because it's a lineup, I don't even know where it's going to go. Maybe he goes in the bot lane, maybe he goes in the mid lane. Heck, at this point, if they want to flex it top, I wouldn't even bat an eye.
I feel weird to be like, this is the second Veigar game that we've casted together, RMC, on one day, across two different teams. Feels really weird to say that as a stat for you and me, but it is a stat nonetheless, and pairing it together with the Jarvan, this is a lot of zone control. This is a lot of neutral objectives, like, hey, we control the fights, a lot of team fight presence, something that I expect to see from Noob Sleep early in their champion pool to lay out that Veigar.
Yeah, it's a really good gank tool as well. Whichever lane Veigar is in, J4 can happily go there, set up a lot of burst damage to come through. And again, I'm kind of hedging my bets here because I don't actually know where that Veigar is going to show up. For GVU, though, it's their turn to pick, and you know what the jungler is, so probably pick for Castle and support here. I mean, there's nothing shown, and then keep your solo lanes for that later pickup. I like the Thresh. We've seen Thresh kind of go up in priorities, not because he got any buffs personally, but just I think more with the immobile AD carries coming into play here. It's a great deny away as well from the Illini because Vigar fairly immobile and the Lantern can get you out. Travi, I'm a happy man. Castles, Lee Sin, he's going to pick that up. And like I said, we're going to ban that Viego. I feel like it's almost a waste to not ban that Lee Sin as well.
I like this too because of the fact that you're showing Vigar already. So this is going to be a solo lane Vigar. That is a very interesting thing. I did just notice that UIUC has question marks beside all their names now. Very, very nice detail. That is a Blitzcrank. So that does make me think this is going to be that solo lane Vigar in the mid lane. With that Blitzcrank. You could do it in the bot lane still. You could do like a AP carry Vigar. I could see a world in which it works, but I don't see Lubhart as a I'm going to play an AP carry bot player. I feel like this is the type of person that was more likely to slam like a Lucian and get up in your face.
That is very, very fair. I will tell you what, though. Somebody who will slam that Blitzcrank in the bot lane, that's the Punisher. So I suspect that's the Punisher's support pick, and the Punisher will be playing support. Roaming around, acting as that secondary jungler. We were joking on the interview yesterday that the Punisher, or pardon me, Refugo playing jungle might not be the best jungler on his team with the way the Punisher was roaming around and getting ganks going. Illini, though, recognizing that, hey, solo lanes have yet to be picked for GVU. Finally, we start seeing the pranked targets as we expected here. The Jax being removed. I'm curious if they go with another top lane ban. I feel like Gwen has been that sort of fallback for pranked throughout the season.
Gwen has been a fallback, but I feel like they might just ban it out as well. And then the question does become like, what is Prank going to play, right? They definitely like those champions that they can play to have that strong sideline pressure. Because Sante, if they ban this, I feel like a Gwen slam is actually pretty inevitable.
Yeah, with the Gwen, the risk, of course, is that there is lockdown to handle that Gwen, specifically the Cataclysm from Refugo there, or whoever the jungler ends up being, or Illini. So that's a bit of a risk. You could also go with the Camille if you want that sort of mobility that we're seeing already built up with the Thresh, with the Lee Sin here for GVU. So there are still lots of options, and GVU still have one more ban to go. They've picked their AD carry. They've already pinched the Kaisa. Are they going to go with Xayah ban? Sion? Really?
Yep. Yeah, I see this actually. Sion's really insanely good if you're just planning on weak siding your top side. So I like this as well as like a blanket ban if you don't know what the top laner is going to pull out. Sion seems like it's the most likely. It's more likely to play a Sion than it is to play like an Ornn when you're autofill top lane, I feel like. So, well, not autofill, but put into that position. That's a Gragas. This draft is not getting cleared up by any means.
Nope, not at all. For all we know, could be Gragas jungle, J4 top. We've seen that before as well. Just a lot of displacement, a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown. Quite a bit of damage. I'm actually really liking the Illini draft just because we don't know what's happening with it. It's not necessarily a big team fight composition just yet, but that could hinge on that last pick. If it is an AD carry like Xayah who can team fight really well, I could see that working as we expected. Travi, nothing surprising there. The Gwen, and that's why I was surprised by the Sion ban. Because if you're going to stand with a Gwen anyways, Gwen does great into Sion. Cuts him right down the size. And Jinkle hovering the Ahri here. Not the champion I would have thought of when I think of Jinkle. I think more of control mages, but yeah, they really want mobility on their side. GVU, they want to make sure they don't get locked down.
This is so weird to me because this basically, you said you like the draft, and I'm kind of in a weird place where I'm wondering where their source of damage is. Vigar does take a while to get ramping. Gragas can do damage, but you're more picking up for the supportive ability. That is a Jace. So that means that we have a... Is it Vigar AP carry? Bot lane?
Okay, I think for me right now, I'm looking at this draft and thinking optimal would be Vigar bot, Jace mid, J4 top, and Gragas jungle.
I feel like Lubhart would be more likely to play the Jace though.
I mean, that's kind of short range.
Opinion.
Yeah,
it's a short range, but it's aggressive, and Lubhart likes to be aggressive. Noob Sleep Early, I feel like definitely would be piloting the Vigar. That's just a Noob Sleep Early champion. And then I'm a newbie. plays Gragas?
I mean, Noobseep early has played more
played
Jace
Heaven
than he has
yesterday.
Vygar. He hasn't actually played Vygar. Man, Javi, the sick part is that we need to sort out what Elena wants to do before we can really talk too much about what Grab we want to do. But you know what? Okay, we don't know how this is necessarily going to match up in lanes. Let's talk bigger picture. Talk about what these compositions are going to try and aim for here. Elena, we kind of touched on it. Their comp is a jack of all trades. They can literally do anything. You want CC, we can do that. You want split push, we can do that. You want picks, we've got a blitzcrank. So I kind of like the options they have here. It's really just down to the laning, especially against GVU, who have been looking more and more aggressive in the early game. We look at GVU's composition, they're really, really standard. They've got the Lee Sin, and the moment Castle's on Lee Sin, GVU have a strong early game. You pair that with Mark Gonzalez and Pluto on that Varus Thresh, this kill threat as well, and now Jinko on that Ari. I'd love to see Castle just kind of bounce back and forth between that mid to bot lane, get those lanes snowballing. There's a lot of agency and skirmishing power in this composition. So I'm looking at GVU to kind of run away with it. And then if anything goes wrong, your insurance is top lane. Franked on the Gwen. Okay, Chavi. Hit me with it. What you got?
Alright. I'm still lost. No, I was just longingly listening to you speak, honestly. I'm still confused. I do see. I feel like it's safer for me to talk about GPU, but we're gonna take some time. I need to facilitate my thoughts. My thoughts are going crazy right now. So for that very purpose, selfishly, I'm going to send it to a break. And when we come back, maybe I'll have an answer. Who knows? Tune in to find out if I get my answer. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on back to the MEC, where my brain it's not as confused anymore, but there's more role swaps. I'm Travesty. I'm joined here with RMC. RMC, how do you do?
I do confused a little bit, but better, Chavi. Better than we were in draft here. First of all, we need to sort out who's going where for Illini, and I'm not talking the champs. I'm talking the players. We've got a new player to my heart. It's not a new player, that's Love Heart. Going to the top lane, and Newbie is in the AD or AP carry role here with that Vigar. And it's not super shocking when you see how the draft has panned out. It is the Chase in the top lane, J4 in the jungle, Gragas in the mid. Vigar Blitz, I think, was the only one that we were sure was going into the bot lane.
Yeah, I was sure about Jarvan. I did have like the moment where I was just like, oh, Lopart's going to pilot Jace. I was right on that. Just not in the bot lane.
True. Yep.
I've been getting abused by my friends telling me that Jace bot is good, and
nope, they lied to you.
Yeah. So I was thinking maybe a world where they had seen something that I hadn't seen, but no, it doesn't exist. It's just Leopard said, all right, I'm taking Jace. I'm going top lane. Bye, guys.
Yeah, you know what? Your friend's probably playing solo queue, because I've played solo queue, and I'll tell you, I've seen things, Chavi. Things that
you see what kind of
that have changed me. For now, though, let's talk about what we're seeing on Rift right now, because this ain't solo queue. This is the MEC, and I want to talk about Blitz Vigar, because that's an interesting bot lane that I've actually started seeing more frequently as well. And as any Blitzcrank lane, it revolves very heavily around on can you land your hooks, and a lot of it's setting up the event horizon. You can pull them into the cage there. When you're running up to threaten the hooks as well, sometimes you can force people to zigzag, and you put the cage up and they get stuck in there. And Refugo is coming down to lead that setup.
Knight is here. Early gank setup. This is what you want to do when you're playing J4. The flash flag and drag did not work as intended. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but look at this. Mark Gonzalez is still hitting away on the Punisher. Is not level 2. Oh! Forces out the flash as a response. Now is level 2. Now wants the smoke. Gets hit with the hook at the last breath.
What?
Are we watching RMC? What is happening?
We're watching a good time. Every time, Chavi, I watch Illini play, they're just really, really fun. And they're willing to do all sorts of risky, crazy things. And Grandview seemingly happy to kind of go along with it there. Mark Gonzalez finding 2 for 2, but keep in mind, Mark's dead. He's not picking up the CS that Newbie's picking up. And we've seen this happen in the bot lane so often, where a lot about the bot lane is actually more about experience than anything else in these early levels. So Newbie going to be able to pick that up, and the Vigar threat as well, especially once you hit level 6. Chavi, I don't think bot lane's going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Can I have another break? I need more time to think.
No, Chavi, we're in the game. There's no more time to think. Players have no time to think. We got to go along with them here. It's action nonstop. Even topside, we're seeing the action happen there.
Now my producers are taking away my breaks, man. This is. Man, can I get a justice for Travi in chat, please?
No, we need a casters union.
Casters union. Cool. Looking to unify Gragas with Castle's Fist. That's good enough to get the flash out. We've been seeing quite a bit of the Gragas mid as a response. Frank got. Oh, wait a second. This might actually be blood spilled. Okay, Ghost was popped by Prank. Wanted to chase down Love Heart. But we've been seeing a lot of like Gragas mid and stuff like that. It feels really weird to see a Gragas mid combined with the Jarvan.
Yeah, I mean, you've got displacement, which is good. Castle looking for a kill up here, but Refugo's arrived.
Yeah, Refugo's here. The prince that they all needed. Castle is still looking to tag and bag.
Yeah, practice back.
In. Oh, Castle! Bro's playing like he's getting clips.
He's trying, Trav. He's trying. He knows that he's got 2 of his biggest fans cast in this game. So you know what? He's putting on. And this is why I love Castle's Lee Sin. This is why. Forget Viego. Yeah, Viego gets scary, but level 6 he gets really scary. Lee Sin's just scary right from the get-go there. And just the way they played that, Prank's TP back in and Castle just baiting the entire time. I forgot that he was coming back in, and so did Refugo and Lebhart, and they paid the price for that one.
I got a little scared too when we were looking back to bot lane because the Blitzcrank looked like he was about to yoink Mark Gonzalez out of the Lantern pool. Tragedy. We'll see a caster buff is a thing. A Castle has like an MVP level performance. Caster buff is a thing. I actually had when Purdue Northwest actually said something about that because they picked Fizz yesterday. And I wasn't there for it.
Yes.
And so, like, I said something about it in the Discord, like, why? Why do you do this? And Purdue Northwest is just like, caster buff wasn't with us. We're sorry.
You know, I used to think it was a thing, because Castle had a 100% win rate on games I was casting for the last 2 years. And then the game against Ottawa Braves happened, and I can't claim Castle.
Well, they kind of define odds, right? Like, they defy the odds. That's kind of like their shtick. They do the thing that you wouldn't... If there's a buff in place, it's almost like a nerf. When it comes down to this team, it's a special ability, you know.
That's why caster cursing is a thing, but caster buffing, well, we'll have to see if that's proven for now. Travi, if we look across the board here, Illini Esports not doing too badly in the lanes, but in the jungle, Refugo is now really, really far behind. As a J4, you want to go for those early ganks, but Castle was the first one to those ganks, and Refugo dying there really hurt him as well. Castle continues to just kind of power farm, clearing away here, and for Illini, I like that they have one aggressive ward to be able to at least track where Castle is coming from, because I think a lot of this early game for Illini revolves around, hey, where's this Lee Sin? How do we make sure we don't play around him? Because I don't think they have any winning 2v2s or 3v3 matchups when junglers get involved.
Yeah, thing to take note of, Jarvan still hasn't taken, is still like in the back foot in regards to everything, is going to have a little bit of a harder time on it, like you were just talking about. This is the jungle patch in which they have They started off the season, right, with making jungle a very easy role. Just about anybody could do it. And they've been adding more intricate things to it. And they've been really giving, like, junglers that are able to, like, take control over the game, do some counter jungling, all this other stuff. Like, they've been really upping them. So players like Castle, who are really good at just, like, controlling the flow of a game while also being very aggressive, got an inverted buff from it, and you can see it too with the creep score and everything. Castle's doing a good job of making sure to farm up and be a threat. You guys got to get out there and land a couple more flag and drags.
Yeah, Refugo did manage to at least steal away the blue buff, but that's traded for a dragon. Not exactly worth from a team perspective, but from a personal jungler perspective, I don't think Refugo is going to be too upset about that. And more importantly, he's now level 6 as well. Cataclysm effectively doubles Jarvan's range as well as his CC ability here. Castle, though, he don't care. Refugo can do your thing. I'm grabbing all the objectives after getting the kills, after getting the early clears. The Punisher is coming up here, but there's no backup just yet.
Oh, no. Alright, I real quick, like, we're going to see a little bit of contention over here, but I just want to bring your attention very quickly. Never mind. Prank. Okay, it's fine. Hammer beats Scissor.
Okay.
It's double Rod of Ages. The Gragas and Vigar are going Rod of Ages both. And I'm not a big fan of that, man.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So remember, Travi, earlier I was saying that Illini... Or actually, no, I said this off camera. So let's say it now on stream. Illini actually needs to play fast with this composition. It's kind of counterintuitive because you've got the Vigar. But even if Vigar scales, the problem is your other lanes don't. Especially that top lane. Jace is not a bad matchup into Gwen. When Gwen first came out and she was overpowered, Jace was one of the picks you can pick into her because you can control the range, you can knock her away on these fights.
Yeah.
You have that ranged form where you can poke her down and her hallowed mist doesn't last long enough here. And with the Gragas as well, Gragas isn't a great scaling champion, neither is J4. So your one scaling is Vigar. And then you look across the ground view, and with the sheer mobility they have, it's going to be so difficult to peel for Newbie. So I don't expect Newbie to survive. And once Newbie is dead, Grandview in general have better scaling. Look at Mark Gonzalez as well. This is not lethality or poke Varus. This is lethal tempo Varus. He is looking to scale up and become a big monster here. So for Illini, the double Rod of Ages concerns me that they won't be able to pick up the pace fast enough. Grandview 15 minutes hits, they come online, and then it's all about does Newbie survive and or can Illini find that pick before Grandview engages into them.
Good thing to take note of is Newbie did just get their Rod of Ages, so they will have it at that 20-minute mark. That's good. Love that for him. Does mean that we'll probably be looking at that moment to be a decisive fight with this Vigar. We'll take a bit more for Noob Sleep to get it. Bit of a uncharacteristic whiff there from Mark Gonzalez, but pressure's on between these two teams. They have history. We already talked about it at the very beginning.
Yeah.
The score between these two in terms of series is 1-1. Both series were 2-1 victories. So, lots of history between these two teams here inside of the 2023 MEC season. All right, the Power Fist into the cage with the explosive cast. That spells Mark Gonzalez's fate sealed. Love Heart walking away, not even close, baby.
Flash was expended from Lubhart there, so we'll have to be careful going back into lane. And already it feels like the Gwen has hit the save point. Oh, Castle. Oh, they both missed.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The baby rage cage was there. You weren't going to be able to catch out anybody with that. Vigar is a fun champion when you get stuck inside the cage.
No, man, if the hook had landed, if the Sonic Blow had landed there, I think they fall up as soon as the cage drops. So, unfortunate that they weren't quite able to land that Travi. And we should touch on that bot side, because we did mention a lot of that is about that Blitzcrank, the pressure he puts down, the hooks he can land. And that's what I'm talking about with the Event Horizon. It goes up, and Mark Gonzalez can't run with the Punisher. Easy, just walk in, knock up, grab whatever you want to do. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Having Noob Sleep early actually roam down there felt a bit like overkill, but hey, you take that. It's not like Noob really lost too much on that, had already shoved away before that rotation.
Yeah, I like it too, because now it's also just the way you get out of Baby Rage Cage as this bot lane is to flash out. If you flash out, then the Blitzcrank just hooks you back in.
Yep.
It's actually pretty Giga Brain. Like, the bad thing is, I'm a newbie, has no pressure in this bot side right now, and they're going to get this tower. Nice death sentence to be able to connect. Castle is here in the bot side yet again. Refugo cannot put in the damage that is needed. Gets yoinked back. Castle's like, cool, I wanted to be closer to this Darvin. Finds one. Can they find a second? No. Primordial Burst finishes things off. The arrow can't pierce into him. But
caught red Ferrari.
Shut down onto Newbie. And now it's Noob Sleep early getting hit with the charms, trying to jug their pain away. Find refuge under the tower.
And Travis, you just can't run. When Ari is chasing you there, the sheer amount of dashes she has able to chase Punish here. And the bot side, Mark Gonzalez already unlocked here. And we said Illini wants to pick up the pace, but this speed of the game is not conducive to them, because Grandview is the one picking it up. Mark Gonzalez is the one pushing in here, and now Newbie, sure, you've got a longer, potentially safer lane to farm, but you've also lost control. Dragon is spawning Grandview. With the push on that bot side, it's easier for them to access, and you can see Illini, they don't want to walk in here. It's blind. They don't have enough vision to safely approach.
I feel like GBU is just on top of things. It's not for lack of trying. They've been trying to pick up the pace. I think IUIC has been trying very hard to get things going. The problem is Castle is always there, and Castle is pretty strong on this Lee Sin, has that Gore Drinker as well. So it's a bit ahead of the curve, just a little bit ahead due to the farm difference and whatnot that they got early on. And they are experiencing that at this moment in time. They are getting some plates on the opposite side of the map. This is going to make sure that this lead stays at about a 2k difference. But it is in favor of Grandview as we're going into the further parts of this. The Ari has gotten a Leandries.
Yep.
So it's a bit difficult as the game goes on further. I'm a big fan, by the way, of this Leandries build on Ari. She procs it so easily.
Yeah, and she can consistently have that burn going. I also actually really like the passive of the Mythic as well. The fact that Leandries gives you ability haste, especially on this Ari, because Jinko is going to be very mobile, and more importantly, be able to land more of those charms, more of that poke as well in these extended lanes. It's not just for Noob Sleep early, but into whichever side lane we're likely to see Jinko try and pressure up to. Illini doing a good job responding to how the early game has gone here. They constantly are pushing up these side lanes here, and Grandview actually falling a little bit behind in the lane rotations here. So Illini picking up this free turret damage, but we're past 14 minutes, so it's no plates. It's all or nothing right now. It's good chip damage. The question is, can Illini actually finish off these turrets?
I feel like the problem with that is they don't really have range. You know of my infatuation with range when it comes down to that as just like it's something that people don't think about a lot when it comes down to like drafting champions and whatnot. I've experienced it many a time in Clash where our team just goes unga bunga, we're gonna go short range, and it's just like, guys, no, they're gonna play something like the Vigar or something like that, please. I don't want to play this into Alawi. Like it becomes like a very scary thing, and when taking down towers, range is probably the most important thing you can have. Right now, Prank, the most important thing that they can have is their pair of scissors that they are snipping away at the HP bar. Win looks fair and balanced, right?
Yeah, completely. You know what the funny thing is, Travi? We talk about her scissors, but really what swings a lot of fights for Gwen, especially in her current iteration, are actually needles. Her ult is needlework, and it has nothing to do with her scissors.
I mean, this is true. You've got a very good point, but the scissors, though, they're big. They're
True.
big scissors. When are we going to get a Gwen kill skin? That's my real question.
Oh dear, it's been a while since we've had a what is this moment, Travi, but...
You know! Don't say this! Don't tell me you don't know what kill is!
Is that a pop culture reference, or is that an anime reference?
It's an anime.
Okay, I'm in the clear, okay.
Basically, to get the long story short, the kill thing, basically the main character uses half of a scissor blade as a weapon. That's like the big thing to take note of. It's a lot about fabrics and the power inside of them, and snip. But really good. Very, very good action scenes. Don't watch it where your parents can come around behind you.
Oh.
This has some scenes that will make... It has like those moments where it's just like, what you watching there?
Okay. It all sounded good right up to that moment, Travi, and now...
It's really good. Have you watched Gurren Lagann?
Yes, I have.
Okay, it's made by the same people that did Gurren Lagann.
Okay, there were some sketch moments in that as well.
It's over the top. It's over the top.
Okay, Travi, I'll take the opportunity to believe
Take
in
my
you that believes in
recommendation,
me.
please, Arms.
For now, we'll go back to E for everyone, League of Legends here, as the push continues, and the back and forth continues for both of these teams. Grandview actually kind of slowing down the pace after they took that mid outer turret right now, and they're playing very, very respectfully. I guess they're comfortable with Prank facing off against Noob Sleep. Early hook lands at Mark.
Mark, what do you...
I don't... What? I was not expecting that. Like, that came absolutely out of nowhere.
You know, Grandview is a pretty chill team, because if that was Ottawa Braves, they would have been mass pain. That's how I know Grandview's a chill team, you know?
Well, we don't know what happened in comms, but Mark Gonzalez was very chill yesterday on our interview. He did not know what was going on, who he was playing, or what he was doing, and I guess he had another of those moments right there. I'm honestly really, really surprised as well, because Mark Gonzalez has Flash, and was playing the edge of that role while trying to land that poke, and I guess that's the thing.
Ghost.
Oh, true, yeah, they're trying to dodge
they wanted to aggress. They were like, oh, this is my moment, let's go. Turning things around is over into the top side. JK, have a cast.
I mean, he turned that engage right around. So that was a fair statement. But yes, no, for Elina, I guess a lot of it comes down to Blitzcrank. That's what we're talking about. The fact that for this composition to pick up the pace, it's on Punisher. Noob Sleep early right now is just trying to do his best to slow things down, and Prank getting dove.
Yeah, Prank's getting dove. Tower's not
How many people, man?
They're actually knocking it down while they are fighting them. And then Vigar comes in, drops in the Primordial Burst. Castle is chasing down Noob Sleep early. I feel like we panned away and we just go right back to this. Gragas is very deceitfully tanky. Even with the Rod of Ages build, the W actually gives a tremendous amount.
That's a tankier build. Night Harvester Gragas is the bursty build.
Yeah, you know, even with. I mean, this one doesn't enter. Oh, getting caught in position. Oh, okay, never mind. It's all just a bait. Get it lined up for Castle.
Look at the backup.
But the Power Fist comes in. The Punisher there hits a hook, also gets hooked. Charm hits, and the Punisher's gone.
Yeah, and can we talk about how Mark Gonzalez almost 1v1 Newbie on the side? Newbie had to
can't.
flash to survive.
No.
Okay. Well, we won't talk about how Mark Gonzalez almost 1v1 Newbie and had to force out the flash. And still had his own
Why
flash.
is he having to do that?
Yeah. So we explicitly won't talk about it, Travi. Instead, we'll talk about Loveheart picking up the red buff on the other side of the map because he had TP, but there was nowhere to TP to, and the fights are bursting out really quickly for both of these teams. I mean, we touched on the fact that yes, there's a Vigar, Jace and Gragas, they have high burst. Grandview as well with this Lee Sin and Ari. And even with the lethal tempo of Varus, that first spike of damage doesn't take too long to lay down. So like we kind of said, it's about who's pulling the trigger first, and if the Punisher can land the hook, Illini gets the engage. If not, we're starting to see that even with Refugo, even with Noob Sleep early right now, Grandview are surviving long enough for backup to arrive, and it looks like in equal numbers, Grandview are still a little bit stronger in these skirmishes.
Yeah, it looks that way, right? Especially because you do see some of the situations in which they have to kind of like dogpile into Prank on the side lanes to knock down the Gwen.
Yeah.
You do see a little bit of that. Like Gragas takes forever to get dropped because of the W damage reduction and whatnot as well. So it becomes hard. The Rod of Ages hasn't even been finished for the Gragas in terms of the countdown. So once that countdown finishes, we'll be even more tankier, which is crazy to think. Man, I get scared every single time I see Mark Gonzalez with none of his teammates and the opposing side. Like it's a terrifying eye test to me now.
Agreed. I'm kind of terrified anytime I just see the Punisher and Mark Gonzalez in the same screen. Because the last time, Pluto and Castle were there. Like, the entire team was sitting with Mark Gonzalez.
True.
Mark just stepped up too far with that ghost. So, I am a little bit concerned. And, Travi, I feel like this game is not going to really come down to macro and, like, wave setup and
nice cleanse.
things like that. Oh, the root still connects on Punisher.
Oh, wait. Well, Punisher is actually getting eviscerated. Castle, but the kick, Dragon Range kick up. That is all she wrote, but did first down Jinko while the fight was ongoing. Hugo is able to escape. Frank not having a good time versus Loveheart. Was right away gone from bot lane to top lane. Is smacking Frank around.
Can he escape, though? Does have teleport if he wants to use the emergency escape button, but that window is closing fast. Pluto is roaming down right now. Ionian Boots, they're checking the bushes. Loveheart.
Yeah, Loveheart is in a dangerous way. Castle is here too. They're going to teleport. They want to fight for this. They're trying to save Loveheart. They're like, don't worry, I got you, bro. Noob Sleep early coming in, throwing out some Castle.
Oh!
Just trying to find space for Loveheart. Brings it in, hammer stance. It's a
Archer?
1-for-1, but the dance is not over. It's a double kill for Prank, and all of a sudden, Squid might have just gotten an influx of gold to bring it back in.
Nah, Jinko just showing up to cheer on the team a little bit late, and it feels so disjointed. This is not the GVU I'm used to seeing here, Travi. This is not organized play, where we're setting up an objective, making the cross-map pressure, and then collapsing when we find the pick. No. It's kind of chaos here, and that's Illini's play style. So despite the fact that Grandview are up ahead, I think Illini are still fairly comfortable with the game state right now. And I was saying before the fight broke out, I don't think it's coming down to macro. I don't think it's coming down to strategy. I think it's going to come down to hands. Who finds that critical pick here? Who finds that collapse? Or who can play the fights better without proper setup? Dragons leashed out by Illini here, but they have to walk away. They don't have full control or vision, and Pluto and Prank are threatening.
See, is it time for the hands check? Dragon being flipped on over. Loveheart goes over onto the side while Prank is tearing apart the rest of the team. It's a double kill for this seamstress. Prank, barely survives. It's just enough healing off. 3 kills in favor of Grandview.
Better hands, man, on this Grandview team right now. They're just collapsing faster. I want to highlight, too, that Castle was not present for that side of the fight. And if Illini had that information, had that knowledge, they could have burned down the Dragon and just disengaged. Grandview couldn't do too much. Baron up and on the table here with Refugo still down. Noob Sleep early. 20 seconds to respawn. Grandview decide to pull the trigger. Illini could make this difficult, but they have no vision. They didn't even see the rotation through.
It's this is Grandview playing. They're loose, right? In terms of like their play style, right? They were making errors. There's like things where it's just like this looks chaotic. They still have like that old style to them inside of it, right? They have that shot calling that's still coming in to be able to grab the objectives, to be able to pick the fights at moments like at that Dragon Pit that allow them to go straight to Baron. You can see that GVU is still there. But this GVU feels like they are kind of transforming in the midst of this game.
Not gonna lie, if you just hit the nameplates and told me that was Ottawa Braves, I'd believe you.
Yeah.
Right down to randomly getting picked for no reason.
You're wearing enough of me.
Yeah, and for GVU, hey, what works, right? Like, you're winning, don't question it. It's up to Illini to try and find a way into this. And we said before, they've got a lot of pick tools, right? They've got the poke from Jace, they've got J4, they've got Blitzcrank, heck, they've even got the Vigar. And unfortunately, since Newbie got that 4-1 and 2 start to the game, the mid game's fallen off a lot more for Newbie. And we said before that the late game is going to be about can we burst this Vigar down?
Vigar's getting a dead man's plate.
I remember this morning, Chavi, having a conversation with you about the fact that I like utility Vigar.
Yeah.
So,
this is a electrocute Vigar, by the way.
I don't hate Deadmans normally. I'm not liking it in this composition, though. Like, I feel they're already kind of lacking damage.
It's tanky enough.
Yeah, like, Noob Sleep Early already went Rod of Ages, Serap's Embrace. You're fine. If you need it tankiness, like, go Serap's Embrace. Now, you're probably running Deadman's Plate for the move speed, the ability to run at people and initiate fights. But that's what you've got the Punisher. That's what you've got Refugo for. Newbie's job this game is to be damage.
Yep. That's what my concern is. It's like, I'm down to do the same build, right? If I'm just like facilitating fights, it's like, yes, I put cage down in fights. That's my main task. Newbie is much more important than that.
Yeah.
I feel like they're going to run into a bit of an issue because now they're a big source of damage, right? Like, Vigar's a champion who can get away with building tanky items because of stacks and how that mechanic works. But I feel like a lot of their damage is going to come from Loveheart. And look at this, they're trying to chase down Frank. Look at the charm, it connects the Punisher, getting bursted down. Jinkle, nice use of the hourglass as well. The hook is a death sentence with an exclamation mark at the end. It's yet again just Grandview just getting everything they could want, and it's not for a lack of trying. Why you see they're trying to find something. They're trying to find a way to alleviate some pressure, but Grandview keeps coming back with answers.
Yeah, and it is utterly terrifying right now. Even if that look again. Even if Illini actually find the pick right now, I'm actually worried that they don't have enough damage to carry the rest of the fight. And Grandview, one thing we didn't touch on is the fact that technically they have 4 damage threats on their team. Only Pluto is not a damage threat. So no matter who you kill right now, Grandview have enough damage to potentially carry this fight, especially while Newbie's cooldowns are still rotating through. And because Newbie's not building damage, a lot of his damage is coming from that Primordial Burst. The Dark Matter, the Baleful Strikes, those aren't going to be that consistent damage threat even with the cooldown cycling away.
Now, we're in a bit of a tricky situation where Illini has to figure out a way to come back in. One of the great things is you do have a Blitzcrank. It's a champion that's great at being able to change the pace of a game. One hook. Deadman's Blade has been completed. The pause is there because Grandview is confused on why there is a Vigar with the zoomies. But it is a precarious situation for this squad. Both teams are team fighting comps, right? Like, they love team fighting. Both teams do. Well, not comps, but the teams. They made their name through their team fighting. But I definitely feel like we're in that situation where it feels like Grandview's just in control, and it's up to them on how the fights go out. Because if Grandview's not there to support their boys, hey, that's pretty good for Illini. Just saying.
Yeah, again, the problem just comes, can you actually find picks you need without getting corralled here? And if we look at the compositions, the thing is, both teams went with Brawly skirmishing compositions here. But Grandview, I feel like, have more non-ultimate based tools to fight these skirmishes, whereas Illini needs the big ultimates to come through. We talked so much about the Vigar ult, but the Gragas ult as well is key for displacement to try and get them the fights they want. And so not only does the Punisher have to land a hook on the right person being pretty much just Mark at this point. Like, if you hook Pluto, it doesn't matter. Pluto will happily soak that damage. Jinko can probably get out, and even has the Zonias ready to go as well by time. Castle, free engage, pranked, Hallowed Mist. It's just so difficult. It has to be Mark. So it gets tougher and tougher for Illini to find these skirmishes.
Well, that looks abusive, what just happened to Rafiga. They lost all their HP there. Jinko coming in hot. Noob sleep early, he might be tanky, but they will heal through the layers. Another charm, an unstoppable performance by Grandview. And I just don't have an answer.
Well, they do have a question. Can they hold this push right now? Can they wave clear fast enough? Loveheart still doing quite a decent bit of damage. 4 items completed, actually. I didn't realize Loveheart was just quietly farming up his storm. Almost Flame Horizon pranked. Hold up. Actually, no, we need to talk about this. Pranked almost got Flame Horizon.
Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about earlier when I was like, Loveheart's doing great against Prank in this game, right? Iron Grace kick whiffs there instead of flash, but yeah, no, Loveheart is, that's why I was like, Loveheart for me has always been like an MVP candidate that I've looked at from this squad. Shifting over to the top side is showing it's not just AD carry, you can catch these hands in any lane.
Yeah, now the problem, is this.
Yeah. You said you got a problem? Well, yeah, You know what? The Punisher does have a problem. Explosive Cast comes in. Oh my gosh, Pluto buffered out the hook, finds its target. It's a straight double kill. I'm a newbie, can't live through it all. Loveheart's trying to do the best they can, but unfortunately for them, Grandview is making sure that it is just not enough. They got one cannon minion and a dream. That dream is to take game number 1 inside this series. Grandview do such in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, they ain't messing around. The Castle just tanking up that turret, keeping the minion alive on those pushes. And Travi, my goodness, GVU, a very different style for them, but I really, really like this look, this sort of skirmishing hands check, like I'm just gonna outplay you with more mobility, more agency, and just really, really well played. And for Illini, yeah, huge props to Loveheart for getting so far ahead. But the problem that I was going to raise was that the fact that Loveheart wasn't able to transition that into the team fights. Like the 1v1 side lane split push, great, up to a point. But if the rest of your team can't survive long enough for you to actually split push, what then? And all those items, they chunk when they hit. But we didn't see that poke come down to soften up Grandview, and Grandview just felt like their hooks were hitting more often than Illini's.
I mean, it just came down to the point too where it's just like they had that one play where they tried to make something happen bot side and Prank was really far down, and then all of a sudden Prank was the raid boss because they got a double kill inside that bot lane play, right? Like it did become a little bit coin flippy. I think that if you look over at the builds too, there was a lot of focus on survival in the build path that was chosen on their squad, and because of that, instead of focusing on survival, they weren't feasting on anyone. They were focusing on staying alive as long as possible, but when it came down to the numbers check, it didn't work out. I was not a fan of like the deadbans on Vigar because the only AD threat really is the Lee Sin. Yes, Varus does AD damage, but does a metric ton of magic damage, and the damage you're getting done has been that percentage damage that comes out from Varus's W whenever it's been getting popped. And then the Gwen was becoming a raid boss at this time. Ari is hurting you for free, right? She hits W and you take free Leandri's damage. Like, I think you do have to go to the drawing board. I like the idea that they had. There was a lot of cool things in theory, but when it came down to in practice, it just fell on its face.
Yeah, and I think the other side of it as well was that Illini, and to a certain extent, were just testing Grandview, because Grandview has been such an organized team fight, mid-game oriented team that they were like, okay, let's just introduce as much chaos as possible. And now we know, Travi, that don't test Grandview because they will match you in that chaos here. Each individual player, we know they're carries, but while we've been used to seeing them be carries in front to back, now we're seeing them carries each in their own right. Each of them had their own pop-up 1v1 moments as well. So really strong showing from Grandview. And for Illini, I'm not sure what you do, how you kind of try and look for a win here. Like you said, it's been going full 3 games between these two teams, but the last time when Illini won, they had a select in that top side. You don't have that. Lephart did a good job farming up, but you need to be able to bring Lephart into these fights or else, yeah, Grandview are just looking terrifying right now.
Super scary team here, but we're going to take ourselves a short little break, get ourselves away from the heebie-jeebies that Grandview has given us, and when we come back, we're going to be coming into game number 2 for more gameplay, more team fighting, more chaos, more confusion maybe. Who knows? Don't go anywhere, and we'll find out together. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. We are ready to go into game number 2, and my name is Travis C. I'm joined here with RMC. RMC, I have a very important question for you. I need your utmost certainty on this case here. Does history repeat itself throughout MEC 2023? Is this another series in which it goes the full distance? What are you feeling right now, buddy?
History does repeat itself, Travi, but in different ways sometimes. And I'm not sure we're going to get a full 3-game series. Like I said earlier, Select was key in trying to hold down Prank. Loveheart did a great job this game, but
must blame Horizon.
Yeah, he did. But for Illini, it feels like maybe they weren't quite used to that particular iteration. You see, here's the problem, Travi. We saw what we thought was the lineup last time, and it didn't pan out. So,
we're gonna do champ select with question marks again. Is that what we've came down to, Arms?
You know what? I really hope this is right, because then Refugo is only 1 position away from having played all 5 roles.
I feel like has Refugo played more positions than any other player in the MEC now?
He will if he plays top. If not, I think he's tied with Newbie.
Such a intriguing stat, honestly. Just in Steel, right? Because usually, like, it's not unheard of for you to be like, I'm forced to go from being a mid one trick in certain champion to being I have to learn top lane now. But it's not often that you get to see somebody come in here like they're high or something, where they just come in and just play every single role. And Refuse looked good, honestly, in just about every role that they've been into. So we'll see how it goes. Here we go. GVU still on blue side, so UIUC, they still want to be able to stay onto that red side and that counter pick.
Yeah, don't fix what ain't broke. Varus first pick, very, very possible here. I'm wondering if Illini actually ban away that Varus. And Travi, I wonder if they ban away Lee Sin, because Castle was like a runaway train last game. Early ganks across multiple lanes, blowing flashes, finding kills, and even towards the mid to late, a lot of those plays we saw was Castle going and pulling off insects to kick things off, and then after that Pluto stepping up with those death sentences.
It wasn't even just the kicks, right? It was honestly just being there to safeguard into the situation and land those resonating strikes. That was the big thing for me, right? Like, I personally, I think Castle, had a couple good kicks. Cool, that's great. It's the fact that Castle has the sense to be where danger is. Kind of has that spider sense, right? But they tuned it to be in when a certain lane is in danger, right? It gets a little crick in his neck. It's top lane. They're going top lane. I gotta go. And covers up for Prank. Or same thing can be said for Mark Gonzalez. The net crick goes on. He's Mark Gonzalez, I'm here, buddy. Like, that's what I imagine at the very least.
That sounds very painful for him. That sounds really painful for Castle.
It's a very realistic version of the spider sense, you know? It's just so much pain. Mid lane, no.
I mean, I'd argue that Castle wasn't sensing danger. He was the danger. He was the one making things happen, often beating out Refugo to these ganks, to these lanes here. Now, we do see a bit of a change up here, Travi. And they've unleashed the kitty. Yuumi is off the ban list here as Ari replaces it.
Yuumi is meant to be that pick, by the way. So Yuumi is meant to be that Ari ban. It was a misclick. So the cat is still declawed, okay? It is not... No, that's not happening. No Yuumi. Praise.
Okay.
Praise be to those merciful.
Okay, so no changes. We'll have to see, if Ari actually gets picked up by Chinko there. I think the Ari was fine. It wasn't the biggest carry, per se, but it was solid. Aphelios being picked up by Illini here already, and I'd love to see the Thresh being picked up with the Aphelios. I know Yumi's really, really strong, Travi, but especially when you're running up into Varus plus whatever else could show up, whether it be, like a Nautilus or Leona, a kill threat, Yuumi won't deal well with that, whereas Thresh just gives you so much safety. And we got to see Pluto pop off on that Thresh here. I'm sure Newbie can do the same.
Well, there it is. It's Thresh. It's time. Have you ever heard a tale as old as time about 200 years of game development? Well, this is the combo for you. I love this. This is good. Lopart had a phenomenal performance on the chase. Now they're coming down there to the bot side. Play this Aphelios. This is the matchup I came into this expecting. Because this is 2 MVP caliber marksmen in the bot lane going at it. I love Braum. I had a huge discussion with somebody about the fact that I think Braum is a very good champion at the current moment in time, and I think that he is not picked enough.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I do think he's great into engaged champions, especially here, and buys you so much space. In fact, I'd argue that the second best support within Aphelios is often that Braum Travi. We're seeing a Graves being hovered here. Lee Sin is available at Castle, kind of saying, you know what, I don't need that Lee Sin. Graves can do a lot as well. Very bursty champion as well, and you can do it from a safer range. You kind of do AoE damage as well, so if there's a lot of people clustered around the Aphelios, you can still punch through. It's kind of safer, I think, than that Lee Sin, especially into a Thresh who can flay you away mid-kick.
I agree with that, 100%. The Gragas yet again, so showing a preference towards this Gragas still. This is a flex pick. We could see this go to the top jungle or mid lane for sure. So keep our eyes peeled. Noob Sleep Early did not have a bad game on Gragas. They just didn't get to have a great game on the Gragas either. It was kind of a very neutral game on this champion, but it can still be good.
Yeah, a couple of whiffs on those exploding casts did come back to bite them a little bit. I won't say it decided the game by any means, but yeah. The Punisher does play Gragas in the jungle, and if the Punisher is actually in the jungle here, that's where my expectation for this Gragas would go in terms of that. Illini for now focusing out the mid lane because GVU a bit more telegraphed. It's likely Graves jungle, pardon me, so top and mid here to be pinched, and GVU they recognize that Loveheart's chase was an issue last game. They are going to take that off the board. I mean, Loveheart right now sitting in the 80 carry role position, but you never know where they're going to go.
Wait a second, they're changing up their bans here. They didn't ban the Jats or the Gwen at this point, so you're giving one of those up.
Well, they gave up the Gwen last time.
Yeah, I know you gave up the Gwen last time, but still, I'm just like, this feels really risky when the Jace is banned, the ban Victor, and like not just focus down the top lane pool. Jinquilk has a lot of champions they can play.
What is the last ban? Because
the last ban is Ahri. Okay. So the last ban's Ahri, so they decided to focus on Jinquilk. I think Jinquilk has a pretty diverse champion pool, right? Like, there's no reason that they don't just play Talia or something like that here.
Yeah, I mean, again, Jinquilk, I think of Jinquilk, I think of more control mages like Orianna, Syndra, Victor, Talia. You know, 2 of those are still available if they want it here. And Orianna is not necessarily a bad pick into Aphelios either, because he tends to be fairly immobile running at you, and you can kind of play around that. A Thresh won't be able to save him from that unless you got enough space and actually get the Lantern out in time. In fact, the ball can actually mess up the Lantern as well. Illini, let's see what they go with here. I'm almost expecting to see, I was going to say top lane so that they can keep the flex of the Gragas alive, but Gragas could actually be flexed in the top lane as well.
Yeah, I was about to say Space Dragon is still up and available. I think this is the right call. It is blind, but I don't think Jinquilk actually has a champion that super hard punishes a Aurelion Soul. You and me have had this discussion early on in the day outside of MEC where you know my thoughts on Aurelion Soul. I don't like the, I'm going to match your scaling. I'm like, you need to get up in this dragon's face.
Agreed. And I think mobility, right? We've seen, I think it was the Braves pull out the answer to Aurelion Soul being LeBlanc and just absolutely taking over a game with it. But yeah, Sion picked up for now in that top side. That's the blind for Pranked, I think, which, again, a slightly new look for Pranked. It's his first Sion game this split, and I'm trying to see if it's his first tank. No, he played a Sejuani and I guess Cassante.
Yeah, he played a Sejuani and a Cassante, yeah.
Okay, so it's not his first tank, but that does surprise me, Travi, especially when you're blinding it right now. Yeah. And Jax was available, too.
Yep, Beefcake at the top lane. Wants to be that for the team. It makes sense when you have a Graves, right? You need somebody to be a frontline. The bad thing about Braum is if you don't pick another frontliner. Okay!
I'm down for this, Travi. I'm actually really down for this. So, this is why I'm a bit concerned when you just kind of blind pick tanks. You can be abused, you can be punished. And if there was a team who would pick up something like a Quinn or a Vayne or a Draven in the top lane, it would be Illini Esports here. So Refugo actually taking that Vayne to top lane against Prank. That's going to be a fun one here. Now, I do want to address the Syndra, Travi, because that was picked as the answer to the ASO here. As far as control mages go, yes, there's a lot of ways to interrupt Aurelian's soul, but I do feel like ASO scales a little bit harder, and it comes down to can ASO land Sky's Descend there. If you can land the ultimate on Syndra, I think you win that matchup, and that might come into the jungles as well, as whether the Punisher can set up for that, can land that belly bump, slow, or whatever it takes to get Jinko punishable.
Sorry, I know you're talking about Syndra. I get
Yep.
it. There's something cool about Syndra besides the matchup, right? Hey, there's 2 marksmen on the other team that you can ult, and that's cool. You can say Aphelios Vayne, you're not allowed to play the game. Cool. Wait, Aphelios Vayne, where's the Vayne at? Oh, Vayne's top. We have a top lane Vayne here. Top lane Vayne. You were talking about blind picking tanks. I agree with you only on the fact that this team has Refugo. And Refugo has been somebody who came in hot on that AD carry role, had a great performance on playing that AD carry role, has shown us a lot of things, been fine with positioning. I mean, I'm just saying.
And Refugo's 4th different role here, Travi. We were talking about trying to catch them all, and Refugo has done it. Now, top jungle, mid AD carry has all been played here. Only support to go for Refugo. So I'm hyped for that much at least, Travi. And I love the fact that, hey, given the Vayne, we've seen him play AD carry. He looked really good on that Kai'Sa. Vayne's kind of in that similar role. So I'm liking the draft a lot more from Line. They've got triple threats as well. You're talking about Syndra, ulting these AD carries. Well, you've got ASO, you've got Vayne, you've got Aphelios. You need to kill them all. And it's not just down to Jinko anymore. Castle, Mark Gonzalez have to step up, and they need to kind of assign, hey, who do we kill here? Who's the biggest threats? And those are the ones that we need to take down. Illini will have enough tank as well if Punisher opts to go for that tankier build rather than the Night Harvester AP Gragas that we've seen Castle pull out. Yeah, once they have that Gragas tankiness, Explosive Cast comes out, Punisher's job is pretty much done.
It's gone from your words, gotta catch them all, to gotta kill them all, is apparently the slogan now. So we're gonna see if that's the option, if that's the goal. I believe we did have a couple tech difficulties on the back end, so we're gonna go ahead and send it over to a short little break. This time not out of a fit of confusion, but to just digest all of the lovely things that we just got inside the draft. So make sure you do not touch that browser as we be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back to the MEC, brought to you by the cutest casters ever to be seen. But you can't see us right now. Haha. We're going into game 2 here. RMC, are you ready for this?
Hold up. Before we go into the game, I gotta take umbrage at your comment there about the cutest casters, because there's not enough minion merch out there. I literally have hunted it. Riot has a pair of slippers.
There's lots of minion merch
No,
out there.
they've got the squish ball. They've got a pair of slippers, and they've got the plushes.
RMC, if you
one set of
just type
plushes.
minions into Amazon, I'm sure you'll get plenty of content.
Oh yeah, I do. Not the right type, man. I've seen that cosplay you did, Travi. Don't even get me started.
Do you want me to dress up for you again, RMC?
No, definitely not. But we'll talk about it later, Travi.
Okay. I'll after hours. Got you. Well, we're going into the game here, and it's just a standard start. Everything's peaceful. Everything's nice. There's calm in the air. You hear that, RMC? Well, it's not silent. There's a lot of pings happening.
It's the pings, it's the birds, it's the animals, and it's the invade coming out of Grandview. A delayed invade here. And I really actually like the idea. We were kind of talking about the compositions a little bit. Illini, one thing we didn't quite address on stream was the scaling strength of it with the ASOL, with the Vayne, with the Aphelios as well. There are so many threats here. And we were looking at Grandview saying, can they actually punish the early game? And it doesn't really look like it. Yes, Graves is a strong early jungler, but Syndra needs time to scale. She's been reworked. And Varus, Mark Gonzalez is once again going on hit Varus, which isn't the strongest early. And I am concerned that Grandview can't match the late game.
You know what fixes that, though? The steel chair. Braum has a steel chair. That's all you need. It's true. It's too true. Ignite already being used because of the pressure. The steel chair. By God.
I can tell you're already missing O and U, Travi, because, you know, the Smash Brothers aren't here.
I can make other references. It's fine. I've got lots of them. I swear.
I dread that. I was like, part of me is like, really? Can you? But I really don't want to challenge you on that, because you probably can, and I'll probably regret that. But not as much as Practice going to regret his lane right now, because Refugo is running all over him. Flash Ghost, by the way, on Refugo, really wanting that mobility. And I was trying to think, can Castle gank this lane? I don't know if you have the setup to do so. Not to mention Punisher actually invading on this top side already. They do spot him out, but can Punisher get the blue?
Oh.
Wait, did he get it? Go back!
Yeah, no, he did it. Castle got it. He smited.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't know if you really want to. You got great gank assist, right? But Frank is just going to have to sit by and do the duties as the nippleless zombie with no weaknesses.
Travis, why do you...
What? It's facts.
Why you gotta be like that?
He doesn't have weaknesses. He has no nips.
You see, one of those statements was good. The other wasn't necessary.
He's fine, dude. Like, look at him. He's fine. He's got... I mean, he might have him covered up, but I know there's none under that lumberjack skin, okay?
You know what? Maybe we don't talk about the cosplay after hours, Travi. I think I changed my mind on that one. For now, Prank, though, farming up pretty well considering just sitting under turret. And you kind of mentioned gank assist for Castle here, but that's my concern right now with that Ghost and Flash for Refugo here, plus the Tumble. It's going to be so difficult to land that decimating smash here, or even the unstoppable onslaught. So I don't know if the gank assist is going to be sufficient for Castle. If anything else, I'd rather see Castle try and gank bot or mid, where you've got easier setup to get snowballing, to get that lead first, and then maybe look into the top lane, and maybe you can 1v1. You don't need Pranked to do as much setup for you.
You know what I do like about that idea that you just brought up too, is the fact that Noob Sleep Early is already used to teleport, so that is a very valid idea to actually go for, because if you get this Aurelion Soul off to a bad start, that's great, because the later you prevail against these kind of things, the better things get for you when it comes down to Aurelion Soul. It's why I prefer the get in your face approach when it comes down to laning versus Aurelion Soul. But Syndra can actually do that okay, but with Castle combined, it actually could be a pretty devastating combo. Especially in choke points like this. There's the smoke screen, force the flash out. My wish is granted.
Yeah, good start there. Both mid laners having their flashes burnt by these sort of ganks from the junglers here. The Punisher is going to be aware of where Castle is, but can he win out that fight? Castle won the smite fight last time. He does it again.
Nom, chicken belonged to Castle. Tasty chicken. That's what Castle said as he smited away the chicken. Nice from Pluto, getting into the position. Great from Loveheart. Oh,
one more.
The arrow just misses the target, but both summoners have to be blown to escape that precarious situation.
All summoners blown, Travi, in this bot side right now. Nobody has it available, and huge props to Mark Gonzalez and Pluto. We had said before, they need to find somewhere to exert the early pressure, and it looks like it might be the bot lane as they're winning the 2v2.
Frank is over here into the top side, not enjoying the company of this Gragas showing up into the lane like, hey, get away from here. Lane's already hard enough as is. Frank doing a good job, though.
Yep.
Really, the most admirable thing you can do is to just not die. Don't get too far down in CS, which is hard. You've never had to play a tank into range matchup top lane. You're one of the lucky ones, and I hope your life remains good for you.
I thought you said Sion has no weaknesses. What does he have to worry about here?
Oh, no, Sion doesn't have anything to worry about. I'm talking about just like, you know, melee into like, look at that. Frank's showing their authority by slamming the ats on the ground like that. Doing a little bit of telepathy. That was Unleashed Power. Wow, that was close.
Yubi's trying to get to safety here. The tether shafts!
He got out of range! No! It's a tragedy, but not for Grandview. First, the blood, and a second to follow in the bot lane. Oh, a tragedy.
The humanity, Travi, the miscommunication between these bot laners. I guess that's what happens when you leave the bot lane too long. You forget how to synergize together there. And yeah, that was highly unfortunate. I think the idea was for Loveheart to click on it and then Newbie drag all the way under turret. They might have been able to get away if that happens, but it was still kind of dicey there. As it stands, though, both Newbie and Loveheart fall. And we're just saying, Grandview's bot side doing a great job. Mark Gonzalez starting to pop off already on this Varus, and if they can stay ahead, Travi, 2k advantage right now. Maybe they can stay ahead of the curve and make sure that they try and end the game before Noob Sleep Early wakes up.
Space Dragon, yeah, don't want that waking up. The other person you don't want to wake up is still this Vayne. Vayne's not actually ahead by a tremendous amount. I love this call by Grandview to just send this Braum up here and say, Refugo, you want to be somebody who freezes lane into the Scion? Well, I got news for you, brother.
We'll match your range with our own range, and we'll add an extra here. We'll have
We'll add a steel chair.
The deadliest weapon of all. Imagine Jax with a steel chair skin. That'd be awesome.
Weapon in all of sports entertainment.
But Travi, it's not just to shut Refugo down as well. Refugo doesn't have TP, so Gravity's also rotating their members up to secure Herald, as we just saw. Illini, if they try and answer with Loveheart and Newbie there, then you could generate a numbers advantage with the TP that Pranked has for Grandview on this top side. And not to mention, it would take time for them to try and match this. So I really like the idea from Grandview to be able to pick up the pace. We're seeing Newbie now roam out, leaving Loveheart in that 1v1. And I want to say that Aphelios does not have the mobility Vayne has. So Pranked can actually look to try and punish and kill Aphelios. You just have to watch out for the specific red-white combo. No other set of guns is going to punish you as hard for that engage.
This does also feel like it's more to the traditional style of GVU. You did talk about the last game quite a bit.
True.
The fact that it felt like last game was a departure from GVU style. Even though the champions are much different than what they would normally do while playing their style, this definitely feels like the kind of game you would come to expect from GVU, where they move around the neutral objectives. They have smart map movement to make certain situations happen. They get themselves an early lead and just kind of keep a hold of it. Feels very much so like a GVU game. Unfortunately for them, something that doesn't happen often in GVU is happening right now. Castle out of position. Ignite will finish him off. The Space Dragon from the skies to my heart over the wall.
Oh, Newbie!
Is laying in some damage. Newbie coming in clutch inside the fight. Noob sleep early. Gotta say bye-bye now. And
Mark's
doesn't
here?
Get concussed. Here comes Mark Gonzalez to finish up the
They're
fight.
jumping down.
A nice tag comes in, but Noob sleep
Wait,
early
what?
is breathing fire. Red and white. These colors don't run. To my heart, Love Heart sings proudly. Noob sleep early. Love Heart, they will chase down the pile of meat.
Castle's back.
And they will keep laying in the herd, bring down the ads. And now the Aphelios drops from start to bottom. It started with Castle dropping, but it ends with Castle dropping bodies.
I lost track of how many bodies were hitting the floor right there, Travi. A 3 for 4, or was it a 3 for 3 with how that one went there? Either way, huge props to Newbie. Newbie was cracked. Landing those 2 early hooks on critical members was what allowed Illini to turn that one. And that's critical when you consider they don't actually have that much damage in the early game. A lot of it's just the burst damage from Punisher. Noob Sleep Early's damage didn't hit that hard.
Cole is finding some fun and interactive gameplay here. It will be a 1-for-1. But would you be tilted after that? I would be tilted after that. This is a Rallies Rush Aurelian Soul, by the way.
Yeah, I actually really like that build. It's also an older build that you used to see with the old Aurelian with the orbiting stars here. But considering how he works and with that constant application of the Voice of Light there, you can keep people in range, especially into something like a Syndra. This assists so much with Gang's Newbie. Trying to throw out that hook, but Mark Gonzalez this time much more aware where he did. I'm not going to see that random hook land this time. He's ready, waiting, trying to bait. Castle on Dragon.
I was actually about to say, Death Sentence connects here. So it is going to be a trade. Ultimate misses from Mark Gonzalez. Loveheart is going to land a good amount of damage. Flashing forward. Gets the kill. And all of a sudden, this bot lane has turned things around. It may have felt like GPU was getting back in their flow, but the same can be said on the opposite side of the rift.
Yeah, and while that was happening as well, Punisher got into the pit and stole away the dragon from Castle. Castle literally just leashed it for him as well. So massive on the side of Illini to find all of this. And
did he even smite it?
I don't know if he smited it, because if you have got that one stack. Yeah, but if you got that one stack, it goes really fast. So unfortunately, I didn't quite see it. All I realized when I saw the tag up the notification there.
Hey, Jinkle, you tilted yet, buddy? Well, you should be. Noob sleep early. Just flying on in, and then he's flying on out. You know, it's cool.
It's so disgusting.
You know what's bad about this? Is he
About
going to go crown like the Aurelian Soul? Would this be a crown game for him?
It might actually be to just try and block the burst from the Syndra. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad build. I mean, they're already doing this with Rylai's Travi. That's already pretty nasty. And one of the reasons why Noob Sleep Early keeps winning these is because of the consistent damage Asol puts out, and Syndra doesn't have enough burst to kill him, and the cooldowns are too long for Jinko to get a second rotation off. So if you get that crown, yeah, Jinko really can't do anything in this lane anymore.
I am curious now of what the build path has been, because we've seen so many Aurelian Souls in the MEC build differently. I believe Maces likes to do the Leandries build. Like, every time I think I've seen them play it, they've done the Leandries. When I watch Amateur, it's always Rod of Ages. Yep. I know Crown has been rising in popularity. I think it has, like, amongst Aurelian Souls, it's got, like, a 60-some% win rate in solo queue at the moment. I don't see it in competitive too often. Okay, well, guess what was in the bots? Not the hopes and dreams of Grandview. It is demolished in that one. They wanted that kill. But instead, disappointment is on the menu. Congrats!
I mean, you could argue they were dreams. It was a pretty thought, which didn't translate into reality, and it stays as only dreams for now. The idea is good, and for Grandview, unfortunately, I feel like they're starting to feel a little bit desperate with how the game has played out, and if I were them, I'd be a little bit desperate, considering the scaling that we're starting to see. Loveheart as well, now 3-2-2, has been somewhat accelerated from this pace of the game. Mark Gonzalez looks like he's further along, but
says, I've had enough of the dragon! Give me that vein. Loveheart coming in, wanting to get aggressive onto Mark Gonzalez. But Mark Gonzalez just out of reach. I'm a newbie. Can't find the death sentence either.
Punisher, can he steal again?
Can he do it? Has smite. Same can be said for Castle. JK though, it's just gonna smite it right away.
Yeah, I thought he was going to hop over the wall at the kind of vision. Lubhart's back got cancelled again. And the point I was making was, in these bot laners right now, Lubhart is ahead, probably, in terms of gold. And experience, definitely. But in terms of items, he's behind. He's also not been allowed to base here. And Mark Gonzalez had the better back timing, so he's able to pressure in. And Illini's bot lane is actually calling for help. We've seen the Punisher and Noob Sleep Early kind of hover bot a couple of times now, looking to try and relieve that pressure for Lubhart.
It's good. I really like the way that Noob Sleep Early is moving around here. They have noticed that they have already been able to abuse the Syndra in the one-on-one matchup. And now they're trying to spread that into the bot lane, in which they have this 3-2-2 Aphelios popping off. Your win condition's pretty good right there. My concern is definitely the fact that Refugo hasn't been able to find too much. They've got a 30 CS lead. Right? Wow, that's cool. That's kind of what you expect inside the matchup, right?
Hey man, that's props on Pranked for being able to farm up under this pressure. And I feel like we haven't really seen Pranked pressured by any kill threat, by any means. If anything, I'm actually getting a little bit worried for Refugo because the 1v1's very comfortable. But I'm expecting to start seeing people roaming around soon at this point. And we saw what Jinkle did to Refugo there. If Jinkle wants to roam up there, those are easy pickings.
Here we'll summon into the mid lane. First brick secured by GVU. They still have the gold advantage in their favor, despite being down in kills. Dragons are even across the board. That will soon change as we have dragons spawning in under 30 seconds, and both teams seem like they're ready to contest Death Sentence, and that's on the Bluto. But Brum is here, as he says.
Yeah, and if last game we saw death sentences with exclamation marks there, that one's a bit of a question mark. I don't think you want to be hooking Pluto there. He'll be happy for the free engage. We're seeing Refugo starting to rotate down to this dragon. Keep in mind, doesn't have TP, so actually has to walk down. Pranked doesn't need TP, has the Unsealed Spellbook, and more importantly, has Unstoppable Onslaught if they just want to rush this one and force the initiation.
Right now, it's white and blue. Not the same effect as red and white.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. It's time to scream cowards at the top of your lungs, and you find 2 good hearts. 2 kills in quick succession. The Punisher getting punished. It's a double kill. It is 4 members falling. Grand view. Just that looked easy, RMC.
Chavi, I realize we made a mistake in all the analysis. The analysis is simple. It's 15 minutes. It's GVU. It's team fight win time. It's just that easy. And Noob Sleep Early, for all the trouble he's been giving Jinkle, he did nothing to prank. He just absolutely popped. And Illini, I want to see the team fight. We didn't get to see that.
Yeah, I was ready for the team fight, but it was very one-sided. Check this out. The teleport comes in. Castle is here. Look how much damage you're actually putting into the Aurelian Soul. You're trying to ignore him. You're trying to go for the carry. But guess what? You're going to lose out on so much more. You trade it out. The Castle finds 2. All of a sudden, you got a 5-1-5 Graves.
Yeah, and Noob Sleep Early, I think, just got baited by how the mid lane matchup was going. He was so comfortable in there, and now he's joining the rest of the world and realizing that, no, Castle, Mark, these guys absolutely shred him. Coming in, he took so much damage to try and make that bot play happen. And sure, Lubhart's able to actually get a kill, so it's not completely for a loss, but you killed Pluto. Big whoop. Like, Pluto's the support, 0-3 and 8, doesn't even care. And now Jinkle gets the matchup into Refugo. Pranked for all that mobility, gets down to this bot side, just hammering away at this turret and getting to pick up free farm.
This is dire moment, I feel like. The gold lead has expanded quite quickly. It was a 1k difference. Now we're looking at almost a 5k difference in gold. So 4k shifted over. Yeah. Not great if you are a UIUC fan. Need a way to breathe life into him. One of the things I would recommend, don't target out Pluto right now. You need to get rid of Castle this current moment in time, right? Castle needs to be gone out of these fights. 5-1-5, as we were just alluding to. He's very strong, has the Ghost Blade, has the Eclipse. You have to focus this jungler out. There's a 450 gold bounty, by the way, on him too. So it's not like you won't be rewarded, just saying.
True, Jinkle 400 gold bounty as well here. And for Illini, to a certain extent, I actually don't think they need to target too much or overly index into trying to focus on a single target. They do so much sustained damage here. I think a lot more of it is about trying to stop Grandview from being able to free fire into you, and specifically playing around Prank, because an unstoppable onslaught that we saw, if Illini are grouped up, they're going to be dead. That knock-up into another knock-up with the sheer amount of AoE burst that Grandview can put out is just absolutely disgusting. But if you can kind of play around that, you know, get Prank to do a field goal through you guys and or be able to separate everybody from Prank, then you can kind of just chew through Prank at your leisure and then full up on all those squishies.
Kind of run into another situation that is difficult is how do you move this team around, right? We praise like the individuality that comes in from this composition from UIUC, but now we're in that tricky situation where, all right, your Vayne predominantly going to be split pushing for a while. They're a little bit behind. And now you're getting caught out. Your team is relatively squishy. Pluto caught out of position here, but hits him with the Concerto that comes in looking rated GVU. And let Punisher getting popped. A collateral damage later. They continue to press forward. The concussive blows are leaving everybody concussed. Where in the world is anything on the map? Well, it's all under control by GVU and the Baron. That's up on that trophy case.
Where's everything on the map? Baron's about to be in Grandview's back pocket here, and they're going to be able to push him. Once again, Travi, it feels like Illini were doing fine. It was all gravy till Pranked showed up. I mean, even the way they split the hook again from Newbie, catching onto Mark Gonzalez was massive. Castle alone doesn't have enough burst damage. Sure, he's 6-1 and 6. Sure, he's got a 550 gold bounty, but can't quite cut a single target in one rotation. If Mark Gonzalez had his full rotation, that would have been the kill. And when they managed to turn, separate out Pluto, it looked like they were going to be able to turn that. But this Sion, the unstoppable onslaught here, and the fact that Refugo can't match the mobility is coming back to bite them so hard. You're talking about split pushing. Refugo didn't even get a chance to split push on that play.
It was only one team fight. How did it end up like this? It was only one team fight. How did it end up like this? It hit 15 minutes, and now it looks like Illinois is going to be calling the cab. To Loveheart, caught out of position. There's no place to be Mr. Brightside in this moment in time. GVU are just controlling the map, and as you said, it feels like the timer, the bell, it tolls here. Frank screaming at the top of their lungs. They're running at him. They're frustrated. They're tired of everything they had to deal with inside the land. You can condemn them all you want, but the weak get scattered, and now it's a meteor coming in and has great impact. You can lay in the damage, but Grandview will put you in your grave. They will find the kill. And it's just Grandview yet again, picking up advantage after advantage.
They're going to keep pushing with the Baron buff here. Forget the Dragon. There's enough bodies on the floor. And Punisher is still kind of looking for Jinko here. He's got Night Harvester. This is that AP build, and that's something we didn't talk about. We were talking about Punisher being tanky enough to soak the damage, and he didn't go that build. And that's why we're seeing what we're seeing, where Grandview, once they just find a pick, they just run over you, because who's going to attack the initiation from Grandview?
Like, that was a really easy one for me to be able to do there, by the way, RMC, because I feel like it's the same thing as who let the dogs out. It's just like, who takes it in game? Like, nobody does, RMC. Who takes this Scion? Look at him. He's built different. He's 6'7", 270 pounds of pure muscle and no nipples. No weaknesses on this man.
Travi, I knew that last one was coming there. You're doing so good up to the last second. Hey man, I can't argue with results-based analysis, and he indeed does not have weaknesses. He survived the laning phase, and he's coming back with the fury of the undead and of the nippleless here. And yeah, Pluto getting hooked up again. Doesn't even matter. If they go on this, they die.
But it's Pluto, right? Yet again, it's a glacial fissure that will spread apart. Dominating his castle in this game. Their castle walls are lined up with cannons. They firing shot after shot after shot after shot. Noob sleep early. All you can do is breathe fire, but Jinkwell is godlike, has no business. You can run, but you can't hide as bodies are being broken by Grandview.
Yeah, you weren't kidding when you say Prank hits different. Holy, he finally gets his revenge on Rafugo. Absolutely pops him. It's another clean fight for Grandview. And for Alina, it's all but over here. 20 seconds. I don't know if their base is standing by the time they respawn. Newbie's been great this game, by the way. Amazing hooks. I don't think you can save your base alive.
No, another scatter of the week comes out. GPU will probably back up off of this. They'll probably get an inhibitor and then look to retreat, just knowing how they like to play. Or they might look to push. Who knows? They're kind of a little indecisive. Okay. They will back. I was about to say, it's GPU's style here to just take everything, leave, get one last spy, and finish. Right now, Illinois are sitting inside the coffin. All Grandview has to do is put the nail in it.
Oh, jeez.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, if Jingle had found the kill there, that's kind of over for Illini.
That was through the chug jug. He was chug jugging through that. Okay, he was trying to chug jug the pain away.
And it worked. He survived. That's all you need right now. It's about getting through each day, step by step here, Travi. Shopping, people going back buying. I want to highlight that Jingle, first of all, had stopwatch in that last fight, so he's not really under threat of dying. And has a 25 stack Magi, fully stacked, ready to go. When you think how the early game went, and you remember Noob Sleep early was just running Jinko over and over again in lane. What a massive change.
What a turnabout, right? Went from getting abused inside the mid lane, and this is what we praise Jinko for a lot of the time. This is a player who is really, really just incredibly solid. We're seeing that here. The foundation's really good. They might be quiet for a bit. That 15-minute marker is more so for them. After 15 minutes, Jinko is a different player. They are the star in this roster. One last team fight. I'm a newbie. Doesn't want it though.
Oh,
newbie! But that's a death sentence for yourself. You dug your own grave. Now lay in it. There's no way out. Grandview will find themselves. They break the streak. They say no more 2-1 series. They say revenge is ours. They send them down to the lower bracket.
Javi, I told you, man. History sometimes doesn't repeat itself quite the same way here. And Grandview, yet another 2-0. This one decisive. Salute to you, newbie. I respect you taking that death sentence in there. You landed the Q. You know what? It was over. Illini kind of knew it. They went for the play there. Props to Illini. And that after game one, Chavi, that was not how I expected game two to go. I'll put it that way.
I feel like game one was very loosey-goosey, right? Like, we were, like, when it comes down to, like, let's say you go to the club, right? And you're in the club, there's that weird guy who's, like, flailing his arms around inside the club. Like, he's in the dance floor. He's just doing a little bit of this, right? He's just doing a little bit of this. That was game one, right? You kind of just take a step back. You go back in. And then you got GVU. They're kind of chill. They're watching out the crowd in game number two. They're chilling. They're watching everything. They've got their eyes on what they want to do. They got their eyes on the moment. The beat drops. Spin a Rooney right there in the middle of the dance floor. I think GVU, that they played their standard dance plan, right? Like, hey, yo, 15 minutes coming, beat drops. It's our time to break things down, get into the team fight. This different draft, different style of draft for GVU than what we're used to, but the idea is definitely still there, and I appreciate the evolution we're seeing of GVU in playoffs.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we were so worried about Prank in that 1v1 lane, and Prank was perfectly fine. Yeah, like you mentioned, he was down, 15, 20 CS here. Yeah. Didn't even matter. You saw the literal impact he had when he smashed into those team fights. That switch turned on Prank 17 minutes when he decided, hey, I'm finally joining a fight. We're ready for this. We do this right now. We smash. And Travi, you're kind of mentioning Illini's really high match because we might get to see this particular matchup twice in a row. We might also get to see the matchup of Braves and Grandview twice as well, because now that Grandview have won here, true. Well, no, there is a maybe. One of them has to go to the lower bracket after this. But next week, or tomorrow, pardon me, Braves will face off against Grandview here. That is another epic matchup, and given what we've seen from Grandview, yeah. You get to cast all of them, dude. Like, that
I'm so spoiled. I always get these matchups.
Yeah, and even better, we've seen Granville evolve too, right? Game 1, we got to see them kind of play out almost Ottawa Brave style, where it's just chaos and skirmishing and fighting and handshake. And then here in Game 2, we get to see Pranked on not a carry, where they're not looking at Pranked to just win that lane and then kind of split push the way through victory here. Instead, fully team focus, and Jinko, Mark Gonzalez really getting to pop off in this one.
Oh, what a good game from them. They will move on to the next round. Illini, UIUC are not done just yet. They go down to the lower bracket. They can fight their way back out. They can get revenge. They could possibly meet up against new competition. They can find so much more. Their journey in the MEC is not over just yet. As they go down to the lower bracket, we will have an interview. Before we switch over to our interview, we do want to give a shout out to our sponsor, lovely as always, AVDG, which is a leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator. Spanning from coast to coast like Space Ghost, AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology, design services, professional installation, and world-class service across the U.S. Through distinctive designs, AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, improve connectivity, and position their investment for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintains and secures the success of their technologies through their extensive Simplicity Service division that works continuously to monitor, adjust, prevent system errors. Just like GVU does when it comes down to their team fights. They do stuff to prevent them from having to face errors when it comes down to team fights. So, we're going to take a moment, take a break, have a little bit of a moment to breathe, get all loosey-goosey, practice our dance moves, and when we come back, we'll be going into an interview with one of the members from GVU. Who will it be? Find out after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back to the MEC. My name is Travesty. I'm joined with RMC, also known as the player's biggest fan that we have here on the screen. We got Castle. How you feeling, buddy?
Feeling pretty good. Nice. It's the first time we can beat that team without dropping a game, so that's good for us. Always just win game one and game two.
Yeah, and game one, Castle, you had a fantastic streak with the Lee Sin here. Just absolutely popping off again. How do you feel about people still giving you that Lee Sin? Do you feel like that's fair, or do you feel like, maybe teams aren't respecting it enough?
I think giving it over is fine. I think people's picks into it are maybe more of an issue. Like, I think there's a lot of meta junglers that are pretty good into Lee, and I don't remember what I played into the first game. Oh, Jarvan. It's just
J4,
J4 is a good matchup for Lee. So like, there's other picks for Lee. I don't think Jarvan's one of them, but I think their jungler is just like comfortable on that champion. So I don't think it's a surprise that it's like left up ever. There's a lot of picks you should ban for my team. We have good players elsewhere, but the matchup is pretty hard for Jarvan, I think.
Now, I do have to touch on that, right? We talked a little bit about the games. Game 1 and Game 2 were two completely different games in terms of the feeling here, especially casting deaths from the Aya check, everything. I gotta ask, was there like a difference for you guys in game number 1 where you guys felt like there was more chaotic energy going throughout the Rift, or because you guys were a little bit loose in the way you guys were playing, just really fast-paced and hands checking everybody, it felt like.
I think game 1 we just all got champions we're extremely comfortable on. So there's a lot more like individual thing that will make happen. And game 2, it's more just like we kind of locked in more just because, like I said, we always kind of like lose our focus for game 2 and then kind of just throw it. And we just didn't want that to happen again. So game 1 is probably just a bit more chaotic because of the comfort of our champions, and people come for individual outplays.
Yeah, that's, I think, very fair to the composition as well, because, yeah, it looked like a lot of skirmishing champions. Game 2, though, much more standard from you guys. And I want to talk about pranking that top lane a little bit, the Scion pickup, because that was something that caught us a little bit off guard when Jax and Gwen were available. So do you mind talking to us about what the draft decision was like? Like, why the Scion here?
I mean, Scion is a champ that's just recently, like, kind of just being picked. Like, it can be blinded in certain spots. It can be, like, used as a counter. It's just, like, a pretty standard frontline champ, and we figured it'd be a good thing to add to, like, the list of champs we can play from the top side. So he just saw as a good angle. He said, just give me the Scion, and he performed really well on it.
Yeah, I don't think we can argue in terms of performance or anything like that. This does mean that you guys get to have y'all's run back from the end of the season going into next weekend. Tell me, how is the team feeling? Is revenge on the mind? You guys are just like, we just have already shaken it off. What's going through the comms in GVU? Has Trahir had to get the belt? Has Coach had to get the belt or at all?
I mean, I think obviously we lost last series to them. I don't think anyone's like, oh, we can't beat them or anything like that. Obviously, there's the revenge side from some of my teammates who have dealt with them last year and last split. I don't really have any like personal issues with any of their players, so I'm not like seeking revenge. I'm just playing to win. And I think we're all pretty confident going into the series. We just kind of same thing they ended up saying after they lost the first series, where we just kind of had a lead, we threw it, and then we just tilted from throwing a lead and, played pretty poorly game 2. And yeah, we're pretty confident going into the next series.
Okay, so that's not a no on the belt from Trahir.
No. Not a no. You might grab it again if I give the answer. Yeah.
Trahir's just behind him with the belt ready to go. No Castle says anything wrong. Well, Castle, it's been an epic season from all of y'all here, and I wanted to ask you specifically, because you're newer to the team, how have things changed? Has anything changed from the beginning of the split till now for you guys, for you specifically, merging with the team and just the overall team dynamic?
There's been a pretty large amount of changes in the way we play. Like, we keep going back and forth to different styles, but overall, I think we've gotten to a point where everyone's pretty comfortable with how we're playing. We get to play the champions we have games on, the champions we've practiced, and we've kind of found our style to be able to work together with those champions. So it's definitely a big difference from the start to the finish, where at the start we were kind of just picking whatever, and now I think we actually have ideas on what we want to play as a team. So I'm liking what we're doing recently. I think it's definitely better than earlier on in the season.
Yeah, and is there a lane you're liking more than before? Because I remember there's an video was pranked where he said that you gank his lane a lot. This series didn't see that many ganks in the top lane. Do you have a new favorite lane to gank? A new favorite player to gank?
I'll just gank the enemy jungler. I was taking his camps. I prefer the camps over the lane CS. They nerfed it too much. I only get 40% XP from that now, so I gotta go to the enemy camps.
Fair enough. You ganked them before, now they gank for you. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I have one last question for myself. Castle, this is actually the first interview I've had with you since the very beginning of the season. Since then, we had like our mid-season MVP discussion and stuff like that, and I've been like one of the big supporters of Castle. I've been a Castle stan, if you will.
Come on, man. Let it go.
Bigger than RMC here, I would say. But I have to ask, right? If you had to say, is there a player that has really stood out to you, Castle, amongst the MEC that you've really had to kind of keep your eyes on as a player?
If I'm picking one for my team, I definitely think it's Nick. I think Nick is the biggest voice in the team, and he's definitely like, you know, there's Prank who's like the oldest or the elder of the team, but Nick is like the Rock almost. If I had to choose someone from another team, it would probably just be Trickster. I think he stands out a lot on the team he's on, and he's definitely like the biggest competition in jungle and inside of MEC.
Gotcha. All right. Well, to your adoring public, Castle, me being like you're a big stan, of course, I've always been supporting you. RMC, I guess, has kind of been, but I want to just give you the platform.
Longer than you.
RMC, what are you talking about? RMC, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Castle. Do you have any words for your adoring public out there?
I don't know how much adoring public I have, but you know, thanks for watching the games. Yeah, I guess that would be it. Just thanks for watching the games. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for typing my name in chat, I guess.
There we go. Well, thank you, Castle. We hope you have a great one. We'll see you at the LAN next weekend, I guess, to see you crack some heads and hopefully get your journey to the cup started.
Hopefully. See you there.
See you there. Being said, yeah, well, I love getting to talk to Castle. I'm a certified Castle stan, and it was great to be able to live that. Thank you to MEC for allowing that to happen. Me, biggest fan. RMC, second biggest fan of Castle. It's great. I love it.
Javi, you and I are going to have words after this one before the series starts.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go work on my self-defense for a quick moment in time. RMC is about to find why I got banned from karate class growing up as a kid. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, RMC might have a black eye, who knows? And we'll get into our final series of the evening. Don't go anywhere.
This minion's about to get 300 gold.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on back to the MEC. My name's Travis C. I'm that picture perfect face with that wild in their veins, and joining me today is my co-caster, RMC, where you can hear it in their growl, growl, growl. How are you doing? Are you ready for game number 2? Are you excited? Are you ready? Are you pumped? Are you ready?
Traveling for a change? No, I'm not. Because we're in the lower bracket to end the evening here between Drury Panthers and Illinois College. And I've really enjoyed watching both these teams. It's really sad to think that the loser of this one is out, Travi. It's done. MEC's over.
Yeah, their season will end or have to watch from the sidelines from this point forward if they do drop here. And this is going to be a hard matchup for both teams. This is Illinois College taking on Drury Panthers. These are two teams that have found themselves with lots of struggles throughout the season. Lots of upbringing moments that they've been able to have. Their win-loss doesn't tell them that from the regular season, but here you go. You can see inside of the bracket what things look like for them. So whoever wins inside this matchup goes on to face Briar Cliff in the next round. So you know your opponent that's waiting you, but a hard-fought battle to be able to do that, as that team just fell from the upper bracket after a 2-1 loss to the what a lot of people would say would be a favorite. And here we go. We do get to see the rosters, and we do get to see that this is going to be what we're looking at today. Drury Panthers still bringing in their old roster, which is the main roster that they've always wanted to have in, as well as Illinois College. They found themselves in stable ground, and they said, all right, we're going to have Usopp in. We got 255, and formerly known as Sage. Now we have been told that it is Sage Wabe down there in the bot lane.
Yeah, that I think I prefer it actually as Sage Wabe. Part of me keeps thinking Sage Wabe.
It's very fun to say.
Yeah, it is.
You can't have a bad moment with Sage Wabe.
We'll see, Travi. We'll see. But I'm first of all really glad that we're actually seeing the rosters as it stands. These are not teams which often swap their rosters around. So what you see is kind of what you get. But we got some exciting, interesting drafts from both of these teams yesterday here, including a Rammus game coming out from, I believe it was Drury Panthers yesterday. So fingers crossed, you know, maybe the roster's not as spicy, but the picks I expect to be just as spicy.
There's just something about that champion, you know. It's late at night, it's 1 a.m., and I'm going through a rough time. League of Legends, this match is not going great. Then I just hear one voice line that changes my whole entire mood. Okay. Just changes everything. It speaks to me. It speaks to you too. I can see it in your face, RMC.
I don't know, man. Every time I hear that voice line, there's a spiky armadillo just rushing at me. So maybe it changes my day, all right, Charlie. That it does.
I love me some Rammus. I'm hoping we get that. Drury Panthers always loves to set my heart ablaze with some of the picks they like to bring out. They're good at the unique champions that we get to see in League of Legends. And, you know, they have been in MEC Pod. They were actually a team that I was championing. We had like a topic where we were talking about what team do you think is the most dangerous? And everybody else had their picks. My pick was Drury Panthers. I thought this team's very dangerous because of the fact that their claws are pretty sharp, and you never know where the angle they're going to pounce from. They can be coming from the trees, the cliff, from up top of your stepmom's house. Who knows? They can come from anywhere.
That took a turn. That took a turn, Travi.
That happens sometimes. That's what happens with the Drury Panthers. It takes a turn sometimes.
To your stepmom's house. You know what? We're moving right along. Darius Band coming through. Mastermind. Always has to be banned. Most banned champion against this team at this point here. And I feel like Drury Panthers have evolved so much from just, the Mastermind show on the top, then give him Darius, he'll get the pentakill, and he'll never get Darius again. We've seen Killer Guy step up. We've seen Azula's Revenge step up as well. Also, Hen has had some epic games. I still remember his Lilia game when he came back in it as well, popping off. So you know it's good. Whereas Illinois College, they've grown some too as well, but the bans against Illinois College feel very, very static. We see, the Heimerdinger, the Vigar. I will say we got to see Lone Force pilot the Heimer last time. And so it is a flex ban, which we're seeing kind of taken away here because it affects more than one row.
I actually would like to see a Rakan ban, actually, too, on that topic, because Lone Force's Rakan has actually been really good. I've actually really liked what I've seen from that. If I look at somebody who's grown a lot over the course of the season, it has been Lone Force. But there's a tax to be paid, and that's called ban Yumi if you're red side.
Yep. I mean, Illinois College didn't ban Yumi, and they regretted it in that series, right? GVU just spamming that one certainly came back to bite them. It wasn't the only problem, but it was a massive one. And now Illinois College get first pick on their side, and I'm curious to see what they opt for here. Because the Heimer's kind of off the board, I wouldn't be surprised to be the Rakan that you're talking about, Travi there, or something in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking Caitlyn, but Zaya works too.
Yeah, now it does draw into the question, do you want to separate the lovers duo, or do you want to let them, go into the bot lane? Do you have an answer for it? Fat Cat is actually, if I remember correctly, I believe they're pretty proficient at it as well, but they have quite a few champions in their support pool that are good. Renata's one of them that I could see being really good into the matchup. Thresh is another one, though I don't know if Fat Cat's played a lot of Thresh. So there it is, Renata locked in. Drury can... Honestly, they could lock in their bot lane matchup here, too.
Yeah, and I was thinking, too, like, Fat Cat, to me, is more of an Enchanter player. I think the Renata fits a lot better. The Rakan got banned against Fat Cat, but I don't know if Fat Cat's actually played it in the MEC thus far, because, yeah, it's mostly been Enchanters. The Viego being picked up as well for also Hend, one of his most played solo queue champions. And personally, yeah, I like the idea that we're already starting to see form here for Drury Panthers. A lot of stopping team fights from happening, looking to get those resets. They will need a bit more damage, though, I suspect, to really enable this Viego to pop off.
Viego, very good. We've seen a lot of junglers gravitate towards it ever since the buffs came out. We're living in a Lee Sin Viego world for the junglers that want to pop off in games, and we're seeing that here in the MEC. Everybody wants that moment to take the spotlight and direct it kindly onto themselves. Rakan is there. It's the lovers duo. They're back. There's no separating them. Wukong will be a very interesting dynamic. It's one of 255's most played champions.
Yeah, 255, mostly these sort of big team fight style champions. The Maokai one is very popular, of course. Sejuani and Wukong being sort of the second line picks that he has available. And now with Maokai getting nerfed, Wukong fits. We wanted damage, Travi. They got it in spades with the Jinx pickup. More importantly, they've got resets as well. Both Get Excited as well as the Viego resets. And I'm already getting worried here for Illinois College. Yes, you've got the engage of Rakan, Wukong, but that Renata is going to stop a lot of it. And in the time you're kind of stopped up, Jinx can really mess you up.
Girl, wait a second here. RMC, I think we're forgetting one other thing too here. That bailout on cheats is actually pretty crazy. Because if you get a kill with cheats, not only are you getting bailed out, but you're excited. You're skipping. You're not just straight skipping out of it, right? You're like straight up full sprint, like running it down into their face. And it's explosive, right? I actually really like this combo. We actually haven't seen a time period in which Renata and Jinx have been meta at the same time. So this is a very interesting dynamic we're going to get to see inside this game for Drury. I like this. Let them cook. I like it.
Yeah, and Drury already really solid base. We're seeing the bans come out. Fiora and Aatrox taken away from Usopp there in the top lane. The Camille is still available, and to me that is Usopp's bread and butter champion, one that he performs incredibly well on. Preemptively, Drury, they go with the set. I actually like this one as a protective measure for this Jinx. You're just trying to stop as many people from getting in there, and specifically into Camille. The matchup early is not bad, but later on, it's more important that you can pull the Camille out of her Hextech ultimatum. So if she ever jumps Azula's Revenge, yeet her right on out of there, get that range, get that space once again for safety.
I like this, though. It's Usopp's signature. Dicey has not gotten their hands on Anivia in quite a bit of time. It tends to get banned against them in the second ban phase. Dicey is very proficient at Anivia play, and we're going to get a live display of that inside this game.
Yeah, and in all college, I'm looking at the draft already. It's all highly prioritized champions with them. Comfort picks across the board here. Really incredibly strong team fight. I'm going to be honest, I'm not actually that big a fan of this Anivia pickup in this situation, Travi. I do think it's a great champion, don't get me wrong. But when I look at what juries have drafted here, Anivia does best into melee champions, so champions that want to run at you, where you can control that zone. She's weakest against champions that outrange her. Jinx kind of outranges her. Victor is a bit of an interesting case as well, because the moment the Glacial Storm comes down, Victor pops his Chaos Storm, interrupts that, and then Anivia is going to struggle, have to wait a couple of seconds for that to come back up. And in that meantime, Illinois College are going to really struggle. So when I look at the draft so far, it's comfort on one side versus really strong, solid team fighting with advantages in range and in terms of answering what IC have already drafted.
I do really like the fact that Jury did take the set. I think set gets slept on quite a bit at this current moment in time. Big fan of him. Have an IG. One of my accounts is named after set. If you didn't know that, RMC. So it's great.
Which one? Actually, no. You know what? I don't want to ask that question.
No, it's okay. You already asked the question. It's called Set's Bathwater. You're welcome. I'm not lying, RMC.
The moment I said, I know you're not lying because I do know the account. I forgot about it. And the moment I asked, I knew. I was like, wait, I know the account. I know it's going to be something off again.
It's a great account. It's an account that makes people always talk positively in all chat, so I'm spreading positivity in League of Legends, is what I'm saying. It's very good from my back. I'm giving back. But I like this. I think Mastermind's a great player. I think Set is under the radar. It's one of those picks. You and me were talking on a broadcast outside of MEC, where I said that there's like an echelon of like sleeper picks that are like in that A, B tier of top laners if you're going to make a tier list. And I think Set actually fits into that niche really well. They're actually pretty good. They have a couple weaknesses that make them fall right underneath. But in terms of like durability and whatnot, they're pretty good. And poor Wukong's not going to be able to spin the win if the showstopper comes in here. Set able to really show things off.
I'm sorry, but when you're talking about Set, you just kind of lost me there for a second. You're talking about Wukong, I just came right back in. Yeah, Set's cool and all that, Johnny. No, but I actually I do agree with you. I think Set is rather underrated, and I think a lot of that had to do with the shift in meta where we saw bot lane.
I just love the fact that you say that, and you were out of focus the entire time, and you said Wukong, and you went right back into focus.
That's actually literally what happened to my camera, man. No, I have no control. My camera has opinions about League of Legends, and I have no control over my camera. If it doesn't like what it's hearing,
on purpose,
I wish to.
No, man, my set fats and it's just wah 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 wah.
My camera just really doesn't like Set. But what I was saying, in regards to the sort of Set meta, I think partially revolved around the bot lane. When we saw bot laners were crushing lane, looking to pop off early, we didn't see Set because he's not as useful in those compositions there. You want to carry top laner, things like the Jax, like the Fiora, like the Camille. But now that we're seeing picks like Aphelios, like Jinx come back in, even to a lesser extent, Zeri, Ezreal, champions that benefit from a really strong front line, Set definitely has his place. He stops people from charging in, he disengages, and he helps against tanks as well. It works against compositions that want that tanky front line just as well.
Something we haven't talked about in a while is been the pet choice, by the way. We haven't talked about Squirtle, Bulbasaur, at all inside of the night RMC, and the entire day, really. And I'm a little offended about it, and I want to talk about it.
Minions have spawned.
Squirtle's pretty good. I don't know if you knew that. You know what he evolves into, RMC?
Blastoise.
No, before that. His true form.
There's nothing before that. We don't.
No,
talk
there's
about
something
it,
before that. No, it's
I'm not gonna walk into Shivy's position.
No.
Bad Cat's gonna walk into Lone Force and Sagiwabe.
Yeah, Sage is going to be able to find themselves a nice bit of aggression. Fat Cat wandering into unfriendly arms, and that's what happens when you don't choose War Turtle.
I mean,
saying.
Fair. They did indeed not pick War Turtle. I will say, actually, it does surprise me a little bit that Also Hand is going for the Moss Stomper. Usually with Viego, I expect to see the Fire one for more damage. Fat Cat
gone.
Is dead?
Yeah, that's First Blood. I was going to touch on the fact that Sage and Lone Force are really, really, like, in terms of, like, duos that have, like, a lot of synergy, I actually placed them very high. And I didn't get a real good moment to talk about that. But as a duo, they're really good in terms of being able to play off of each other, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, that's right. I think... Oh, okay. Mastermind taking a lot of damage there. Okay. That is not going to be helpful. I mean, Set still has bit grip. He will be able to regen up to a certain extent, but that is 30% to 90%. Yeah, that is really, really rough to be able to pick up. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Sagiwabe Lone Force definitely the standouts for Illinois College for me. Here, junglers saying hi.
Going to say hello as well. gets to meet the clone of 255. I am curious, do you think this is going to be more of a crit-focused Viego inside this game, or...?
I actually haven't seen the crit Viego build. Like, I've heard people talk about it. The closest I've seen is the Kraken Slayer pickup, and that was kind of it.
Yeah, I've seen it once or twice so far, ever since they did the buff to Viego. I don't know how I feel about it, so I was wondering if you had an opinion on it, because I look at it and I'm like, you know, I still kind of like Divine Sunder a bit.
Yeah.
That's not where you want to be.
Send.
In the arms of Lone Force and 255, that pole reaches, and we are kind of getting popped here in the early game. That was a straight up solo kill. Usopp, calm down. My man trying to get back to the Straw Hat crew. he got a One Piece chapter to read after this. Dang.
I mean, that's why I was getting worried for Mastermind up top. You know, with your set taking that much abuse, you're not safe anymore. The dive ability is very strong with the Camille. She can get in, she can get out. And Travi, what a start to this game already. Illinois College just taking over across the board. You were talking about Sage Wabe and Lone Force. Lone Force saying, it's not just Sage Wabe, it's me on Rakan. I will find ways to be useful. Roaming in with 255, finding the pick onto Also Hand as well. And I am getting a little bit worried about Drury Panthers. I like their composition. It's really good for team fighting. But if the game keeps going this way, there will be no team fights to be had. Illinois College will be so far ahead at the point, it's just going to be a smash.
Yeah, you said it best when we were in Champ Select, where you said comfort. And honestly, I'm a big proponent of picking comfort over picking what's good in almost 90% of League of Legends matches, especially in CLO. Because of the fact that, like, if you're able to get things that you're comfortable in, you know how to press those win conditions so much better. You have limited practice schedules. You have limited time. You need to excel inside of your classes as well as be able to perform when playing with your team. So the best way to do that is to actually just focus on what you're comfortable with. I would say that Illinois College, they have a lot of comfort, not just because they have, like, the Lone Force Rakan, right? 255 has the Wukong. You have that Anivia, which is more comfort than it is good into the composition. I won't argue that. But even Usopp on the Camille, this is a champion that actually gets banned from Usopp quite often. And it was a little bit shocking for me to see it left up, because Usopp is actually a side lane terror.
Yeah, and when it's not banned, Usopp will pick it, right? And there's not a lot of great counters to Camille, unfortunately. Mastermind, the set, definitely not one of them. In fact, Mastermind now TPing back in lane after having dropped bot side. Engage coming through.
Backhat getting jumped upon. There's nothing you can do. The power of love will be able to carry him on out, but time to get excited. Azula's revenge gets revenge.
1-on-1.
Sage not enjoying all the damage coming in. You don't want to be in that location. Great flash, though. A double kill from Azula's revenge. They just got turned on their head, RMC.
Yeah, that flash was absolutely beautiful. Perfectly timed, too. They were waiting. The moment the feather call started happening, that's when they flashed over to the other side to be safe. And for Fat Cat, it's kind of rough, but as a support, hey, if you're getting your AD carry ahead, that's worth. You're happy. And especially when you're facing Illinois College, where we've mentioned before, Sage Wabe, Lone Force, this is the big carry lane here. If you can win out there, half your job is done.
Scary, precarious situations. Both AD carries got 2 kills to the name now. Usopp, not appreciating when Mastermind talks with their hands. Playing the Mecha Kingdom skin, by the way. Mastermind trying to live out their dream of being a Gundam. If it's going good for him.
Hey man, I don't know what happened actually. Both of them TP'd back in roughly the same time. Usopp has a massive item advantage with the Sheen over a longsword, and yet Mastermind just somehow beat Usopp hard after getting soloed by him.
Shield, Haymaker. That's all it is. I'm telling you right now, that's all it is. It's just Haymaker. Haymaker plus Sheen proc that did the Sheen proc with the wrong leg. That's it. Didn't have the true damage leg out, you know?
I guess so. And what you have to keep in mind too, like we mentioned before, Set actually regenerates passively really, really well. So Usopp has to take risks to prop that Grasp of the Undying or the heal. So it gets very, very risky, dicey, getting locked up. But Killer Guy Not 6 yet. No real kill threat in this mid lane for either side.
Especially because both of them... I think Killer Guy will probably opt for something that's a little bit more spiky. They'll probably go like a Lost Chapter item. I think Dicey, what I've seen a lot of Anivia's go to has been the Rod of Ages. Because you can go Rod of Ages, be a scaly monster, and still go Demonic for the burn if you want it.
Oh my goodness.
Lone Force is here, engaging. The Mist is enough to scare them off. They're not a fan of Mist here. They gives them flashback to old Silent Hill on the PS2.
Or just Olsen being a better
Or just Olsen, too, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's a newer reference than Silent Hill. Saying Silent Hill kind of shows my age, just as a statement.
I'm actually curious now. How many of these players have actually played Silent Hill or know about Silent Hill?
I don't know.
It's not that old a reference, is it?
It is. I mean, there hasn't been a Silent Hill game for a long time. Let's see.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm showing my age as well.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I said it, and I was like, dang, I'm old.
Well, it is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about age anymore. I'm getting depressed. 255 invading onto Olsahend. Was actually able to take away those Raptors before Olsahend did show up here. And the game slowed down a little bit in the lanes, at least. We saw a lot of action in the lanes in terms of the kills. And to me, the next big power spike will be our junglers hitting 6, where 255 unlocks the Cyclone. Big, nice skirmishes. Olsahend with the Execute, much more efficient on the individual ganks.
Yeah, keep our eyes posted as this game goes on a little bit longer here. We got a minute or two until like they should see the 6s hit onto the junglers, where we're starting to see those ultimate abilities come out. That's the big moment for me. Just because we're starting to see those resets from the Viego, we'll see the Cyclone from the Wukong. That's when both these teams feel like they'll probably be at their strongest. Because then you actually have some of those proactive tools, the carry threat that could possibly come out here. Alzan is also going, looks like the Centaur build, I'm guessing. They actually rushed Kindle Chill.
Oh, was it a Jack show? Or I forget about the tank version. There's the tankier Viego build, which I'm kind of blanking on right now.
Well, that one, I've seen Frostfire, I've seen Jack show. That's all I've seen in terms of the tanky version. Mastermind is actually taking a good amount of damage now. Head second ultimatum was laid out, and it's not an ultimatum that Mastermind enjoys, but it's going to take him for a ride anyways. A close 1v1 encounter, but the item advantage favors Usopp.
Yeah, and Usopp able to bounce back after that sort of rough laning. The CS advantage as well, heavily favoring Usopp here, so definitely becoming a bit of an issue. And Illinois College, you know, as much as we worry about their team fighting, have the advantage of the side lane. There's no kill threat mid, Javi.
Oh! Well, there's a lot of flicking happening down here into the bot side. Cleanse comes through. Very Saki. Going to be dropped down pretty low. Does need to be precautious. Gets a nice root off the Blade Collar. Lovers Duo. Looking for a potential reset. Here comes the Mist rolling in. It's a scare tactic at this point from Alsen.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like right now. Every time Olsen just comes down here, Illinois College is like, yeah, the harrowing's approaching. We need to run. Oh, Lone Force.
Quickening! They say, hey,
That's
we
two.
caught on to your scare tactics, and you don't scare us. Illinois College finds the 2v2 outplay.
Man, I was actually getting a little bit worried for Sagiwabe and Lone Force. The trades that happening, it felt like Azula was doing better. What's up?
Sage got left all alone. You didn't notice that? Yeah, Sage was trying to back and just like straight up was just like, oh, my lover.
They broke up. Hey man, you know what? It's intentional.
Force.
Lone Force is showing Sagewabe that, hey, you gotta be on your own for a little bit. I'm not gonna be down that bot side. Rakan roaming out after first base or second base is the standard play here. So
this is ruining my immersion. Rakan absolutely would not be the one to give the cold shoulder in that relationship. Have you seen Zaya? She's the one that gives Rakan the cold shoulder, okay?
That is not more accurate to me, man.
Rakan's the clingy one. 100%.
Okay, that sounds more like fan fiction than lore or canon.
No, it's lore.
I don't know, man.
I've seen the music video. 255 looking to make a music video of their own, but no bodies will be hitting the floor from Killer Guy.
Flash burnt, spinning, dancing, Killer Guy, trying to get some revenge. Chaos Storm is available, but I don't know about this one, Chief.
Well, Mastermind knows about a lot of things, and they do not enjoy those legs. They speak for days, and they do true damage, bro. That is not a language you want to speak. It is painful to hear.
Yeah, Usopp's trying to run away in that top lane here. Also, Hend has not spent any focus in the top side. They're really abandoning Mastermind, saying that, okay, you know what, go econ mode. We will call you when the team fights start, because you're certainly not going to be able to do anything else whatsoever. Speaking of which, looking like also, and also going the Divine Thunder build for now, so not going to be the crit Viego. Kind of sad, Travi.
Yeah. I'm sad because I want to see it more, because I still haven't gotten an opinion of it, and
same.
Me playing Viego is a bit of a trap for my teammates, so I don't do that for their sake. Like I said, I like to give positive things back to the League of Legends community. Me on Viego isn't one of them. I'll say, wouldn't be able to find Lone Force. Lone Force says, nah, son, let me go back to my honey. You know, I got my friend to, like, ban me from ever playing Rakan with them once before. Just fun fact.
How bad can it be? Was it AP Rakan mid?
No. I just RP'd in comms.
Oh, okay.
You haven't lived until you played Zaya Rakan, but you also act like you're Rakan in that, you know. In that
and for
call.
More Travi Rakan roleplay, subscribe to his own.
There, you can find my exclusive content.
Oh my goodness. 255 sneaking into the bot lane here. Cyclone not up yet, but it should be coming off cooldown shortly. So I think they're trying to sneak him into the forward bush, but top side, Mastermind.
Emil is not a fair champion. I hate that champion when I have to face it, so I feel your pain, Mastermind. And 255 is here to make a world of pain into the bot side as well. This is the lane 2 gank here. Alco gaining a bit. But looks like 255 is going to reposition into a different area of the map.
Yeah, no, Azula's in fact have been doing a great job not stepping up from beyond turret. So there's not been a lot of gank opportunities. It feels like every time they push out, also Hend is waiting. 255 has had enough of waiting of his own here. Gonna drop the Herald, just get the pressure down in exchange. And I want to also mention that Jury Panthers, while all this was happening, they tried to set up a gank for Mastermind at the top side. Also Hend and Killer Guy rotated up, but as you can see, Mastermind just not safe enough.
Double the CS.
Wait. Rocket, not going to be able to find anything. And reminder for everyone, rocket damage has been boosted. The cap on monsters is 1,200. It matches Smite now.
Pretty broken. I feel like that's why we're seeing a little bit more Jinx come out, just because you can shoot that ult off and find yourself in a good scenario. You gotta figure out a way. I think Drury Panthers need to get out of the laning phase at this moment in time. I think laning phase is actually hurting them. They need to get Azula's Revenge out, moving around the map. Sticking down here in the bot lane, this Lovers duo has been hard stuffing their efforts, and now we're getting into the territory. Divine Thunder completed on 2 of the members of Illinois College, and that Rod of Ages. We're on the countdown for that item to scale up and give that big payoff for the Anivia.
So, Travi, for Jury Panthers right now, the one who really needs the laning phase to end is actually Mastermind the top side. Azula's Revenge isn't having the best time of it, but they've been able to farm up, and that's the most important thing on this Jinx here. Azula's Revenge has actually not died in lane whatsoever. It's been Fat Cat, unfortunately, paying that tax against Lone Force here. So I think Jury, if they can extend the laning phase in the bot lane, they are okay with that. And the other problem is, I don't think they're ready to leave laning phase. Even if they start grouping up here, I don't know if they have the damage to deal with, or Azula's Revenge has enough damage, pardon me, to deal in these team fights compared to Sage Wabe with that Gale Force, which has the higher single target spike.
I think you're right. Yeah, you look at the numbers that do not lie, just like Shakira's hips. Mastermind. Let's get out of the lane. Double CS for Usopp. Yet again, this is a champion that Usopp is very comfortable with.
Why is he basing again?
Because this lane is hell, RMC.
Yeah, but okay, if Mastermind bases, he loses the start. You can already see Usopp is kind of ignoring that, just going in and chipping. I choose to believe Mastermind was just baiting there, and I might completely be wrong because he's actually trying to channel.
No. Mastermind wants out of this hell. Like, get him out.
You know what? He helped the turret through 14 minutes. There are no more plates, so if it goes down, it goes down. Dicey bot lane.
rotated down to the bot side,
Wow.
immediately regretting it. Rocket's not the friend of Bird made of ice. Come to find out. Topside's also dangerous. I appreciate the call actually from Mastermind the back here. Look at what happened topside. Rakan Zaya went top lane with the Wukong. You have to give up that tower at that instance.
Yeah, they overloaded it. Herald going to be picked up by 255 once again here. So yeah, Illinois College just playing this really cleanly, Travi. And I'm looking from Drury Panther side. I'm trying to think, how do you come back into the game from this right now? And yeah, it comes down to what you said. You kind of got to leave the laning phase, but if they're not ready yet, then, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't right now. You can afford to lose the outer turret, but if Mastermind loses his inner turret, at that point, you have to rotate somebody to deal with this. Mastermind has to find a safer place to be.
Now Drury Panthers. They get a nice advantage in terms of getting some gold into Azula's Revenge. Big fan of the name. I'm so glad that they're not Iced Grande anymore. Azula's
I preferred Ice Grande.
Really? I mean, yeah, Azula's Revenge might not roll off the tongue as well, but it's Azula, bro.
I know, but it's not Azula. It's Azula's Revenge. So we
That's
call him
cool. I'm cool
Azula.
with
It's the
it.
wrong name.
It's Azula's Revenge. Yeah, I'm cool. Look, Azula can get as much revenge as they want. They could sell me on an entire 4-part series that's based around Azula getting revenge. All right.
Wait, hold up. So if Fat Cat died and Azula's Revenge gets the revenge kill, does that make Fat Cat Azula?
Usopp going out here into the bot side, making sure that Mastermind does not escape this hell.
Yeah. I'll let you go this side, Travi. But Mastermind, yeah. Usopp. Hey, and that's the right call for Usopp as well. Just keep punishing this set. Why not here? What I kind of don't like from Illinois College is constantly leaving Dicey up against Azula's Revenge. Because we already mentioned before, Anivia, weakness, range. What does Azula's Revenge have? Range. Mastermind, dead.
Yeah, Mastermind is dead. Yes, you are correct on this. This is going to be as easy as can be. Nice little shake up, but it's not going to mix things up too much. It's just a little bit of damage. But onto the side of Illinois College as they take out Mastermind yet again. This is what you need to do. You need to dive Dicey. Dicey has passive still though, so it will be a difficult journey. Nice use of the wall. Actually, give himself a nice little man-made alcove gaming. Fat Cat gets the bell out.
Sage?
Usopp trying to dance around the fight. Sage on the side, going berserk. Tries to use the again. And the Chaos Storm. It can't find Sage. The weather
But Usopp
doesn't bother them anyways. Usopp is chasing them down, and it's a rampage for Usopp. 255 is looking to dance with Harold all the way into the inhibitor.
Yeah, I don't think it'll quite get there here. Can they stop the charge? Minions? Okay, Minions just saved Jury Panthers from that last charge there. But that top side job, we need to talk about that. Because first of all, the fact that Anivia kind of messed up Ulsahen's reset, right?
Yeah.
Because Egg Form, Ulsahen didn't get the reset he wanted. They had to stay around so long. The build-up from Fat Cat was good, but the collapse from Illinois College, you knew it was coming. You knew you were on timer. And most importantly, you knew Usopp was going to show up. The moment Usopp showed up was the moment the music stopped for Jury Panthers.
I do love the fact that Dicey gave himself his own alcove to play in inside that dive, though. I do want to shout that out. Sometimes you can take the alcove away from the gamer, but you never take the gamer out of the alcove, you know?
That alcove did not work in Dicey's favor. He did not get over that wall.
I didn't say it worked in his favor. I just said I appreciate it, you know?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's a dragon for Illinois College. Also, fair enough. They are 10 kills to 3 of Drury, and also nice little bit of a gold lead. They're looking at about a 7k lead in favor of themselves, and you know what? I think that's pretty cool. Illinois College. I feel like this gold lead is all on Usopp, but then I look over and I'm like, no, Sage is also performing as well. Goodbye, Fat Cat. It was great to get to know you here. You're going to find yourself a brand new home. I'm sure that bailout's there. Timer's ticking down. You're not going to be able to get the kill. It's an unstoppable Usopp, and now it's time to spin to win. Let it rip. 255 on a killing spree. It's going to continue going onto the killer guy, laying in a good amount of damage onto him. They got that loot, and this is not a fight that you wanted to take here. 255 left on their own. Azula's Revenge, though, picked off on the back end of the fight. What a weird, scrambled fight. They do lose their jungler, so still going to do it. They're still going to go for
Yeah,
the
there's-
Baron. They got the damage. I just realized Victor's the only person alive besides Mastermind who is still trying to recover.
Yeah, and more importantly, also Hen said too, there's no smite on your side, there's no smite on their side. Mastermind bot side didn't have TP either. We'll at least be able to find the inner turret. So Illinois College, this was completely safe for them to be able to pick up. Now, Killer Guy finding 1 kill in the back end of it was good, but Travi, in general, right now, Drury Panthers, you've got a team fighting composition. They have not team fought a single time. So far, it's been skirmishes, and Azula's Revenge caught on the back end alone. Fat Cat caught in transition, walking between Azula's Revenge and your base. Killer Guy kind of on their own as well. Drury Panthers here, if they even want a shot, they need to start grouping up here, and it just feels like it's too late. I don't know if they can survive against this push. There is good wave clear on Victor and Jinx, but there's also really good engage on the side of Illinois College, and the wallets of Illinois College are really, really fat right now.
You said fat, and my mind just went immediately to like, where's Fat Cat at? Fat Cat, trying to get some vision down. I appreciate you, Fat Cat. Unfortunately, Illinois College does not appreciate you right now, because they have been just going after you and taking advantage of Renata's biggest weakness, very immobile champion. Sitting at 0-5, that's really been somebody who's been punished. Same can be said for Mastermind inside the game as well. Interestingly enough, though, Mastermind, yet again, caught out. Usopp will finish things off. I like the pick. I like what you got. I like your gumption. But Usopp's Camille almost feels illegal.
Yeah, and that was why we were surprised that the Camille didn't get banned here, especially if you were going to pick something like this set. Lone Force threatening under inhibitor turrets right now. And Illinois College are just trying to buy time here for Usopp. Azula's Revenge.
Azula's Revenge is still under the tower. Down where it's better, for sure. Don't want to be anywhere that's not under the tower. Usopp is destroying the tower. One man wrecking crew. Sniper King coming in, landing critical blows, but Azula's Revenge is going to stay alive throughout the burst. There's going to be a kill to Killer Guy. They're looking to continue this aggression on forward, but you need to not get overzealous. You might be a little bit tanky, but here comes a hostile takeover. Only going to be able to connect onto one. Rakan, no! He's hitting silent! That's tragic, but nothing comes out of it. Oh, it's not Zaya tearing apart the team. They're A-okay with the result.
Empirical proof, Travi, that Rakan is the one to beat on Zaya, not the other way around.
Okay,
Meanwhile, while all that was happening, Dicey was split pushing on the bot side and took the inhibitor turret. It's not the fastest split push with an Anivia, but it did get the job done. And Drury Panthers, hey, you see what they can kind of look to try and do when they're grouped up, albeit Usopp did overextend grossly there. But if it happens once, it could happen again.
I don't know what Drury Panthers want to do in this situation. Also, it's doing an interesting build. Actually, this is my first time actually seeing Viego go Black Cleaver first item. I get the idea behind it. It's really good on bruisers in general right now. But because of that, I don't really have a lot of good stats to be able to soak up some of the damage from all these members on the opposing side. Illinois College is just far ahead right now. 10K in their favor. It's 24.5 minutes, and this is probably the most impressive early game we've seen from Illinois College throughout their journey in the MEC.
Yeah, and it's really clean as well, like which is the other surprising part. A lot of times with Illinois College, they're a fun team, but they scrap really, really, really hard. Whereas this time, they're not really scrapping. They're not actually giving opportunities for Drury to find these fights. They're overloading, and it's the macro, the rotations, which are impressing me right now. The fact that they're always ahead of Drury Panthers, they always seem to have the numbers advantage as well, and they just keep leveraging that. Soul Point now picked up for Illinois College, and we're talking about rotations. You know what makes rotations scarier, Travi? Cloud Cell. You rotate faster.
Ooh. Fast rotations. Spooky. Yeah, no, I'm with you on the point of Illinois College and what they've been doing in terms of the rotations, how clean it's been. Look at the gold lead here. Look at that graph. Every time well, if you're a Drury Panthers fan, it might make you cry a little bit. Look at the gold, though. It's Usopp, Sage, Azula's Revenge just peeking up there saying hi. But 255 is also up there in that top contention in terms of gold. You can see that's where Illinois College has been getting their gold lead from. These carries have been popping off. I'm actually surprised that Sage was not right beside Usopp in that chart.
Right. Was pretty much, right? Sage was second.
Yeah.
Ooh, flash bomb from Mastermind there.
Yeah.
By the way, we're probably going to see a Flame Horizon this game.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Wow, we've actually had 2 Flame Horizons on the night.
We didn't get the other one. Prank did actually get Flame Horizon. They got close.
Close is good enough for me.
Well, we might get the actual one here. 255.
Yeah. 255 going in for the engagement. Killer guy has to jump out of position. Nice hostile takeover.
Doing it
This is
again.
going to turn things over. It's 255 getting dropped. You claimed that they were looking clean. Well, that put him inside their own head. Usopp, you're going over the wall. What are you doing? There's a gravity field right there. Usopp, you have to go unstoppable, but you ain't unkillable. It's a shutdown to Azula's revenge. Good bit of the storm to come through, but check this out, Mastermind over here onto the side, nice wall to be able to stop things from going out too crazy, but Dicey is going to just get pulled on in, the face breaker, haymaker, laying in the damage, showing them on out, going into A-form, look at Sage, laying in the move, laying in the damage, going in, revenge for their honey.
No way!
Collar, Sage Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was crazy! A pop-up in a 1v5! Dicey was egged! Dicey was being scrambled and Sage said, enough! Pops in, wipes him, and Travi, it won't be game ending. 30 seconds still on multiple members of jury, but only 2 members. And, hey, you know what? If it had to get a little bit more messy before we got the quadra kill, before Sage could pop up, I'm okay with that.
Sage, you know what? They have to wipe the tears from their face. The song started playing. They had to take a moment, get their music. They heard, don't try to make me remember, you know, and they're like, it's time. It's time, revenge for Lone Force. And made the play happen, and this is turning into Baron. This is turning into a play of its own. Illinois College, that could have been the nail in the coffin for Drury Panthers. Illinois College, it's up to them to finish things off.
It could have been Travi. It still can be right now. They've just gone back, picked up their items here, and they are all 1, even 2 items ahead of their counterparts here. Drury Panthers have 1 big fight left in them. And let's not forget how that last fight started. That was Illinois College walking in multiple 2v5s, 2v5, 1v5. If they just group up and walk in this time, I don't fancy Drury's odds.
I mean, in game 1, their odds are looking kind of low. We've seen comebacks in scenarios, but Illinois College, they feel like they have such a clean idea of how to do it. And even then, I don't know if they got warm hands, right? Or what's going on, what's different. But when it comes down to the hands checks, when they come out, they pass them with flying colors. Like, these are like A+ that they're getting on the hands checks. This is great to see from Illinois College.
It is, and I want to highlight though that Dicey doesn't have TP, so the hands is worrying.
Only gets the clone.
Usopp?
Also tags on to Usopp. Goes for the gravity storm. His head's like going to make him to go unstoppable. That's
there we go.
Going into the midst of the team. The gravity storm is going the wrong direction.
Feathers
the other way. 255 gets the kill. Sage on the other side. What's all happening? Dicey is nice enough towers, but it's A-okay. A 4v5. Those odds are looking even to Illinois College. Dicey rejoins the team just in time for the photo shoot. It's time to take down the Nexus. Game 1 to Illinois College.
And they do it in style here, Travi. Sage Wabe once again in that team fight popping up. That was a 4v5 fight. Dicey did not show up till after the bodies were hitting the floor there. And for Drury Panthers, yeah, you cannot give over that many comfort picks. It's all about Usopp's Camille. It's all about Sage Wabe Zaya here. If there are any changes up, it's got to be those bands.
I think if we do take a moment to look at this draft, right, and I am curious if they do swap sides inside this game. I think you have to get rid of Heimer, because Dicey's Heimer is a problem.
Fair.
If you're staying red side, you have to get rid of Yumi. Cool. Understandable. Get rid of Yumi. Fine. Fine and dandy. I think you get rid of Camille first rotation as well. I know that they picked it in the later half of the draft. So, like, yeah, you ban Aatrox Fiora. I would argue Fiora Camille would be better. Because even though Usopp can play Aatrox, their Camille is too nasty. I do think that there's adjustments that have to be made. But you're gonna leave up something. If you leave the Vigar open, you do know Dice is gonna take it. So you got to figure out like, hey yo, maybe we just go against Vigar inside the games, right?
Yeah, or even open up that Yumi, because as scary as Yumi is right now, I don't know how practiced Lone Force is on it, but we know how practiced Lone Force is on this Rakan. And if, you know, kind of forced to pick between the Rakan or the Yumi here, I'd rather give over that Yumi. And if they don't take it, then, well, Jury Panthers can pick it up for themselves, and Yumi isn't that hard to learn here. Fat Cut had such an unfortunate laning phase on the Renata. The Renata pick was fine, but the fact that Renata was getting picked by Lone Force was not. And in lane, 3 times dead already. That was what gave Sage Wabe that early gale force, which then allowed them to very quickly snowball that bot side out of control as well. So, Travi, I think leave the Yumi open. Heimer stays bad. Ban the Camille. Actually, open up the Vigar if you have to. Kill guy's got a big enough champion pool. You can look to punish. I mean, things like Rumble can punish a Vigar very early on. Things like a Silas can look to try and match and beat out a Vigar as well in the 1v1.
Let's see what the answer may be. It is definitely a case that they have to take a moment to go back to, reevaluate, and figure things out. Things I don't have to reevaluate is AVDG, which is our leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator. Spanning from coast to coast like Space Ghost, AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology design services. Words are hard, guys. Professional installation and world-class service across the U.S. Through distinctive designs, AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, improve connectivity, and position their investment for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintains and secures the success of their technologies through their extensive simplicity to service design that works continuously to monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you all say thank you, AVDG, for sponsoring this bit of the MEC, making sure we're able to keep putting on shows like this. I see 5 thank yous inside of chat. 5 thank yous, AVDG. Our MC will give their rendition of any song of choice. So make sure you do not touch that browser, as I'll be watching the chat. We'll be back soon.
Hi, we're Audiovisual Design Group, but you can call us AVDG for short. Over the last decade, we've grown to become one of the largest technology integrators in the United States. Our journey began in 1996 when the Macarena was the #1 song in America, and a guy named Robert Sharfer founded AVDG in Silicon Valley. From the beginning, everything we did was rooted in the philosophy that technology integration should be exceptional by design. Exceptional tech, exceptional people, exceptional spaces. To achieve this, we became laser focused on process. Employees were thoroughly trained, projects followed a consistent workflow, and customers received outstanding service and guidance, no matter the size or scope of the project. Before long, AVDG was working with top companies in tech industries, both in the Bay Area and overseas, including Oracle, Wells Fargo, and Google. AVDG wasn't just a commercial integrator. We also worked in high-end residential environments. Across California, we partnered with homeowners, renowned architects and developers, including Troon Pacific, Michael Lee, and Robert Hidley. We built lasting relationships through our support division, providing solutions for technology updates, upgrades, and everything in between, while continuing to grow. Through acquisition, AVDG expanded across the country. We acquired TVTI in Chicago, which had built a reputation for its partnerships with architectural firms, builders, and MDUs. This was a perfect fit for AVDG because TVTI was already known for its innovative solutions, which created value for developers and end clients too. TVTI's award-winning approach led them to produce integrations that have touched most of the Chicago skyline. Their work can be found in the city's most prominent towers, upscale condominiums, and residential buildings, as well as other developments across the United States. Next, AVDG acquired Maverick Integration on the East Coast, which was another perfect fit. Maverick had done incredible AV projects throughout 2 million square feet of some of the finest homes in New England, New York, and the Caribbean. Maverick was one of the first integrators to take an engineering and design approach for residential projects, which allowed them to create innovative solutions based on each client's space and needs. Their specialty was finding smart ways to integrate technology in the construction of these exquisite homes so that usable living space was not compromised, while enhancing architectural features through lighting design and other custom solutions. In the process, Maverick worked with many award-winning firms to refine what they could deliver to a client and what the homeowner's experience would be. These acquisitions have been an important part of AVDG's success story. Today, AVDG is now ranked among the biggest and most successful integrators in the country, with 7 locations across the US. So, what sets AVDG apart? While every technology project is unique, we use a proven process that ensures success every time. We refer to this process as FLOW, or frictionless operating workflow. Flow enables our team to work smarter and faster. Each project is defined by roles and milestones that allow team members to work in their individual swim lanes while also contributing to the big picture. Every aspect of a project has a defined process, from the initial sale to the final client handoff. We keep in close contact with our project stakeholders, including general contractors, designers, and electricians, to ensure we stay on track. All this is done digitally across multiple projects simultaneously, that we can quickly redirect teams, adjust scheduling, and define new milestones as needed. Our process extends beyond the project completion. Clients receive ongoing support and remote system monitoring, ensuring fewer headaches and maximum system uptime. For AVDG, it means an increased customer lifecycle and the opportunity for additional projects in the future. Our process is the secret to our success and is what allows us to grow, expand to new markets, and merge with new teams, and while maintaining the consistent quality service we're known for. As we at AVDG continue to grow and innovate our industry, our process will continue to play a vital role in the story of our success.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back to the MEC. My name's Travis D. I'm here to start my own takeover. Joining me here is RMC. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to steal some hearts here, RMC?
Yes to the first, no to the second. I am ready to watch some games here, Travi. I don't know what you've been trying to get me to promise here, Travi, all day long, mate.
So to give a little bit of backstory real quick, RMC's had to deal with my stupid self the entire day, just constantly poking and prodding like, hey, you want to do this? Hey, yeah, you want to do this? We've been casting together since the wee morning hours of gamers, you know? So, like, it's been a good time. RMC's probably sick of me, but you know what? We still have our series here, RMC. You can't leave just yet. We got game number 2 between Illinois College and Drury Panthers.
And now you've got me feeling mixed feelings, Travi, because on one hand, Illinois College, please save me, win 2-0. On the other hand, we won a series, right? These two teams, on paper, they should be a lot closer. And Drury Panthers, they just folded like a house of cards in games 1. We didn't get to see the Drury Panthers that we expected to see. I want to see my Rabbits game, Travi. I want you to get to see your Rabbits game, Travi. I got to see it yesterday. You didn't.
I know. I didn't get. Look, yesterday, I'm so sad about yesterday because I couldn't cast at all yesterday. To give it a little bit of a heads up, right? Yesterday was a Friday. I can't do anything on a Friday, right? Not normal MEC hours. So, you know what? I got tapped for it. I was like, oh man, unfortunately I can't. You know, hey, I didn't think too much of it. And then all of a sudden, my Twitter and Discord are on fire because people are like, yo, they're playing Rammus. Yo, they're playing Fizz. And it's just like, where am I at? Why am I not here? I love these. These are my These are my people. Hello? Hello?
Well, somebody had to pay the price. Somebody had to go to work to get that bread to feed your people. Now, Travi, we are into picks and bans here. It is going to be Drury on the blue side. Looks like they took your advice here, and that does mean they can potentially free up one of their bans. Vigar still on the ban block. I expect the Heimer, but maybe the Yuumi Travi gets through.
I actually do wonder if Illinois College leave Yuumi up in the test, because they do have a game to spare inside the series now. So they could test the waters and say, all right, Drury, we'll leave you up. What happens is they're forced into a situation in which Yumi's up, but now whatever first pick Drury Panthers wanted to get is not available to them, and Illinois College can swoop in and take it. I think that's actually a very valuable strategy if you're Illinois College.
Yeah, the thing is, what are you taking away from Drury necessarily, right? Like, Drury went with Renata Viego. Maybe you want to contest the Viego, but that's not a 255 style champion either. So I feel like the picks are different enough here. And for lots of MEC, Travi, that's been my feeling, that honestly, blue side's not really an advantage for most of these teams, unless Yumi's on the board. That's the one exception there. So we'll have to see if Yuumi makes it on the board, or Illinois College actually decide, hey, we don't want to leave that open. We don't want to risk it.
I got an answer to that question. Who's the first pickable champion that you would like to grab for yourself that you would give Yuumi up for? I'm going to tell you right now, if you're on red side, give up Yuumi, you get Zaire Khan.
Sure, yeah. And I think it's going to be a deny away from the Zaire or the Rakan.
Or
Drury Panthers, they banned the Yuumi themselves, so...
Hear me out.
Okay.
Or the Kaiser support.
First pick.
Well, here's the thing. They take Yuumi, you play Mordekaiser support. Whenever you ult the person that Yumi's attached to, they get detached.
True.
I'm just saying, Mordekaiser only needs like 2 items to really be a nuisance. I'm just saying, this is some tech.
It is. It is some deep, dark, forbidden tech, Travi. Maybe not support. Top lane, I could see it work. For now, though, not going to happen this game because Yuumi was taken off the board. And
yeah,
Zaya actually banned by Illinois College here. So after the epic performance Sage Wabe had, they recognized the strength of the champion and said, we don't want to give Azula's Revenge a chance.
Gragas. That's all I got. First pick, Gragas. Okay. Very interesting.
It's a great pick. It's a great pick.
Was it up in the last game?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I was a bit confused. I was just like, wait, was it up? But I mean, yeah, I think if you're Illinois College, you can just go ahead and grab yourself the Sejuani. That makes perfect sense. I think you can grab your support here if you really want to, or you can grab your Camille. Honestly, I think the Camille had looked good enough to be blindable, and I don't think Mastermind had a really good answer for it. So unless Mastermind is just put on, hey, you're gonna play Scion or something like that.
Ooh, okay, that's not quite a Scion. The Aatrox, Illinois College. Okay, the Camille is up and available for Usopp here. I don't really know what is necessitating this change.
So Aatrox is more blindable than Camille is. But now if you flip things on the opposite end, Mastermind can take Camille. There's actually a couple different matchups that you can take inside of this. Jats is available. That's what they're going to end up taking. Mastermind's played a good amount of Jats inside the season. So that's why I was a little bit confused on the idea here. But it is stable.
I'm still confused.
It's still stable, but I feel like unless Usopp's going to go like a tankier variant, it's going to have a hard time dealing with Jats.
I mean, okay, so the Aatrox Jax matchup in lane is actually not bad for Aatrox because you can't counter-strike most of Aatrox's damage. A lot of it is ability-based, and then you can kind of wait it out. You've got enough CC to interrupt him as well, so the lane matchup's not bad. I don't mind it because Mastermind has played so much Jax. We talked about Comfort last game. So I don't mind the Jax pickup. I just don't think it's necessarily the greatest, and I don't really understand the Aatrox blind either, coming through from Usopp at this point in time. Seraphine being picked up for the side of Jury Panthers. This is a champion that can be flexed into all three remaining roles, mid, bot, support. All of them can make use of the Seraphine, especially if you have those tankier or bruiser rest style champions like Jax to carry other things. Illinois College, it's looking like a really strong front to back composition for now. Team fighting, you've got the Sejuani for engage. Azir, really safe. Now, keep in mind, this is patch 13.5. Azir has been changed. He is no longer as good at poking. He's better at sustained damage with that Nash's Tooth build.
I'm interested that the Dicey actually decided to get it. Like, don't get me wrong, the Inhibi in the last game was pretty low impact. It was more if they picked it for the comfort of the champion, not what it fit into. In Illinois College, it feels like they're falling away from comfort and going more into things that are overall like good to blind. In a lot of these different situations, maybe they're calling the read that the Gragas is going to be in the mid lane for Killer Guy, and that could be the read that they're looking at the moment, but I am a little curious on what the thought process is because they're putting out a lot of stuff that they're just blind picking at this moment.
Yeah, it's just things. I guess they're just going to craft the comp, and partially that might be comfort as well. Maybe they've been practicing this particular composition for now, though. Bans from Illinois College, Aurelion Sol, and Akali. So they're saying this is probably not Seraphine mid. We want to target out things that would mess up the Azir, and I really appreciate that because Aurelion Sol outskills. Akali can play around. Jury Panthers going for the bot side bans here, and I'm not sure I like the Caitlyn ban. Caitlyn, yes, it's something Sage Wabe plays a lot of, but when I see this composition from Illinois College, I'm actually looking for more damage from this bot lane potentially. More burst damage to come through. Oh, okay, that works too. Jinx is just a lot of damage.
They're going late game scaling. Like that's what I was thinking. I was just like, they're gonna pick something that scales. I was thinking Jinx or Zeri was probably what they were gonna go for. I like the Jinx as a look better in the composition, especially because we don't know what the support is still going to be. Does mean that your last pick is going to be your support matchup. Trundle is grossly overlooked at the current moment in time. This champion's really good, and with the jungle changes, we have seen actually some people actually look at possible split push junglers a little bit more often.
Okay,
we got ourselves a Zed. Let's go.
And Travis, the question is, where's this Zed going to go?
100% mid.
Then what goes in the bot lane? Gragas, Seraphine.
Yeah.
Okay. I could see that. Honestly, I can see the Zed going down there as well to try and punish this this Jinx here. Rounding up the composition for Lone Force, it's going to be the Lulu here.
It's a Trundle support.
Thresh.
This is an old school tech. So it works out really well. So actually, it's a fun fact about me, RMC. So I like to spread positivity on the Rift, right? That's why I have an account named Sets Backwater. I do have a dark side. Every now and then I log onto a forbidden account. This forbidden account is named after Seraphine. It's called Seraphine Saliva.
Okay, that's not getting better, Chucky.
Negativity across the map. This is my account when I'm going through my villain arc. You know what I mean? It's when I'm really just down in the depths. My soul is screaming very dark things. I break
Okay,
out
the bodily
glow
fluids of a
sticks.
mass murderer. Yes, got it. Move on.
Yes. Basically. Seraphine plus Trundle. It's actually a pretty good combo because the pillar slow is actually pretty massive, and with your E, you're actually able to get that root off very easily. So it actually makes it a very gankable lane. Not only that, it has a lot of kill pressure because of the fact that it has very good sustained poke, because you have long range root now that you can apply with the pillar, because it has actually a pretty long range to be able to cast, and then you're able to use that to lock down the other abilities. Plus, you give the Trundle the shields and heals to make sure that they can get up in close and personal and take a chomp out of the competition.
I can tell, Travi, you've put a lot of thought into this villainous plan of yours of how to maximize the Seraphine in this mod lane.
I've had a lot of dark nights at 2 a.m. playing on Seraphine Saliva.
Bro, just give me a call, man. Don't do this anymore. We'll have to see if this Revenge and Fat Cat can pull it off, because it sounds really rough, and that's why I was a little bit surprised when we saw the Lulu as the R5 for Illinois College here. I was actually thinking Thresh might be the better option here to provide that safety from the Jinx where Pillar comes up, or really anybody goes in on Jinx, just toss the Lantern, yoink her out, you're safe, you've got that range here. Lulu will struggle into what you're describing here, Travi, where that sort of extended CC chain means that Asage Wabe won't be able to run away quite as quickly, and Lone Force, you don't have a good way to bail her out immediately. Yeah, you can slow down the Trundle, but he will catch up in the extended lane. So, yeah, I kind of like what Jury Panthers are putting down. I really like the fact they're trying something unorthodox, because last game, they went standard, did not work out for them. Illinois College has doubled, tripled down on a standard front-to-back composition, and maybe this quadruple melee composition from Jury Panthers, this huge death ball, will be able to shake things up.
Yeah, I do have my worries going into this game. It does feel like it's scale or bust. We'll see which of the two that Illinois College does. We're going into game number 2. Illinois College leading up in the series. Invade coming in. I feel like I didn't see them, I don't think. I think that was right outside of the edge of Killer Guy. He was too far back. Oh no.
Yeah, there's no pings. They don't know.
He's dancing by himself, but really, there's people in the bush. RMC, no.
No, but Travi, what is Illinois College looking to find on this invade? Like, what? What is the catch here? 255 charges in, and then?
Yeah, no, there was no follow-up. I'm a little bit sad.
Like, I'm looking at what Jury Panthers have here, and if Jury Panthers was set up as 5 guarding a point, you've got a Jax, you've got a Gragas, you've got a Seraphine. This does not end well level 1 for Illinois College, so very surprised about the...
No.
I just don't know what they're hoping to achieve. They get a very deep ward, so they'll get to track, I guess, where Olsahen starts, but that's about it. And Jury Panthers had full vision of that ward drop. If they want to, they can play around it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can't just, like, wrap around. Like, it's not like it's a ward inside that bush, right? You don't get full vision around it. Yeah, sure, you take a slight detour if you really want to go that pathing, but it's playable. So it's not going to really amount to anything. My eyes still gravitating towards Killer Guy. I got the nice suit on, ready to pop off inside of some of these fights. Mastermind canceled their auto there. Unfortunate, unlucky.
Won't matter much in the grand scheme of things in that top
No,
side.
it won't matter a lot.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to get a ton of action early on for any of these lanes here. If anything, I was wondering if we see the Seraphine Trundle kind of play aggressively here, because I don't think Zed has that much kill threat on Azir early. Has to wait for level 6. And topside, I don't know. It feels like Usopp does play very aggressively, so we might get to see some action there. But if they don't both want to just farm up, which often happens in this particular matchup, then yeah, I don't know if we're going to see too much for the first couple of minutes.
I have a question.
Okay.
Trundle? Mandate or no?
You're the expert on this Seraphine toxic lane, so
I'm thinking about it. I'm debating it, right? Like, on one hand, yes, you could go for, like, a standard, like, I'm a tanky support. Like, look at me. I put a shield on my teammates, or, speed them up. But you already got to speed up.
Ooh,
Flash dodged. It's cool. Also, not appreciating anything that comes out of that. But, right? Mandate is Dark Howling Abyss tech.
I mean, it was the go-to for Trundle support for a while. Though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, it's actually a lot of damage in this lane if you go Mandate.
Mm-hmm.
Trundle's a champion who doesn't need items particularly.
Ooh.
The counter strike misses. It's okay though. The body slam's there, finishes things off. First blood would have been a little bit faster. That auto wasn't canceled, but still gets it.
Also, just stayed up there.
Yeah.
3 times he tried to gank before they finally find it, and Mastermind almost dies in that particular exchange. So, you know what? If you're at Illinois College, I don't think you feel too bad about that particular gank, and let's see if 255 can answer here. 255 is actually looking into the mid lane. It is a Zed, so it's kind of tough to gank.
Never chug jug solo. That's just a life lesson there. Shadow thrown out. This means 255 can go in for the gank. Killer Guy says, "This is my moment to kill you." Goes in for it, and I love the killer instincts coming in. Nice body slam as well. Dicey forced out of lane.
I like what we're seeing from Jury Panthers this game. The early game is way better than last game. Keep in mind, Illinois College was the one who took off running with all the comfort picks, but this time, Jury Panthers, yes, also Hand is falling very, very far behind, but he's doing a lot of work. And actually, now I think about it, Illinois College are kind of doing a lot of what Jury Panther did last game, right? Where they've got really strong front to back, they've got the Jinx, and they're the ones who can take their own time, sweet time skilling up. I just hope they don't sit back too far and let Jury take over the game here, because Jury will have a very strong mid-game spike and can do exactly what Illinois College did last game as well.
Sage in Lone Force, so just kind of weathering the abilities here. Kind of what you do in this matchup. I do like the Colt purchase. Dicey, I want to get away. Again, this is a much better look from Alson, by the way. This Gragas has been so much better. Such a better fit that just wanting to gank on repeat style.
Yeah, my only worry is that he is falling behind in farm, and 255 hit 6 could look for that fight. Bot side, we're seeing a bit of heavy trading. It's a lot of action and nothing actually happening bot side traffic. I keep getting
Nobody's
baited by
gonna
it. I see
die
all the pretty particles. Yeah,
nobody dies.
all the pretty particles.
Yeah, it's very pretty particles. It's Seraphine, Stan the Queen. But
the Lulu skin as well has some pretty particles.
Yeah, pretty particles all around. Tasted purple. It's great. Good time down there in the bot side. Nobody's dying unless a jungler's down there. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. I'm also weirded out, by the way, because I said junglers and I looked at junglers, right?
Yeah.
Most time when Sejuanis get into a game and they see a Trundle, they do not take Aftershock.
True.
Just saw that. So Fat Cat's gonna get some fat stacks in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, after last game, I feel like that's fair for Fat Cat. Probably, wants some relief. Needs a bit of psychological help after what happened with his Renata there. Dragon being soloed by... Actually, it wasn't solo. We did see the robot from Lone Force there. But yeah, first Dragon taken by 255. Nothing, absolutely nothing happening here.
Okay.
No, you can't find anything, Travi. It's a Zed. I want action to happen.
You gotta go for those moments, man. I see you didn't get to do anything in the last game. Played Anivia the last game, alright?
Here's my concern though. If you blow Shurima Shuffle or the Emperor's Divide on that play, if Killer Guy jumps you got nothing left in the tank.
Look at his HP. He's not. What is he gonna do? Nothing.
I'm just waiting for Alsen to prove you wrong, man. Alsen, level 6 soon, please. 255, also not yet level 6, but also hence the one roaming in.
Dicey has enough mana. I do like this. Dicey is keeping just enough mana to be able to jump over to a soldier. Really good management there. Zula's Revenge, it's a party in the mid lane. Hello. Holler at your girl.
Yeah, they called everybody in for the Zisco. Mastermind actually rotating down from that top side as well. And it's not like Mastermind has a big shove in that top side, but Usopp didn't want to punish for it. And you know what, Jury Panthers, they're the ones who have to make the early action. Illinois College, they can sit back and skill. They really don't care. Even worse, because 255 picked up that early dragon, it just gives Illinois College more time.
Killer Guy, looking for it, jumps back to it. What a great play, Killer Guy.
Yeah.
Getting in there. A little bit greedy from Dicey staying around for as long as they did.
Keep going, traffic.
I mean, I'm with you. Look, I think it's greedy to stay around as long as they did.
Yeah, and that's why I was worried about, using the Emperor's Divide like that, especially into the Zed lane. You win against the Zed if you don't die. Yeah, but it wasn't when you died.
Look, 9 times out of 10, that play works. That was just a 1 out of 10, okay? That it didn't work. Unforced has to flash immediately as a response. It's going to get rooted, and this means that the Lulu is going to get tagged, bagged, and it's gonna be tasting purple in the afterlife.
Dang, Olsen drank that purple. He turned purple too from the cask, actually. He was like, he tasted purple. I was looking at Olsen. I was like, wow. Yeah, you weren't kidding. Yeah, and Jungle's got involved in the bot lane here. Drury Panthers doing what they need to. Getting the early action on. Huge props for them here. They did, however, not actually get Herald either. Now that I'm looking at it, it's 255 able to answer that one, Travis. So, on the surface, Drury Panthers look good. When you look at the objectives, slightly less bueno.
All I have is the mental image of Gragas taking his cast that's in his hand, and there's just like two little yordle feet hanging out of him.
Oh my goodness.
And he just drinks her like, purple.
I mean, it wouldn't be the worst crime Azula's Revenge has done on Seraphine.
Ooh. I think they ripped that out of the lore, by the way. She's not a serial murderer anymore because they were like, that might be a little weird for our idol character to have this dark past in which they use an entire family line species that are basically extinct.
Whoa, wait, do you just claim that Riot just whitewashed an entire piece of mass murder?
I think they did. I think they actually got rid of it because they were like, all right, maybe we get rid of that. The hate still lingers, but
yeah, evidently.
yeah. See, I can't confirm. The War God has spoken. Well, Mastermind, the God without a real weapon, goes in and slaps up Usopp. This is revenge for the last game, kid.
Yep, and remember when I said Aatrox's supposed to win that lane? He was winning right up to the moment he died right there. He has its CS advantage, but Mastermind jacks. It said comfort, Travi, between these players. Emperor's Divide comes out off timing again.
Killer God is living in Dicey's head rent-free right now, bro.
Yeah, and Kill Guy's salivating, man. Deathmark is up and available. Even if Dicey comes back to lane, you still don't have the Emperor's Divide. You still don't get to push out past River.
This is a scary thing. I mean, yeah, you don't have to be convinced on that, by the way, producer man. Or God man, sir. Killer Guy, though, will convince Dicey that maybe you shouldn't have blown that stream of shuffle. You're gonna need a lot more members to be able to deal with this. Good flash from Dicey. Didn't flash there, you were dead. Gone. Eviscerated. Destroyed. Assassinated.
I just want to call Fat Cat's pillars, man. Those pillars. How many flashes has he blown? He's been doing that bot side as well, onto Lone Force. And yeah, this shuttle really looks good. Oh.
Okay, this looks just personal. Straight up. Azula's Revenge gets popped. Great on them to capitalize on this Seraphine just being a little bit too far out without their trundle.
Hey, man. Well, how is that personal? It's just business. You know how the idol industry is. It's cutthroat.
Yeah, true. Very, very cutthroat. I was going to make a joke about, like, man, feels really weird that we're here on the MEC talking about how great Fat Cat's pillar is, and here we are.
Okay. That's where we draw the line, Travi. Not about the players, not like that, man.
You said it, not me. I didn't say that. You said that. I was just repeating the words that you said, okay? 255, having Fat Cat take a bite out of Bristle. Not appreciated of it.
Dicey?
Dicey coming in.
Bro?
Pushes him back. Says, hey, get away from my team. But here's an encore. Would you want more? Azula's Revenge. Getting jumped on pawn by 255. You better take it back. It does look personal. Deathmark goes on to Sage. Wild Growth is there. The cleanse as well. They take out Sejuani. And now we go over to the top side. Mastermind, but the counter strike up. It's going to be Lone Force who's going to be Nets up on the chopping block. Drury Panthers is a different beast. Members are falling across the map. Illinois College cannot keep up.
And that was initiated by Illinois College, Travis. That's what I don't understand. They got the pick onto Azula's Revenge. They could have walked away. Instead, Dicey walks face first into 4. Or into 3, pardon me. I just don't understand why. And sure, you get the Emperor's Divide. But again, this is not old Azir here. You don't have the same sort of base damages. You just kind of poke out. And Sage Wabe, pardon me, all he wants right now is to be able to scale up. Try to push the pace for Illinois College is not in their favor.
Azula. That was a bit greedy in terms of the pathing. Thankfully, Dicey does not have their Mythic completed, and they did not have Shurima Shuffle. If they had Shurima Shuffle, I think that was a kill onto the Seraphine, and hopefully Azula's Revenge will be mindful of that. The most important thing about Seraphine is the positioning. Don't position well, you're just going to not get as much of an influx inside of the game. We're also seeing that this is not going to be an Imperial Mandate Trundle. Not the Dark Howling Abyss tech.
Okay, so defensive. That's fine. I think Fat Cat has done well enough with these pillars that it kind of doesn't matter what build he opts into here. And I guess they did want a bit more of a tanky front line, because also Hend is going with the AP Gragas build again. Dicey, good use of the Emperor's Divide this time to keep himself alive, but I don't think we're ever going to get to see a Shurima Shuffle at the rate we're going, because Dicey's cooldown, his out cooldown is being blown almost right away by Killer Guy in lane.
Yeah, as soon as it's back up, Killer Guy's just like, alright, bet. They are about, their ultimates at the current moment in time are at about the same cooldown, but eventually it will get to a point where it's going to be much, much, much harder. 255 over here onto the side. One to make a gank happen to Azula, get a tower dive going. You cannot tell me it's not personal. 255 is absolutely in their Seraphine hater arc.
It's the easiest lane to gank, man. Like, Killer Guy is just so mobile, it's so hard.
Getting zapped. Super Mega Death Rocket. Nice catch by Fat Cat. Glacial Prison is there. Encore comes in. Hits onto 2. It's massive. The slows. Azula's Revenge says, thank you for coming out, my adoring public. I appreciate your gifts.
Lone Force stepped into it, and the way Encore works, it propagated further. Caught Sage Wabe as well, and Jury Panthers. Yeah, they're starting to run away with this game. The Seraphine is the easiest lane to gank, but if you can't even make that one work here, Travi, then 255, where are you going to look? It's been a bit of a slow grind coming out from Jury Panthers here. It's not like they're exploding across the rift, but they don't need to at this point in time. Mastermind is becoming a monster in the top side as well. Killer Guy has that mid lane on lock, and this bot lane, I think if Sage Wabe and Lone Force continue trying to overextend, that's when we're going to start seeing also Hend come down into this bot lane, start bursting them down. I am just waiting for that Night Harvester to complete first.
Bro, it's not going to be a Night Harvester first at this rate. It looks like it's going to be a Morella Nomicon with all the items they got in the inventory. They're like, yeah, let's get rid of all this healing and whatnot. And honestly, valid. I think Illinois College should probably look at that itemization and be like, yo, maybe we should do that too. Cause
yo, wait, can I see how much healing? How much heal cut has also Hend actually done? Because who's healing on Illinois College's side?
Listen, I cannot hover the items to tell you that. That's a Morella Nomicon finish. I was right.
What?
Brain is huge.
Why? I am so confused, Travi.
It's the one. It's the Aatrox.
Okay. Who, by the way, also Hend is not ganking, but yes, go on.
And now we have in the bot lane the Death Mark going to Dicey yet again. Shurima Shuffle, as you said, always on cooldown.
Yep, the cooldown of Death Mark is so much shorter here. I just wonder, is Morello that gold efficient right now? I know it is fairly gold efficient, but
yeah, it's pretty good.
Mastermind?
I don't know if it's first item. Mastermind, Scuff Flash there. Encore comes through.
Oh,
tries to help him out. Mastermind stays alive for an unreasonably long time. 255. Glacial Prison does not hit, but
what?
Sword does. That's
wait, I
damage,
blinked.
Baby.
I literally blinked, Travi, and Azula's Revenge disappeared. I did not expect that much damage there.
Eclipse is freaking giga busted, bro.
I mean, he didn't do that to Mastermind.
Okay, well, Mastermind's built different, okay? Body Slam comes in.
There we go.
Aatrox goes out.
Okay, that's worth Morello Nomicon getting its money's worth, stopping the healing from Usopp. I mean, the burst damage is that too, but we'll chalk it up to Morello Nomicon.
He's 4-0-3. He's doing something right.
True, and he's got 10 stack Dark Seal. So obviously next item, Magi, right? That's how this works.
That's what I would do. That's maximum gold efficiency.
True, 9 stacks. 9 stacks to be gold efficient for Magi's.
I actually really do like the new Morello item, as we were talking about. Like I said, I don't think it's first itemable, but I guess it also is good because 255 builds a Radiant Virtue, so it's good in that idea too. This is a little healing pulse that comes out, so I can see that idea too. This is going to be Dragon for Drury Panthers. This team fighting composition really coming in clutch. It feels weird saying that when there's a Zed on the team, but here we are. That's how they've been playing it.
I mean, they've just been rolling the death ball, right? And that is how this comp works. It doesn't necessarily want to fight. It wants to skirmish. It wants to brawl. And Illinois College have been kind enough to give Drury Panthers exactly what they want up to this point here. They have not grouped up. They have not... Well, they have willingly walked into the arms of Drury Panthers. The second Drake going down there, Travi, it's really late for a second Drake here for Drury Panthers. And so Dragon stacking is going to take a lot longer. Illinois College will have the time to stack up. To me, the big breaking objective for this game is going to be Baron, if Drury Panthers can do it. I don't know if they have enough damage, but they certainly have enough tankiness. And even if you can't do Baron, I'd love to see Drury Panthers threaten it to try and force Illinois College to them. Because without an AD carry, taking turrets is actually going to be quite difficult for Panthers the further in they go.
Okay. Going into the face. Has that locket prepared as well. Gives that shielding to the rest of the team. Still going a bit supportive. Respect on the name. 255. We're here towards the top side. Killer Guy. I don't know if anybody can answer Killer Guy on this team. I don't think Usopp can actually answer this Zed either. So this Zed is actually pretty spooky. I do. I want to see him try, but if we see him try, that also means Mastermind gets a free tower. Spear Sojin completed on that back.
Yeah, actually, that's very true. And I think Drury Panthers, the death ball part of the game has worked its magic, right? Now you've got multiple split pushers who Illinois College can't answer. And 1-3-1, I don't even think Illinois College can actually engage on the 3 here. Dicey.
Oh, good scoop.
That's not bad.
Good scoop. Like that. That was a great scoop.
That was a lot of damage too, actually.
Yeah.
You won the trade.
Yeah, won the trade. Made sense because you push him back into the soldiers. The bad thing is Zed Prowler's Claw, so good on Dicey for waiting until the Prowler's Claw effect. That way you can push him out of it. I like that. That's some good stuff.
Yeah, solid play. Sage Wabe just trying to clear the wave here. 255 looking on the side. They found it.
Revenge gone. Is trapped up, locked up. Usopp, the world ender, is looking to finish things on off. The Encore comes in, tags onto 2. But Usopp will walk away at under half HP. And they stuff the efforts of this possible team fight by Illinois College.
Yeah, all the ultimates there in the mid lane. Clone, and unfortunately, Usopp blew his flash as well, trying to get onto Azula's Revenge. I don't know. I mean, wishes Sage had kind of waited a little bit before using the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it's fine. Illinois College, they lose a little bit of chip damage, that's it, and that's fine. They're just stalling. They're dragging out this game, and Drury Panthers, like we said, trying to take turrets in the face of Illinois College is kind of tough. They've done a great job pushing with the 1-3-1 of the side lanes, but because the inner turrets are so deep in right now, Mastermind and Killer Guy have to watch out for these flanks, for these ganks to come in. And yeah, Fat Cat, Azula's Revenge, and also Henda, as we've seen, they're not actually safe with the 3 portion of that 1-3-1. If 255 can find another good flank on that angle again, Azula's Revenge has been that weak point, which Illinois College is still continuing to target.
I really feel like this feels like a game that Drury Panthers are just controlled. It's a slow burn, right? But that's how you play a 1-3-1 in most cases. It is a slow burn. It is constantly forcing the opposing team to answer to you. Good thing is Dicey is able to set up a tower of their own to kind of stem some of the split pushing effect that's coming in from the Zed. One day, we'll be in a world where Jats and Zed are split pushing the side lanes at the same time, and that will be pretty devastating. That hasn't happened just yet, so it's been more of a 3-1 in any situation, or a 1-3. But once they get that lane assignment down, it'll be pretty dangerous. Zed's actually moving towards the bot side here, with Dragon spawning up soon. They might be calling for another fight.
Yeah, so Drury Panthers right now need to rotate Mastermind to that top side if they want to go for this Dragon, and I think that's why they're sending Killer Guy. He doesn't have TP, but the catch onto Azula's Revenge.
Yeah, Azula's Revenge is caught out of position. 255 in a risky spot. Dicey has ultimate. Can they use it offensively inside this game? No, they disengage as soon as they show that Pillar is getting so much mileage.
Yeah, Fat Cat right there. Stopping that choke point was massive. And I'm a little bit surprised they didn't just go for it, right? Dragon is coming up right here. If you get the kill, that is a Dragon secured for you. Instead, Illinois College peel off, and because they called an Usopp, Mastermind got free hit on that bot side inner turret, which was the issue. It's all about Jury Panthers trying to take objectives, trying to take turrets right now. Illinois College, you can give up a kill if you need to, but you cannot afford to give up any more turret pressure, any more objective pressure.
Comes a rough scenario. Mastermind's just soloing Dragon, by the way. Oh, this is all
Yep.
happening. like, what do you do to stop this? Fat Cat, like, they can't even stop Fat Cat when Fat Cat goes on their journey here, right? They just dodge out on everything. I think Fat Cat's having a phenomenal series, especially if you compare this to what they had in the first game.
Yeah.
We're seeing those big items getting completed as well. Black Cleaver completed on the Zed. So, yet again, the point of who answers the Zed and who answers this Jats, right? Like, who does it? Like, there's even a Night Harvester now completed on the Gragas, so it's just like, you make one misstep and the squishy members can even get bursted down.
Yeah, and I expect to see now Jury Panthers actively looking to try and force those sort of plays. You can siege a turret with that explosive cast. Anybody steps up, knock them back. Even 255 right now with the Radiant Virtue isn't actually that tanky, especially in the face of the Subjugate. And actually, speaking about Fat Cat and Subjugation here, I'm a little bit sad. It's not the right skin. I would have loved to see the Traffic Cone pillars. That's, I think, Constable Trundle is the one that has that. Because right now, Fat Cat is stopping all traffic with that pillar.
Is there not a traffic code one? I'm trying to
Not this
right now
one.
if there's but there is one with a traffic code.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's Constable Trundle, if I recall correctly.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah. I always go Little Slugger. I like the idea of like hitting people with a baseball bat, just comically oversized. So, Little Slugger is my Trundle skin of choice. Either that or traditional.
Yeah.
Traditional Trundle is pretty good. Worldbreaker is one
I
of the
actually agree with
ugliest
that, too.
skins in the game. I agree with that. That is a valid take. Trundle doesn't have many bad skins, but that is definitely a bad skin.
Well, you needed a troll skin for a troll character. Dicey overextended right now, and Fat Cat coming in even with that pillar.
Oh, that pillar actually makes things so difficult, but they get out fine. Have to burn the flash as a result of the pillar, but this is where things start getting dicey. These 1-3-1s where part of the 3 goes to join one of the 1s.
Yeah, and
Azula's Revenge has plenty of wave clear to deal with everything as they were getting zapped a little bit.
yeah, the health bar, not so good there, unfortunately, for Azula's Revenge. It is Seraphine. She will be able to heal back up, but that's a good chunk for Illinois. And more importantly, Travi, was the Baron pressure that both teams were putting down. Illinois College wants to make sure they get vision on this. They are actually starting to get concerned at 26 minutes about Jury Panthers sneaking this one. And like we said, the Baron, Travi, that's the objective to break this game open. Because other than that, it's been really slow. We've actually not seen a turret drop for Illinois College in the last 5 minutes.
It's been... I called it a slow burn like 5 minutes ago. It feels like this is definitely a game where Jury Panthers are... They're feeling the pressure, I feel like. Like, they're trying to make things happen, but they're playing very slow. They're playing very methodical. This is not like the Jury Panthers that we've seen in the past. Dragon will spawn here very shortly. I believe it is Cloud Soul inside this game, so it's just... They will be able to get Cloud Soul. That will be what Jury Panthers go for. I don't think Illinois College can contest it at the current moment in time still. Sejuani got a redemption.
Yes. Okay. So excited about this. There are a couple of support items that actually do really good on junglers here, and redemption is one of them. And considering how the game has played out as well, Travi, I think Illinois College recognized that we are going to have to fight soon. So let's buy those low econ items, complete those items, and more importantly, everything and anything that can help keep Sage Wabe alive, because that is going to be the big carry for the fights. Dicey did not go Nashor's Tooth, by the way, going towards Azonia. So Dicey is good for poke, but doesn't matter for the carry. It's all about this Jinx.
I feel like Dicey is in this perpetual state of pain at this moment in time in the series. They got an Anivia game, which is cool, but then like no action really happened around the Anivia. This game, they got a Zir, and they have to play into a Zed. So they're always using their ult defensively. They might go for a trade too, which is a scary thing to think about. If you go for the dragon, what stops Drury Panthers from actually starting this? They're starting it right now.
Yeah. Illinois College can't go for the trade. The dragon is not worth a Baron whatsoever here. I mean, Drury Panthers can go for that trade. But Illinois College, they don't know. It's already almost gone.
Yeah, I mean, they saw it, but it's gone. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. That is Baron. And Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. They're going to be able to recall if they choose. It does look like Illinois College will get a consolation prize, but this also gives Drury Panthers pivotal time to set up the waves to begin their push.
To be honest, I don't even think Drury needed to give this dragon up here. There was TP on Azula's Revenge on Mastermind if they wanted to just brute force that fight on open ground here. Cloud Dragon, though, not that pivotal to give over to Illinois College, and Illinois trying to push out right now. You will not win this base race. That is a Baroned up Drury Panthers shoving down your mid lane.
And a 1-3-1 composition, this becomes very, very dangerous. This will be a do or die time for the side of Illinois College. Keep our eyes over in the top right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to see how that gold shift goes about. This is a pivotal moment for Drury Panthers to take complete control over the game. Never look back, never think twice. All the gold, actually, is Sage.
Yeah.
Actually sitting at the most gold inside the game. They need to get them rotated out, but Drury Panthers are starting to hit that timer.
They are. And Illinois College, I mean, 3-item power spike done. Stopwatch picked up for Sage Wabe. Illinois College, on paper, are looking for this fight here, but yeah, they just kind of fend it off. And Illinois College doing a great job burning down the Baron timer. We're halfway through, Travi. Where are Drury Panthers? There's a side push by Mastermind, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, this is a bit rough here. I don't get what the purpose of sitting inside the jungle there is, except to like catch out one random member, but we're 30 minutes into the game, right?
Yeah.
And this Jinx has always been mid. Here we go. Glacial Prison comes in. Great stopwatch to come from the Gragas. Make sure that they stay safe. Good on them to be able to do this, but it's up to these side lanes to make something happen now that all these cooldowns have been used. Drury Panthers, they need gold influxed into them here and now. This lead is not comfortable for them at this point in time of the game.
Yeah, they just need to brute force this mid lane right now. 40 seconds left here, and with Jinx's range, it's only that siege minion that they're struggling to clear here. A lot of this is just because Panthers can't hit the stupid turret. They don't have enough range. Finally they're walking in.
Yeah, they're walking in now. Cooldown is still down on the ultimate. Glacial Prison not available for 255. Big moment, the big person that they're really paying respect to. This means Drury Panthers do rotate, get this inner tower in the bot lane. Good on them to be able to join up with Mastermind. Make sure that happens. Now Zed should be able to put some pressure onto the top side. So this will be a nice influx of gold. This will be enough for them to comfortably get that.
Okay.
Oh, that's a tree.
Yeah, Jeff kind of fishing there. Oh, Dicey!
I like
beautiful.
the idea, Dicey.
Oh, no!
Scoop's not there! Oh.
Well, that was a right, Travi. From really good to really bad. Questionable at the end of the day. The intent was there, but that actually might... Will it cost them the top lane turret there? Illinois College needs to rotate somebody else. Ah, no, it's full health.
No, it's fine.
Kill
It's gone.
Wait, Kill Guy didn't get any shove? Okay, Matt. Travi, I can't do this, Matt. This was supposed to be an exciting series to end the night. Drury Panthers had such an explosive early mid game. I was thinking, oh, we got the full series here. But they are stalling out. And you give another 3 minutes over to Illinois College, surely they're going to start coming online at that point. Sage Wabe might even have the GA completed. And at that point, Illinois College, they're the ones looking to pick a fight.
Yeah, the big problem I have right now is they did get about a 2k lead off of Baron, which is good enough for them to breathe life into him. If they stayed at the same goal they were at, this game is traumatically over. But, ooh, nice. Encore connecting on to the members. Oh, no!
Is this going to be the rest of the game, Travi? Really good. Oh, no! We saw the exact same reaction in the top side there. And for Drury Panthers, yeah, that was, to me, one of their prime chances to actually force a fight on their terms, because it's getting harder and harder for them to look for this. And Travi, I know they got gold from the Baron, but I'm going to be honest, I think we're hitting the point of the game where gold leads start not mattering as much here. It's all
yeah, we're
about
getting
who
there.
has it.
Yeah, we're getting there. We are absolutely getting to that point. We actually see that the Jats actually invested into a gargoyle stun plate, so Mastermind thinks that they need to be a part of one of these team fights at some point in time. They also have an elixir of iron in their inventory, so they're planning on whenever the next fight is to be the game-deciding fight. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds. Is that the time to pull the trigger? Probably. Jats is split pushing. The 1-3-1 has been very, very slow. Dicey has been suffering a bit. The bad thing for Illinois College is, even though, like you were talking about with the gold, is Jinx is the sole member who's been receiving gold.
Which is fine. I mean, that's how this comp was always going to operate.
Tell Dicey. Tell Dicey that.
Build
Dicey
a-
doesn't think it's fine. Oh no! Okay, pounding claim.
Okay.
Laying a little bit more damage. Glacier Prison doesn't hit onto anybody. Usopp is laying in a good amount of damage onto us.
Watch cooldown.
Gets a nice little bit of a root. Mad Cat's in the midst of it all, laying in a good amount of hurt. Had that subjugate going. It's pumping through, still in those stats. Nice filler to disengage Usopp. They're gonna get rooted, and Dragons looking to possibly body some fools. Kill a guy coming over the wall. Needs to be careful. Going to go ahead, pop that mark. 1-2-5-5. Lay in a good amount of damage. Gets the kill onto Dicey. And look at this. While this is all happening, they're trying to back, but Druid Panthers not letting them. There is a base being ravaged, destroyed, annihilated. Mastermind, the man with the plan, is laying in a good amount of damage with the rockets of free fire and laying into her. Super Mega Death Rocket would fire off, trying to see if they'll be able to get the kill. Doesn't hit Mastermind, and now it's a race down to the bot lane. All the damage happening done. Sage Wabe is going to find himself not long for the world. GA Pop, you got a second chance. Can you make the most out of it? Inhibitor falls. Druid Panthers, they find a pivotal moment, pull the trigger, and now they have a firm grasp on the control of the game.
But the game's not over, Travi. I'm losing my mind. So,
dude, it's Sage Wabe, dude. 1-0-1. They didn't get anything at that fight. Illinois College got no kills inside that scrap. It looked good for a moment, but
that is true. And
bro,
dude, the setup for that, man. Jury Panthers, Mastermind, so patiently shoving that top side here. And I love the fact that Jury Panthers, they gave over the dragon, but they would not let Illinois College leave. And actually, everything backfired because Sage Wabe forced the recall to answer Mastermind, and then everybody else died. Because without the threat, Jury Panthers weren't afraid. And once again, without the threat, Jury Panthers get themselves a free Baron. This game should not go much longer. Super's pushing on both side lanes here. A little bit late. They just need to group up and push into the mid lane. They don't even need to win the siege anymore. They don't even need to land the poke. They just need to wait till the Supers threaten the Nexus turrets.
Sage Wabe has the whole world in its hands. It feels like the first time they die in this game is the time the game ends. It's a tough situation to be inside of. Knight's Vow on Fat Cat completed. We're seeing the itemization starting to hit full swing on a lot of these carries, especially. Quicksilver Sash actually picked up by the Zed, not wanting to get locked down, and they go for these assassination plays. But now they're just constantly shoving in these super waves into the base.
Yep.
They need to get a rotation onto this mid tower and just get that triple inhibitor just to seal things up for them in a nice little bow.
Yeah, empowered super minions, no less, from the side lanes there. You're seeing how hard it is to clear, even for Sage Wabe at 5 items here. And Inhibitor going down real quick here. Jury Panthers, there's no need to reset. You just kind of stand menacingly there now. Wait for your minions and see what sort of poke you can land with that Seraphine, with that Gragas.
It's hard. It's hard. You get tagged with 1E by Seraphine. By the way, it's a root because she has to rallies. So there's so much utility that comes out from this pick that is very annoying once you start hitting her itemization spikes. And why it's my villain arc champion. Lula's Revenge. Really laying in the hurt onto them while they continuously lay in the siege. They're just guiding minions into the base and making them do their work. How do you feel about this, RMC? All the minions being forced to do the dirty work of the Druid Panthers.
No, this is actually good minion management right now, so I'm happy with what Druid Panthers are doing. what's bad is when you just kind of walk in with minions unprotected into a turret and then kind of dive. No, but you caught burn buff. It's like, it's kind of like an insurance or healthcare plan, you know, for minions. So we get buffed up here, and we actually have a chance. There's still a minute left, or just under, for this burn buff right now. And Jury Panthers, they're just missing that one last step. They've got these waves coming in, but they've been desynced here. Can they do it?
I mean, they definitely want to.
Dicey?
Oh, nice ult. Dicey getting a big ult for the team. But look at Mastermind in the midst of it all. The encore hits on the 3 members. The shutdown Zed got popped off inside.
Sage's excited.
It's a 1-for-1 so far. Sage Wabe looking to get those rockets once to get it sighted, but it's going to be yet again
Okay.
going in. The counter strike going to all the members.
Sage's down.
Necessary. It's a triple kill. The kill secured by the Trundle. It's game over. 39 minutes in. Drury Panthers fighting the Nexus.
Is it only 39 minutes, Travi? It felt so much longer. And hey, you know what? Props to Jury Panthers. The composition did the job. They got the win. But my goodness, I never want to see that comp again.
Look, here's the thing. That comp, pretty dirty. Pretty dirty. I like what Jury Panthers brought. The 1-3-1 was slow. For sure. It's not something I'm used to from Jury Panthers, but we talked about it at the very beginning of the series. This is a lower bracket match. This is do or die, and I do feel like the pressure does come in this moment. Playing in the regular season, where you know that you're going to make playoffs no matter what, and it's the battle for seeding, right? Everybody wants that first seed, second seed. Those are like the 2 most important seeds inside the game. You don't want to be at the very bottom of the seeding or anything like that. These are 2 teams that want to compete. They don't want their MAC journey to be over. And I do think that showed itself a bit in the cautious gameplay that we saw inside that game, where it was just, hey, we're going to play 1-3-1, but slowly.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, the mental aspects of it, as we said, loser goes home at this point here. So, understandable. But I think a lot of that also does come from the way Illinois College ended up executing that draft as well. Dicey, the Azir pick really didn't work out for him. And I felt like a lot of times Illinois College, they were struggling in a lot of sort of 4v5 style situations because Dicey couldn't get in there. And I wonder how much of that is because they had that 1-game lead that they were saying, okay, let's try out something different. Because we've not seen Dicey and Azir all split long. That's a bit of a new pickup here. So likewise with the Aatrox blinded as well. I don't think that was necessary. It wasn't bad by any means. I think we saw Usopp be able to hold that lane quite well. But it just didn't have the impact that Camille might have had, which was completely up and open, completely unpicked this game. So Travi, going into game 3, Illinois College, they have options. They can switch back to what they did to game 1. And for Drury Panthers, I think they still need to think about how this composition works that they drafted here. This Deathball comp, it did win, but it wasn't the cleanest, and there are ways it can be picked apart.
All right, well, before we send it over to a break, do you want to give a shout out, a thank you to AVDG. AVDG is the leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator. Spanning from coast to coast, AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technologies, design services, professional installation, and world-class service across the U.S. Through distinctive designs, AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, improve connectivity, position their investment for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintains and secures the success of their technology through their extensive Simplicity Service division that works to continuously monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we go, I want to see more thank you AVDGs in chat. We didn't quite hit the mark. Apparently my vote doesn't count from what I've been told by RMC here.
Yep.
So I need you guys to really come together. I need more people to come in and really get in here. So if we got 5, RMC.
No, we are going to double it, Travi. We are going for 10. And if we get 10, Travi will be doing the singing this time. So if you want Travi to be singing here, let's get 10. Thank you, Mr. AVDGs.
I'll do it too. I'll do it because I'm
okay,
not a
let's
coward
go.
like some people. I'm not a coward like some people. So we'll be right back. Let me see those thank you AVDGs.
stop the Kingslayer, but that's not going to deter him. Grand Challenge comes out as Maces wants to go toe-to-toe with the best top laner in MEC. Let's see if they can pull it off in the 1v2. Bright's gonna get that healing. Pete gets charmed up. Jinqual joins the fight, teleports in, and that's the difference maker.
For a gank here onto Loveheart. Ezreal doesn't have the movement abilities available.
Oh, he got him!
In a dangerous way, though, is going to find themselves getting punished. Oh, it feels so bad for Killer Guy. That is unfair. This man just wants to eat, but he won't let him cook. It's a double kill for Kaido and Herald's in the mid lane. Fat Cat trying to finish things off, but the brother comes in and saves Kai. Take that tombstone. Take that neck damage.
Killer Guy's knocking at the inhibitor turret. Recall starting to get channeled. Meanwhile, the engage comes through. The Cataclysm's going to trap the whole squad in here. It's a whole lot of damage coming out from Illinois College. The Wombo combo just destroys the Panthers.
As well. So this Briarcliff, they're feeling a little inspired, it feels like. They want to have that comeback. Sage, you're in a dangerous situation. You can't be that far forward. You need to show a little bit of fear. The Call of the Forge guy comes in, tagged onto 2 members. They're dropping 3. Usopp trying to get back to the rest of the team, but drop a comet out of space, leaves a crater as your grave.
Fugo able to kind of capitalize on it, burst him down. Azula did not have any time to flash or cleanse until the hook comes in. Killer Guy preemptively.
Ooh, Primordial Burst plus the Electrocute is going to be enough for the Execute. Mythic blocks the rocket to keep Super Fast Monkey alive, and another hook underneath the turret. They're too clean, Shibby. Another hook to grab Fat Cat underneath the turret. Do they have enough? They've used a lot of resources. Mastermind trying to cash in the Lantern. Not going to be able to use their Silver Ritter. Gets taken down. Illini may have bitten off more than they can chew. The Panthers send all 5 members into the mid lane. That's going to cost them minions in the side wave, but the skirmish continues as Refugo has joined the battle. He's got 1 kill, can't pick up a second. Mastermind trying to get kills there, but he only gets 1. 2 for...
This game's insane.
Wow.
This is just nuts.
No! Wait, whoa! I can't walk it.
What is happening?
Levi having no banana. From Central Money High. Ain't that a good amount of damage possibly here? It's going to secure the Baron as well, but they're taking so much damage. Mastermind is in there. Where your Baron buff at now? Killer Guy jumping around the team fight. Gets another one knocked out. Cuz trying to heal up with the Kingslayer. But Kaido, the janitorial duty is theirs. They're looking to clean up the rest. But your Baron buff is getting laid to waste.
Oh!
Baymax hits the corrupted train.
Wait for Kai. It might be a good time to fight. Hook onto Newbie. Newbie actually gets taken down so quickly here. Ohio Northern looking for a potential fight. The Punisher goes on to Kai, stunned up from Kato. Refugo, meanwhile, in the backline, still healthy, still alive. Cuz about to go down. The Gale Force connects. Flash Unstoppable Force. Was that a prediction from a Silak? He locks down King Cuz. That's what they wanted, but Baron getting low. The blue team secures it. Briarcliff gets it. The Panthers now. All their hopes and dreams getting dashed in that moment as the objective is secured. Zolani, Zoomin trying to track down the Panthers jungler.
But at the same time, you do have...
Oh no, God!
No way does he die here. That is so...
Trying to repel away, is able to get on out. Meanwhile, Cylindric going underneath the turret. Showstopper into the Haymaker is gonna send him packing. Cylindric gets a kill.
Yeah, charge connecting. Going on to Jinquil here, trying to find a pick onto somebody, but it's just so much damage as return. They continue to lay in. The Call of the Forge guy coming through. You tag 1, you get 1, but that's about all you gonna get. Oh, possibly, they go Mega. They're gonna look to try and jump over the wall. They're gonna wait out the timer. GBU is not gonna let Braves pick the fight they want. Castle is getting back. They're getting tagged. Shutdown goes over.
Oh, killing it.
Girl. They find all
Look
of
at Mark.
them. Throw in the shockwave. Mark Gonzalez is the only member.
Oh!
But they get dropped. Ottawa Braves. They find the fight that they've been dreaming of. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Welcome back to the MEC. Very appropriate, by the way, that we come back to from that hype touch where I lose my voice. We did hit our thank you AVDGs. Ari, if you could please come here. Yes, come here. Come here. There was popular requests to have Puppy shown here, so here is Ari, as you can see, right here. Yeah. Hey there, Ari. What's it like sleeping at my feet? Girl, you're way less than 1,000 miles away, but tonight you do look so pretty. Look at her. Look at her. Yes, she does. Go ahead, say it. Say it. Say it. I want Twitch chat to tell me how pretty Ari is. That's what I want. Thank you. Thank you for all the thank you AVDGs. I appreciate it. CRMC, I go above and beyond what our
You're right. You're
want.
still singing a song after this, Travi. That doesn't change anything.
It's okay. It's okay. The mean RMC can't hurt you. It's okay. It's okay.
Yep.
You notice her
You know what?
ears went down when you started talking, right?
The same way my camera goes out of focus when you start talking. Okay, Travi, it's past my bedtime. I'm becoming really mean caster right now. It's our last game of the series here, and we are right into the picks and bans. It is Jury Panthers on the red side, Illinois College on blue, and we are seeing a change up here. I'm not sure what's prompting this, but the Akali is falling into the first set of bans along with that Jax.
They are first pick on this, so they must have a plan enabled for what they want to go into. I am curious if this means that they might go for the early Camille, because Camille is known to be a bit of a skill matchup into that, so it could be a possibility. We do see another flex coming in. Jury Panthers are leaving the Heimerdinger open. Yeah, so this actually throws a wrench. This goes back to the strategy of everything, but the Camille first pick is what is coming out. Ooh, look at him. He's so excited.
Usopp throwing down the gauntlet with this Camille pickup right away here. And the question is, what does Mastermind have that can really deal with this one here? I mean, you can pick something like a Renekton early to try and match it and take advantage of it there. But yeah, I mean, I just really don't know what Jury are looking to pick up here, because I think you can leave that topside pick later. Yeah, go for something else high prio. If you want to pick up the Gragas here. Like, if you want to go for that Seraphine again, it did do a lot of work last game, though. It's probably not as safe into the Camille this time.
No, it's not as safe into the Camille. This is also a champion that Usopp's really good at. My thing is, you need to figure out something to neutralize the Camille. I do think if you do want to take Gragas up to the top side, you're good. Yeah, I think the Seraphine is fine still to lock in. I think Azula's Revenge, in terms of positioning, really good at that. The question is, does this make Illinois College kind of go, okay, maybe we don't want to deal with Trundle Pillar plus the Seraphine again? Do we take someone that can possibly contest? Do you take a mage possibly into the bot lane?
Yeah, no, they're going for engage here, Travi. And I think that was the answer to the Seraphine we didn't get to see last game. Was the fact that when Usopp got on top of the Seraphine, she literally vanished. I'm still shocked by the Eclipse damage that came through here. But you couldn't actually reach her. Now you've got the J4, you've got the Camille, you've got lots of ways to bypass and brute force this. Varus being hovered as well. That's a built-in heal cut into his kit, so they don't have to worry quite as much about Seraphine's healing in that lane.
I'm surprised we didn't get a dicey Heimer there. That actually really surprises me. You do get your options on what you want to go for here. I don't think you lock in the Trundle as much into this. It still works okay in the Jarvan, but it's not the same stats that you're stealing, right? It is not the same. Thresh is actually much, much better. I like this, especially as a takeaway too in this comp.
Yeah, that does, however, mean that they are still going to be lacking range severely on Jury Panthers unless they flex that Seraphine into the mid lane here. And as safe as that Thresh kind of is right now with that Seraphine, we could still potentially see something like a Blitzcrank to come through to punish that lane, to separate the two and look to get poke on that. Or you can just kind of go with Enchanters as well for Lone Force here. Karma was something that he played quite a bit early on in the season, and when you pair that with something like a Varus as well, you can outpoke what a Seraphine can reasonably heal, and in the all-ins as well, you will win that against the Seraphine Thresh.
Yeah, lots of AVG thank you in there. Dude, I'm just saying, I have made our sponsor very happy.
That's true.
If there's one thing I'm really good at, I am really good at pushing the boundaries and making the sponsor happy as a result. Those might be
I believe we call that a shill, Travi.
Look, call me what you want, alright? I'm still successful, alright?
Sure, you pay the bills.
Ooh, hold up.
Okay.
We're gonna pay him bills. Olaf coming in. Big old Papa in the top lane.
So that concerns me a lot, Travi, because the counter to Olaf is terrain. A J4 was picked by Illinois College, and we're seeing the Olaf picked into it by either Mastermind or Also Hand, and I'm hoping it's not Also Hand. Vex, Travi? Okay, I'm a big fan of Vex as a champion. I just don't know why you ban Akali if you pick Vex.
Yeah, this is curious. It must be a comfort thing. That's all I can think of. It was a comfort ordeal in that situation, especially because we didn't see the mid lane pick until much later on. So it might not have been the original plan, but by God, look at the amount of engage on Illinois College.
Yeah, and I'm happy, Travi, because that means we're not going to get that slow grind out game we got last time. This time, both teams will want to be going in here. There's an Olaf, there's a Gragas, and now an Ezreal to round out Drury's comp here.
That's a mid lane. That's a mid lane Ezreal.
I like it even less. Okay, I was gonna say
I was
really
about
like
to say Azula's revenge is the Seraphine play, not Ezreal.
Yeah, which is fine, but the problem is you're picking Ezreal into Vex, Travi. It feels like Drury Panthers have counterpicked themselves in multiple lanes here. And one of the things that Vex is really good at is stopping these sort of mobile champions from blinking away. She also has ways to get onto you, and she can, with her Q, match or even outrange Ezreal, has ways to get on Ezreal and then prevent him from running away. You've got the J4 to counter the Olaf here, and Lone Force picking up that Rakan that did so much work in game 1. You don't have the Xayah this time, but with the Varus can also do really nasty things. Your all-in is really strong as well. Your poke is pretty decent. I'm really liking Illinois College's draft, and for Drury Panther, it's a lot on being able to mechanically execute here, and I'm specifically looking at this Olaf and Gragas to have impact.
I love the idea. I would respect the killer guy for saying, I'm going to play Ezreal mid this game. Not a common mid laner to play.
Yep.
Also, probably looked at it and said, yeah, give me the hot boy, right? That's Ezreal. Hot boy, Ezreal. So, cool. Grab that. Grab your Ezreal. You're surrounded by a bunch of sweaty men and an idol. Cool. That's where you're at. I liked what Drury Panthers have in a limited scope, but when it comes down to the whole picture, I'm a little bit concerned. They do have ways to get onto you, as you said. Illinois College, the thing that scares me about them is it is a domino effect. One person engages after another, after another, after another, after another, after another.
Yep.
Everybody follows up after each player inside this. I'm actually curious on if we'll see like the lethality like poke Varus come out in this matchup. I think that's a pretty good way to actually contest Seraphine. And then you go into team fights and you should technically be ahead in these scenarios. So that's where my worry comes in. I like it in the individual scope, right? If this was not a 5v5 game, I'd be like, wow, that's cool. That's pretty unique. Choose your challenger moment, right? But this isn't the fighting game. That hasn't been released. We don't even know what the name of that is yet. This is League of Legends. This is a 5v5 mode. This is your last chance to continue through the lower bracket here in the MEC. Winner goes on to the next round to face Briar Cliff. Loser has to stay home and continue to watch as the rest of the MEC season finishes.
Is that the punishment? If you lose, you have to watch the rest of the games?
Yeah, and it's not a punishment, it's a pleasure.
True. So,
RMC,
you know what?
I'm here. Please.
Winner either way. That's true. This is actually my last game casting for the MEC here, so good thing that you're still around, Travi. So that's good. Yeah, that's the important one. You can see me on the Rift. Minions, we spawn all the time. The invade coming through from Illinois College here. Kind of risky in a game 3, but I like the idea. They're trying to stamp control over this game from the get-go. And like you said, Travi, it does look like Sage Wabe is going for that poke Varus here to take control of the lane, to soften them up for that massive engage that Illinois College have. And for Drury Panthers, I want to elaborate a little bit when I talk about Mastermind and also Hand being the important parts to me for this composition. We've already seen Fat Cat play really, really well in the support. The Thresh, I'm sure, is going to keep Azula's Revenge safe. And Azula's Revenge will be able to keep people topped up. The problem is dealing with the engage. And I'm looking at Ulsa Hend, specifically with the explosive cast, to stop the engage. And Mastermind has to be able to threaten Sage Wabe and Dicey, because everybody else is going to be zoned out by the CC that's coming through. And in order to make that happen, you've got to get around 255 as well, the Cataclysm. So I'm happy that Mastermind took the Ghost and the Flash. One to run them down, the other to get out of Cataclysm. But it does mean that they will lack the sort of side wave control, the teleport powers, the map pressure that Illinois College will have.
Usopp does have the Ignite teleport, so they have that teleport advantage. But when it comes down to escape, they say there's no place to escape. I like that confidence come out from Usopp in the matchup too, because of the fact that this tells me that Usopp knows that they should be doing just fine inside the laning phase. Mastermind, you do have to be careful. Olaf's not a champion that a lot of people get practice into top lane. 255, flag and drag. Nice play by Fat Cat. A flash later. Stays just fine.
Flash is burnt 2 for 2 there, so 255 won't have that sort of ability to force these ganks to the bot lane. And the fact that Lone Force burnt his as well means Fat Cat and Azula's Revenge should be fine. Azula can slowly heal them back up. But the party don't stop. 255 after ganking bot, looking for the immediate gank mid. He is losing out time, and also Hand, great counter jungle right now.
It's the trouble of just Jarvan, right? Because Jarvan has an okay clear speed, but the real reason why you pick Jarvan is those chain ganking, right? Like, we see that all the time. The thing is, who do you gank on this team, actually, pre-6? Like, you need to go on Olaf? Sure, that's a good lane to gank, but now you've locked yourself into a vertical jungling, so you're not going to be up there for quite a bit of time. You're going to gank Ezreal? Best of luck on that one, buddy. That champion's not getting ganked by anyone.
Yeah, no, that one's on Dicey. This mid lane is that 1v1. Killer Guy doing a great job, though, so far, actually. Starting with Cull, so that tells you that Killer Guy wasn't looking for kills, but out-traded Dicey, and that's going to be massive here, because if Dicey's low on health, like you said, 255, you can only relieve so much pressure against an Ezreal with Arcane Shift and Flash Up.
Question also is what kind of build we'll see on them, but check this out. They're going for the gank. Oh, no!
What?
Dicey! Oh, he blocked the flash! Oh, that is so rough. It's a 1-for-1, so good on that. But the botched flash is going to haunt Dicey at that moment.
Yeah, and that's really rough for Dicey as well, because Killer Guy survives, continues farming, continues the push as well. Also, Hen dying is not that big a deal when you consider that J4 has kind of fallen behind in the pacing. Now, the silver lining is Killer Guy did not actually get the assist on that kill. That was all also Hen.
Neither did Dicey.
Oh, true. I didn't notice that. Okay.
Neither mid laner got an assist for their ganks.
Let's go. Okay, accelerating. And both these junglers are really good at ganking. Also, Hand coming down to this bot side. I think Fat Cat might have given it away here.
Good to force him back, though. I like that. Keep the pressure onto this bot lane. They want to get a push off, possibly to get a early recall off as well. So, like the look, like the cut. But because of this, counter jungling time on the other side of the map.
255 looking for that dragon about to spawn though, and I'm curious. Okay, I was wondering if also Hand would actually go for that dragon, especially since you just got pressured bot side. Opted not to do it here, and the counter jungling wasn't the same. Also Hand full cleared that top side, whereas 255 only took away the blue buff here. So now catching back up by taking this top side from also Hand, and I don't think he got spotted. So also Hand won't know and might end up wasting time walking to that top quadrant.
This is... I'm not in this game, but there's so much tension. There's a magic that's in the air that is... almost feels like a curse inside of games like this, where you can feel the pressure that the players themselves are going through in this possible moment. So many people coming out and supporting both of these teams. 255 want to make that pressure, want to make their hopes be heard. Ignite will finish off Mastermind here.
The pots!
It's not enough. The pots were enough.
Yeah, pots and biscuits. Mastermind just chugging away there, barely. And that's the ignite down from Usopp. Now, keep in mind, Mastermind doesn't have teleport, so he can't immediately teleport back into lane. So it is critical that also Hand actually came up here to stop the shove in. The wave will push away though, and also Hand is trying to reset in the jungle. Killer Guy?
Killer Guy is hunting.
Okay.
Oh, he wants
Okay.
He's gonna get them as well. Killer Guy with the solo kill inside the jungle. The hunter has become the prey.
Yo, that was a really good read from Killer Guy to know to go in right there, find that kill. And Dicey, unfortunately, kind of caught basing. I guess assumed that Killer Guy had gone back to base, and Jury Panthers, they're in a really solid position. Unfortunately, Herald isn't up yet. We're a little bit too early for that, or else that gets taken. They can, however, if they want, rotate bot towards that dragon here instead. Also, Hand actually going back into the top lane.
Back through. I like this stuff because
Sneaky.
who would see this coming?
Yeah.
Fish isn't even in this game, and I'm quoting.
We all know how much you love Twitch. Oh, we saw popping in, and also Hand didn't pull the trigger on that. I don't know what you're waiting for then.
Perfect moment is the idea. It's the I don't know. RMC, you don't really watch anime like that, do you?
Not really. Only the older ones.
It's the Hunter moment where it's the moment where Gon's inside of a bush. People in chat will know. Just sitting there watching, waiting for that perfect moment. Not to get baited. Right? Anything that looks too good. Eyes have lost all bit of soul in them. Staring. Waiting for the one moment where the muscles retract. Throw the fishing rod out. Secure your kill. Secure your moment. Alright, it's gone.
I was just lost in your voice there, Travi. That was so hypnotic. And also had wasted so much time in that top side there. Illinois College actually rotating up to the Herald, going to be able to pick this one up for free. I like the idea from Jury Panthers there, but Usopp has been playing so cautiously. And throughout all of that, Mastermind was dropping CS to try and bait Usopp. So not only is also Hand behind, Mastermind's behind.
Indeed. But the team's not behind because they're going to get a dragon. That'll be good. True. That'll be nice to be able to grab a Mountain Drake for yourself. First dragon of the game at the 9-minute marker. We'll go over the Jury Panthers as we continue to go through. Bad thing is, a couple of these members probably do want to reset here shortly. I keep my eye on Killer Guy's build path. We've seen a lot of popularity around the Essence Reaver into Navori Quick Blades build. So going to keep our eyes posted to see if that is the build of choice for Killer Guy as we progress through this game.
Interesting. It almost looks like we've kind of gone back to AD carry supports and Seraphine mid, because we've got Azula's Revenge matching off against Dicey here, and Sage Wabe facing off against Killer Guy. But there is a level mismatch. Azula's Revenge has actually been abandoned by Fat Cat for so long that they are effectively solo lane experience. They are level 7 matching Dicey, whereas Killer Guy has that level lead 1.5 levels up against Sage Wabe here. So Jury Panthers, all things look kind of even, but they have the dragon advantage and they have the level advantage here. Illinois College, let's see what they can find. They're looking for Mastermind, but Mastermind now has Ragnarok, and Jury Panthers, they're starting to rotate up as well.
255 spotted out. Mastermind says, I can smell you. 255 runs away. Probably reset, take a shower, come back into the game.
That's walking through the river, right? You're just taking a shower through the water. That's what it is.
That's old school bathing right there at its finest. Doesn't matter what's in the river, you wash yourself in it and you're clean now.
Well, I'm glad that times have changed since then, Trevi, and I'm sure that you use a shower, not a river, yeah?
They've changed.
And on that note, we go right back to farming. Yeah, actually, Fat Cat is just sitting up here with Killer Guy in this mid lane. It is actually a 2v2 in the mid lane right now, and I think they're just trying to get Killer Guy to the cull so they can kind of shop. Azula's Revenge has to be careful, though.
Stop taking a lot of damage. Mastermind taking the tower shot, 255 in the area. Keep an eye on them. The Rift Herald is running its course. So if they're looking for a target. Might be a case of them trying to shadow wherever the Jarvan wants to lay down Rift Herald as well, since they do know that objective is sitting inside of the pocket of this J4. Flag dropped.
Flag. It's going to show. They know Fat Cat and also Henda there. So Usopp going to be safe. And again, Usopp actually soaking a ton of pressure. And I don't think Usopp actually has vision on these ganks. He's just danger senses tingling, man. Knowing that, okay, I got to play kind of careful right now. And for Jury Panthers as well, I don't know if they are shadowing 255, because if they are, they're doing it without vision as well. 255 has not been stepping on too many wards. Dropped into the mid lane here, and Azula's Revenge not going to be able to clear it out. Killer Guy going to help out with the True Shot Barrage.
Ooh, that actually would have been very dangerous if they decided to pull the trigger on the Encore. That was scary. Actually, I was holding my breath. I was like, oh no, that's death for 255. But thankfully, decided not to layer it up. 255 did have flash, so possibly could have escaped that perilous situation as well. But the teams, they both understand. They're very conscious of the fact that this could be their last MEC match for 2023.
This Revenge now rotated into that mid lane once again here to match off, and I think we saw the Dicey Azulus Revenge matchup. Dicey getting the better end of it now with Everfrost as well. They've got to rotate Killer Guy back down to that bot side, and Killer Guy, Essence Reaver was why we saw that massive chunk onto 255. 255. What can you achieve? Does the blue trinket see him? Apparently not.
No, they do not. I don't know. Killer Guy is playing like they know. They have information, so they might have caught in a glimpse. They just didn't ping it. But with Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, you do know that bat timers have to come out now if you want to prep for it. Gore Drinker completed on the J4 as a result. Also see a couple more core items have been finished up, so we could be in for a big fight around the Dragon Pit.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Looks like I had a mic issue. Jury Panthers.
There you are.
They've got vision all around that Dragon Pit right now, and they've got a control ward, or two actually, cutting it off. So Illinois College can't even sneak vision in to approach there. So despite the fact that Illinois College look like they're on a better item power spike, also not having completed his mythic, I don't know if they're even going to look to contest this one.
255 and Lone Forest. You were talking about how Fat Cat was shadowing. Lone Forest has been permanently along the side of 255. Lone Forest, more like Together Force.
I mean, you're support, so that's kind of true. Ragnarok again, available for this Olaf here, so they need to overwhelm him with damage.
Yep. Ragnarok is available. Nice from the hook shot to bait things out. Forces a teleport as well. That went pretty well for Illinois College, I would say.
Yeah, and I think that actually messes up the potential dive they were looking to pull bot lane onto Dicey. Usopp has TP as well, so if Jury Panthers were to pull the trigger, it could go poorly for them. Illinois College going for the Herald, so that's 2 Herald for Dragon trades we've seen come through in this game already.
Seems like we felt a little bit of preferential treatment as such coming out. Did tag the Herald off of that, but Herald was already secured, so good on them. Here we go. No Ragnarok available now. Headset Ultimatum. It is just as clean and easy as that. Very telegraphed play. It's going to be Herald going dropped immediately to the top side.
Yeah, and they can just keep on pushing this one here. Jury Panthers are not in a position to answer because they were pressuring Dicey on that bot side here. We actually saw the pings go down from Jury Panthers onto the mid lane. But yeah, they can't even answer that either. In Illinois College, the first significant lead that we're seeing this game, Travi.
2K just about is the lead. Rift Herald won't get a second charge. Good on Fat Cat to stop that. Collecting some souls, doing their daily stroll. Pick up the toll. Mid lane. Gotta push out. Not the end of the world in terms of gold lead that's there. They do have the gold lead, but Jury Panthers did get the first dragons too, so what you would expect from a team that's gotten the first 2 heralds uncontested.
and they can continue stacking that here. Illinois College, usually when we see a team give over the first 2 Drakes, they will try and contest that 3rd one. I don't know if they're necessarily strong enough to 255. Getting poked out here.
The Killer Guy is very aggressive on this Ezreal, though. I really appreciate it. Encore comes through, doesn't hit onto Dicey. True Shot Barrage doesn't hit its marquee. The Dicey dodging everything, but the explosive cast is going to make him feel a little drunk. And Azula's Revenge finishes things off. No flash available for Dicey. Get out of that situation. There's just too many things to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, Dicey did a great job dodging almost everything, but eventually you pinned up against the wall in a hard place. What you gonna do? Jury Panther is gonna keep pushing the bot side, but Azula's...
Turnabout's fair play. Azula's Revenge is going
Yeah.
to get caught out of position in their own way. Nice dive coming in to get the out of position member. And next up is Jarvan. Alzan gets out, takes a chug jug in memory of their fallen comrade. 255. Don't want to be there. Mastermind's there. Says hello. Throws an axe. Don't want to catch those.
The collapse from Jury Panthers is good. They saved the mid lane outer turret. They secure the bot outer turret, but meanwhile... Usopp Travi, we've forgotten all about him, up alone in this top lane, farming up a storm, continuing to pressure in, and with that Divine Sunderer, 2 levels up from Mastermind right now. I don't think Mastermind really wants any of this.
I don't think so either. This is very hard to actually deal with if you are in this matchup. Usopp has that Divine Sunderer. It's harder to do any kind of like 1-3-1 shenanigans. They do need to barrel down at some point in time, just because of the fact that this is a poke Varus as well. Second item, Serpent's Fang. Oh.
Yeah, they really want to cut that healing, the shielding, pardon me, from not just Azula's Revenge here, but also from Fat Cat to come through. Mythic's now complete on everybody but the supports as well here. Also, Hand has that burst, and yeah, that was a great read to go, this sort of lethality Varus, because on Jury Panthers, they're just relying on the recovery, the healing from Azula's Revenge, as well as the shielding to come through. Besides that, they don't really have a good way to answer this Varus.
No. There's poke on the other side, of course, that comes out from the Ezreal. I do have a little bit of a concern that as the game goes on later and later, Ezreal actually is a champion that power troughs pretty hard with items. 2 items is pretty disgusting on Ezreal to begin with. So as the game goes on into this area...
Okay.
Yeah, no, erasing everything from that mind. Don't worry about that. Let's get scary.
Okay.
Explosive cast, Death Sentence goes in, body fools. Mastermind gets killed into Dicey, but look at this. Inside the crater, it is a tomb being laid in there.
Usopp.
Go unstoppable. Usopp taking a good amount of damage. Look at Killer Guy. It's free firing inside the
255!
Flash, flag, and drag, but Killer Guy is just now getting touched. This is too much too late. They are still able to lay in. Oh no, the damage! Sage Wabe doesn't miss those. Usopp looking for Killer Guy. Killer Guy is about to go into a wall. He's going to be able to get the shot, but the hook shot doesn't connect. Doesn't get the stun.
Okay.
Keep it. Killer Guy wants the smoke. Doesn't find the shots needed. Usopp barely stays alive.
Dicey.
Dangerous tango between them. Dicey doesn't find the mark. Killer Guy.
Oh no,
is still
Dicey!
fighting this out. Killer Guy almost finds a way. Azula's Revenge did TP in.
Oh, that dodge.
Can they secure the kill? Leandre
No,
first
back
away.
up.
Click the landing. You're out safe. Making it out like a smooth criminal.
Okay, Charlie, there's that tension valve we needed to release some of the build-up that we've had thus far. And for Jury Panthers, you can see the burst damage they have that was solid. More importantly, you saw what Azula's Revenge was doing. If not for the fact that 255 flashed in and killed Azula's Revenge, Jury would have just run away with that fight.
Done yet, RMC. They're going. Dragon never got taken.
True.
They're squaring up again.
No, it's done. Jury Panthers have the numbers right now. Illinois College doesn't even have Sage Wabe here. Surely they don't try and force this. Just back off.
Surely. Varus is going to be here soon. It's coming over the wall. Has arrow loaded into the bow. Looking for it. Seraphine secures the dragon. Soul Point is in the sights of Drury Panthers.
And we're seeing, Travi, it feels like a bit of a mid mismatch right now. Killer Guy is popping off on this Ezreal. His positioning immaculate. He's threatening even Usopp, who's been that big carry for Illinois College, whereas Dicey on the Vex is struggling to be able to lock down this Ezreal. I like the idea on paper, but Killer Guy is just dodging everything here, and Dicey feels like it needs a bit of setup. Usopp.
Oh, Killer Guy! He got caught out. The headset go to mid.
Okay.
They're gonna be able to go in the flag.
That's enough.
They're gonna be able to body some fools up in here, Illinois College. That's exactly what they needed.
Is enough for Baron, Travi. They've got the kill onto Killer Guy and Fat Cat here. Also, Hen's still alive, but also Hen has no flash.
Why not? You can't get close to the pit here. Illinois College, it's Killer Guy marching too far forward. She didn't have the teammates blocking the way forward for him, putting too much trust in that shift.
Wait,
Coming
hold
out.
up.
This is
Yo,
Baron.
Illinois College, they need help. Like they're dying to Baron.
Yeah, Usopp's just like playing bodyguard. Lone Force is playing bodyguard as well. They get it. It was a very slow take, but they do get it still.
I was getting so worried a True Shot Barrage would just come across and reap them because Killer Guy came back up.
It was a
Like,
very long fight there.
You didn't need 2 bodyguards, man. Like, Usopp can hop over. But hey, when all's said and done, Illinois College, they do secure the Baron. That lead grows right now. And more importantly, they have the means to try and push up. Inner turrets have gone on the top lane. Inner is available mid. Bot side outer is still standing on the side of Jury Panther. So Killer Guy has to be careful.
Needs to be careful. Needs to be precautious. Fat Cat doesn't get tagged, but is going to get
Dicey.
charmed up. Lone Force, just too charming. Comes in, Cataclysm, Encore,
Oh.
3 with the True Shot.
That's
block.
right.
Massive Root, Killer Guy, Azula's Revenge. They are turning things on their head. They will not go home just yet.
Azula's Revenge coming in clutch with the Encore there to catch them all in that corridor, and it just lets them pop off here. And for Illinois College, I think they got a little bit bloodthirsty. They thought, okay, we got this. We keep going. But keep in mind, Usopp, your massive threat to Killer Guy, was not there, was not available to lock down. Azula's Revenge might have stuck around a little bit too long.
Azula's Revenge is gone. The 2 carries of Illinois College are on the screen, by the way, right there. Take a picture. Won't last very long. They're not around each other very long. Usopp and Sage Wabe are so incredibly strong. 305, 407. Either one of these champions getting knocked down in a fight. There's a 700 gold bounty on this Varus, bro.
As you say that, drops to 650. But yeah, Sage Wabe has done a great job staying alive in these fights. And if you actually watch how the fights are breaking out, Travi, nobody's peeling for Sage Wabe. Everybody's all winning. So Sage Wabe has to navigate the fights on his own. And he's been doing that perfectly fine, though he's also staying very, very far away because he's mostly poking and not full committing with these auto attacks. He's just hitting whoever he opportunistically can. Now, 1.5 minutes till Dragon comes up. We are at Soul Point. Jury Panthers have had a lock on this Dragon, and I'm looking bot side again. It is still very, very red. I am worried if Illinois College don't clear it because they try and collapse back into it. Jury Panthers can try and look for those explosive catches again.
Oh, flagging drive from 255. Death Sentence doesn't hit its mark. Oh no. It could have been the moment. And now Fat Cat, afraid for their life, needs to disengage, go back to the fountain. The siege is still there. Baron is up for another 20 seconds. Dragon, he might just get this middle tower, but...
Oh, the mid fell.
Look at Usopp. Usopp's just pushing away topside. They gotta answer this as well.
Yeah, Usopp also has Baron buff. I mean, Usopp and Sage Wabe were the 2 who didn't fall. It's good enough for now. And yeah, they just walk back in. They're going to be able to take this one. So effective Baron for Illinois College, despite almost getting wiped right after they took it.
Backs are coming in. 30 seconds until this Dragon spawns. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a Jarvan that just bat. The vets are just bat there. You got 20 seconds, sure. These are pivotal buys to be able to happen, but you got to run straight up there. And Usopp is pushing away as this is all happening.
Usopp still has TP, right? So they're just trying to pressure as much as possible. Stopwatch being picked up by 255. Watch for that, as well as the Zonias from Dicey here. The ambush from Illinois College. They need a clear vision before they can set this up.
Word freshly dropped. They know that's their moment to go in. Red Panthers. For a possible moment, Azula's Revenge got a little bit too far forward. Is going to get caught out of position. Gets a nice encore, a nice route to follow. Usopp gets hard stuffed in there. All-Sen goes in. Explosive cast onto Dicey. Lays in damage. Gragas, not long for the world though. Sagewabe looks and does the damage. Killer Guy needs to watch out. A nice death sentence though. Make sure Killer Guy gets out fine and dandy. A dragon secured by Illinois College.
I got a little bit worried when Usopp went in on Azula's Revenge there, but Mastermind had actually based to deal with them, so that was Jury Panther's numbers disadvantage, just looking for the steal. And I want to give props, kudos to Lone Force going in, correctly identifying, hey, my biggest job right now after the initiate is to just make sure Killer Guy can't do anything that he can't be putting down the poke, and because of that, nice easy pickup for Illinois College.
Stop dancing around to the bot side of the map. Teleport is available. Baron spawns in about a minute's time. Killer Guy having a little bit of PTSD. Says, Fat Cat, get in that bush. I don't want to go there. We'll secure red buff. Killer Guy is a major carry threat inside this team. Illinois College. They want to securely put this one away. They got to shut down this Ezreal.
He is the main and pretty much only real carry threat on Jury Panthers right now. We've not actually gotten to see Mastermind run amok in these fights. He is tanky, but 255, the Cataclysms have actually been messing him up as well. Even if he's not the target of it, just having it block his way has made it difficult for him to reach Sagewabe before he's kind of cut down to size here. So for Jury Panthers in these fights, just watch for Killer Guy. If he lives, they have a chance. Even if he's alone, we've seen him kind of bounce back from that and still threaten on these objectives. Whereas for Illinois College, I'm watching Usopp apply the silent pressure right now and trying to see if Mastermind can answer. Because if Mastermind can't handle Usopp, then Usopp just pushes for days. And even if Mastermind can answer, Illinois College, the TP mismatch, that's what's getting them these sort of free objectives. That's what's letting them go for this Baron right now.
Illinois College. They've started it. True Shot Barrage hit. Say no. Hey, no. There's another tower standing there. Usopp's going to be able to get a good push. This Baron is still slow. They have a poke Varus. They do not have the
TP
resources to melt this down. Keep an eye out. TP from Usopp, as you just noted, but he's going to find himself getting hit by a body slam. Culture Chain doesn't find its mark. Azula's Revenge dodges out on the hook shot. Nice Lantern. Be able to reposition in this fight. Mastermind's on the side as well. Usopp is not pushing away freely. And Drury Panthers, they're turning their attention. They're putting pressure on the mid lane. As a result, they're going to be able to find the catch out onto Killer Guy, but not enough CC to be able to keep him locked down. Lone Force going in, but gets absolutely annihilated as a result. 255 trying to do what they can to survive. Dicey hit up with a death sentence with an exclamation mark at the end. The True Shot Barrage almost sealing the deal, but Usopp is ravaging the base as this all happens. Drury Panthers, you need to run on back, but Sage is going in. Sagewabe going for Killer Guy, flashing in.
Okay!
They're already back. 255, that's just enough.
Usopp's here!
The cavalry, the reinforcements, the raid boss. Usopp coming in, looking like a king. Hook shot in, another one. Dice the dust as they get yet another kill. It's a double. The Drury Panthers, yet again.
Usopp on the flag.
Can't keep living. Mastermind finishes things off. Usopp
TP?
continues to ravage the backline. A dominating performance. But Dicey TPing in.
Ragnarok's up again.
Ragnarok is here. They're going CC immune. What? Immune to grade screen, bro. You going down, and that's an ace for Illinois College.
What are these fights, Travi? I am actually shaking watching these right now. They're so extended. I questioned Illinois' decision to pull the trigger there when Usopp was away, but they are able to make it count, make it work. Top inhibitor goes down to minions. Mid inhibitor turret is down, and all this happening just as Dragon is about to spawn. Illinois College barely eking out games in this wins in this game of inches right now, but those inches are starting to add up.
Bro, had that 255 stayed alive as long as they did.
Yeah.
Like, I was so ready for 255 to drop there. I was so ready for Drury Panthers to turn their attention to the Baron right afterwards, right? but it never came. That moment never happened. At least it didn't happen for a while, when it would have been opportune for it to happen. Drury Panthers, they're fighting for dear life, but Illinois College, you said it here, they're finding inches somewhere, somehow inside this game. Usopp still hasn't died, right?
Yeah.
Sage Wabe got that Bluyeka number going on, 619. Like, where do you go here?
Well, you can go anywhere you want outside of Jury's Panthers base right now. They're taking the Dragon, and Jury Panthers are leery of starting the Baron. They have to be so careful about Illinois just rushing down the mid lane instead, looking to end. Usopp gets hooked, but that's not the person you want. You can see Usopp's fine with tanking that one here. You got to go for the squishies, and Jury Panthers, they're starting the face off. They've got the inside track, but they've also got supers pushing in topside.
I would argue you want to get Usopp, because Usopp's a pain in the rear end for Drury Panthers at this moment in time. Always in the side lanes when they don't want him to be. Always there to clean up the back end of a fight. Always endangering the carries of Drury Panthers. This Ezreal is doing great. The Seraphine is facilitating phenomenally. But the problem is, they cannot just live in peace as long as the raid boss known as Usopp is alive and well. Here it is. It's Dragon time, and this is going to mean Baron time. This is going to go down a lot quicker with Usopp in the vicinity. It's at half HP. Going for it. Going for it. Finding a nice charm. Go golden. The lantern is there. Can they escape? No, they don't click the lantern. Nice play. Fat Cat doesn't get tagged. Mastermind still over onto the side. True Shot Barrage comes in, laying a little bit of damage. Baron is still free firing inside of the fight. It's enough to peel him off at the moment.
And Illinois College don't burn anything significant to make all of that happen there. So they can go right back. They can keep on fishing here. Jury Panthers without the jungler means they can't smite fight this. Sage is fine. Sage's trigger finger on that cleanse has been epic so far. But they are getting distracted. They can't focus the Baron right now.
Look at this. Usopp just walked back in. Here comes the Encore. It's going to be able to hit onto two members here. Going to be able to lay in a nice charm. Nice roots going on. Through the Rock into the back line. Trying to get onto Sage. Sage, though, able to kite it out brilliantly. But check it out. Killer Guy over here on the back side. The dance around the Baron is a non-stop dance. Usopp, hook shot, goes over the wall.
Can he hex tech?
Find the target. Hex tech ultimatum. And they will throw Killer Guy in a coffin.
Unfortunately, Illinois College can't push into Baron with this here. Yo, oh my. You know what? I was actually really happy with the build up to this point, Travis. Moonstone Ezreal, it's a thing in the LCK we've been seeing a little bit more frequently. It is very annoying. It keeps you topped up, makes you really safe in these pushes here. But considering how these fights have been going off, I don't think it's the appropriate build. Killer Guy needs to maximize damage. You've got healing from Seraphine, and more importantly, the burst when it lands on Killer Guy is overkill. Like, your Moonstone's not going to save you when Usopp jumps you and uses Hex Tech Ultimatum here. So, not a huge fan of the item, but in the poke wars, it's going to be very helpful. And to me, maybe this is a signal from Jury Panthers that says that, hey, we know we aren't winning these team fights. Let's stop team fighting. Let's just rely on poke. It's worked so far. Yeah. Also, Mastermind and Killer Guy have managed to stop the Baron a couple of times just through poking.
Like, this game, these team fights last for so long. Like, one of the team fights, I know my ribs, I felt them starting to hurt. Because I was just, like, in that mode, and I'm like, alright, can't go down because anytime something can happen. And these fights are going on that long, right? Like, it's actually, like, I'm feeling it when we're going into it, and that's a telltale sign that they are really pushing the limit on these fights. Yet again, the song and dance we've grown to know. It's Baron time.
This one's not the same, Travis.
Connected onto Killer Guy. Instant burst, but the encore! Do you want more? The resurrection coming in, 255. Lips away from the fight. Somehow survives yet again. But they lost Killer Guy and they're losing their base.
And this is why I said it's not the same. Usopp's TP is back up. Usopp is pressuring bot side, and Illinois College didn't have to commit to the Baron there. Again, Azula's Revenge. the Encores from Azulis are incredibly clutch right now. They are doing so much work. And unfortunately, it just is all being undone by Usopp's pressure elsewhere on the map with the bot side inhibitor down, Travi. That changes this Baron dynamic as well. Supers to the top can be cleared out while you're walking to Baron. Supers to the bot side means that somebody has to stay home to defend this. Somebody has to sit on that bot side there. And we've seen what happened. If Azula's not there, they pull the trigger, Hextech ultimatum Killer Guy immediately. If Killer Guy's not there, Jury don't have enough poke to force Illinois off that Baron.
Not at all, man. This is... How is this game ongoing like this, right? We're in that 36.5-minute mark. Dragon is up. It's still sole point, right? Like, Jury Panthers still a sole point, but they can't walk out of their base, so... I'm gonna make a bold prediction, like, this game's not gonna end until Soul is claimed, I feel like. And I don't even feel like it's that bold of a prediction, right? We might see this game go on until Older Dragon. This is one of those moments where I feel like people could chant fight forever.
Well, I am going to go the other way and say that I do not think we'll see another 5 minutes here. Illinois College, they're going once again towards this Baron. There's only one inhib left for the side of Jury Panthers here.
Sitting in the back of the war Baron. Zombie Ward's stupid, man.
I mean, that tells you how much priority these teams are putting on this right now.
355 goes over the wall with Dicey. Usopp is trying to get the push going yet again.
Yep. Oh, wait, Mastermind's bot side. So if Illinois College want to fight this right now, that is actually a 5v4 that Jury cannot match. I think Jury also just kind of realized that, wait, Mastermind's in base. Yo, we need to step back here, Illinois College. Will they focus on Baron this time? It's going down so much faster.
Yeah, Dicey's here playing bodyguard service. Lone Force is here as well. Nice death sentence goes on to Dicey. Gets a nice spear off. Baron secured. And here comes the quickness. The engage is turned onto its head. The true shot barrage over into the back line. Camille bodies Gragas. And we see the pieces begin to fall back. And Encore is beautiful. It's gorgeous. But it's a little bit too late. Usopp, Reign of Terror, has not ended anytime soon. Usopp's going over towards this top side.
Kind of low though.
Laying in a good amount of damage. He's trying to get everything popping off that sentence onto Lone Force. Lone Force taking a good amount of damage. Inside the fight, they're trying to clear out these minion waves and knocking on the nets as they don't want to say die. Sajay Wabe is over on the side laying in arrows. The TP
that's
right
Usopp.
Off the reset. That's Usopp, the Sniper King, coming in. I told you they had a journey they were looking to make. They're not trying to take this on the merry-go. They got Straw Hat. They want to go in with this and it's going to head onto Usopp. They're going to be able to get a nice loot yet again. Laying a good amount of damage. Up in a great position. That's going to be yet another kill as they are finding yet again more after more. 255 does find themselves dropping. Headset on the minute was laid out onto the Rathamachi Olaf. Dicey gets dice and they're continuing to press it for GA Pop. Sajay Wabe still firing arrows freely into the fight. Killer Guy untouched in the fight. The Moonstone is giving so much use, but the base, the minions, they are ravaging the base as they continue, and now Illinois College, they're gonna get this middle inhibitor on their way out. It's triple inhib, baby.
I need to see this Nexus right now. I think both turrets might have gone down from just the sheer wave of super minions. Okay, thank you, Hyper. One turret still standing there, but Illinois College, they can just keep pressuring because of these supers. Double supers coming in as well right now. Now, Usopp's still down for 20 seconds. The GA got popped in that last fight, so Illinois College have to take this slow. Sajay Wabe and Lone Force need to not overextend here. If they die, the other inhib comes back up here. Bot side just about to spawn as well, and then Illinois College should lose a lot of that pressure they already gained.
Everything from Gragas throwing out the cask inside that fight. Everything so far. Tree Panthers, they will not die. Illinois College, I feel like if you're them, you're getting frustrated that you can't finish off this team.
Yeah, and that's kind of fair. But for Jury Panthers, they're so deep in a hole right now that's why even when they make the right plays, it's not netting them the gains they want to. It's just buying space, buying time. Actually, this Baron power play turned out to be negative, surprisingly. You know what? It's negative in gold, but it's massively positive in pressure. Illinois College, now they're all back up here. Bot inhib just respawned. There are still double supers in the mid wave, 2 in the top side. So they should have the pressure they need to take this inhib and continue the double super minion push.
Dragon spawning soon. Keeping an eye. Only teleport available is on the Dicey. So they do have to keep in mind on this Vets. Don't want to find yourself in a situation where one teleport into your base ends the game. On Wave Glue Dirty, doing their best turtle impression. They're turtly enough for the Turtle Club right now.
They actually did clear out the top side too. The double stacked quadruple super minion wave. So the pressure gets a lot easier. The poke coming out from Drury is actually enough to dissuade Illinois. And Travi, I lost that bet. Dragons back up again. It will be sold for Illinois College.
Here we go. It's soul secured. It's not the worst one to give over, right? We were talking about that earlier. If you do have to give over a soul, Cloud is probably the one that you would want to give over. Doesn't mean you're fast. Thank you, Dicey. We understand that you're dancing. Thank you.
You know, oh,
oh no! Oh no!
That was closer. That was really, really close.
My heart. Oh, please don't do that to me.
I was going to say, Travi, that I don't actually think Cloud Soul matters that much at this point in the game. It's not about movement speed. It's not about rotations anymore. It's a lot more just about damage and the ability to pull the trigger, knowing how to go in there. So even if Jury had stolen it away, it's a psychological win. It's not the end of the world for Illinois. And likewise for Illinois, though, it's not that big a win, and that's why they're sitting around waiting for Baron here. They were not confident trying to end without it. I don't know if they'll come to regret it, because Jury is just soaking up that experience right now, soaking up that gold. Killer Guy should be almost full build soon. There we go. Full build.
Sorry, my heart stopped for a moment, and I had to resuscitate myself a little bit there. Do a little bit of some chest compressions for myself or something, make sure I'm still alive. This game, 43 minutes. I put out a tweet. Go to said inside a Twitch chat. Game 3, it's a banger. It's a long game. In the lower bracket, neither team wants to go home. Illinois College are trying to push Drury down that hole you were talking about, but Drury, they are not letting go of the edge. Every time you think you've knocked them down, a finger slides in the frame. They dig back in. It doesn't matter if it's pretty. They will bleed if they have to. They are not getting pushed down that hole without Illinois drop kicking them down there. And Illinois have not been able to find that moment.
Look at Usopp right now, Travi. He's going for that backdoor, has avoided all the wards, but Dicey gets hooked!
I feel like that's our reaction. Every time we see a skill shot land, we're like, oh, it could happen. Baron's up. Mastermind is the one answering this. Hook shot goes over, trying to escape, goes over for the top inhibitor. As a result, the chain connects onto this Gragas. They're going to turn it around, go in, 3-man fear, cataclysm into the back line. They're looking for it to catch.
All sense down.
But nobody else is there. Check out Usopp. They're cutting.
He's coming.
They're cutting.
He's coming.
Retreat. The lifeline, the jugular of Drew.
Oh
no! Getting crushed underfoot. They escape somehow, some way. They survive again. A 1-for-1 trade. By Illinois College, they will get Baron yet again. Third time the charm.
Bot inhib was taken by Usopp here, so Illinois College, they can just storm right in, take mid, take top here. The question is, do Illinois finally have enough confidence, Travi? Because they did not do it without the Baron buff. Dicey, 20 seconds on that death timer, but has teleport available. I think Illinois just start running right now. Trust that Dicey can TP to you in time.
Dragon spawns in 2.5 minutes. Elder Dragon, right?
Please
There's
no.
teleport coming in. What would you say if I told you that this game's going to go till Elder Dragon?
Travi, I don't know. I'm losing my mind already. This game has been so long. Usopp just half out Olsen by looking at him funny.
What is that? What are those? What is that? That's too much damage.
I mean, the healing from Azula's Revenge is starting to kick in, so... Yeah, healing back up. But yeah, that was absolutely disgusting. There's a siege into the mid inhibitor right now. Killer Guy going for the fearsome Ezreal flank? Not what I thought I'd be saying, but it actually is kind of scary with the poke that he can put up.
Every single Q, he's just like, whoa! And to scare him off. Not being scared off effectively, they're just hugging the opposite side from Killer Guy. And have quite the same amount of poke range that the Varus does. Triple inhibitor! What could it mean?
It means I think Illinois College don't know where to go from here. You've taken that. They're waiting for supers to start coming in. The double supers, right? And you get all three. That's 6 in each lane, theoretically coming in at roughly the same time. Usopp continues to be a menace. He's just being a menace. Okay, he's giving Baron buff. Okay, a bit more than a menace.
A bit more than that. Headset on him gets laid out onto Fat Cat. Usopp is able to find the kill. Look at this. They're laying in some good damage inside of the fight. Gragas has to go golden, but is going gray now. The redemption comes through into the backline. Dicey. So low, but the true shot will spell their doom. It is another kill.
Minions.
Over here onto the side. The minions, they're doing the deed for Illinois College. RMC phoned in a favor. Killer Guy poking away on the backside of the fight. 2-5-5. They may be able to secure it. Illinois College secure the game. Illinois College, they're going onto the next round, RMC. It was hard fought. Nobody can say that these two teams did not leave everything onto the rift here, but it is Illinois College that move on to the next stage. Drury, we do have to say goodbye to. You okay?
I'm in shock. I'm in shock, Travi. I'm tired. I've been casting all day. I'm hungry. I haven't had food in coming to about 8-9 hours right now. But I'm happy. I've been casting all day. But I'm happy, man. That was
I'm about to DoorDash you some food.
Set it up to Canada. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this series played out, man. Both these teams laid it all out on the rift here, and what a way to end as well. Just back and forth and back and forth. And even though Illinois, if you look at the post game, it's gonna look like Illinois was in control. They really were. They were one step from breaking apart as well there, because Jury just would not give them space whatsoever. And all the players really popped off as well. Killer Guy on Jury, Panthers, and Olsen, those two kept making miracles happen. And Usopp and Sagewabe, man, this entire series, the two of them have been incredibly insane with it. It doesn't feel like this is our first elimination game, Travi. This feels almost like a finals. But if this is our first elimination game, I am looking forward, as rough as it sounds, to the other elimination matches when teams are playing with their lives on the line.
That's kind of dark. Let's take a moment, look at the draft. I want to give a shout out to Drury Panthers. I love the innovation that did come out from the composition here. I do think that this did lead them into some of their errors that they had. I liked actually what popped off with the Ezreal in the mid lane. I think Killer Guy was great at it. The Seraphine for Azula's Revenge, it was great to see. Drury Panthers, they had some great moments inside of drafting and throughout the entire season, going for very unique drafts. Towards the very end, they get their full roster together. They look like they're a scary team that you have to face. I think that if you put Drury Panthers against a lot of teams, they're probably still just like, all right, we don't know what the hell they're going to do. But that's part of the elements that they bring to each game. And I'm going to miss them. In the MEC pod, I was just like, yo, Drury Panthers, that's my dark horse to like slaughter people in the lower bracket. Unfortunately for them, they finally found themselves down that hole. Illinois College, though, they get to move on to the next round. They get to take on Briar Cliff. And that should be a very, very fun match coming up here tomorrow to see who will be able to move on past from Briar Cliff in Illinois College.
Yeah, Travis, I think you've said it all. The only thing left, I guess, is the interview. We get to talk to them, see how they feel after this one. And yeah.
Well, with that being said, real quick, before we go to the interview, shout out to AVDG, the leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator spanning from coast to coast. AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology design services, professional installation, and world-class service across the U.S. Through distinctive designs, AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, improve connectivity, and position their investments for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintains and secures the success of the technologies through extensive Simplicity Service Division that works continuously to monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors. Thank you, AVDG. And with that, we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to want to miss it. We got ourselves an interview with Illinois College, so make sure you do not touch that browser. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. We just finished with an insane series. I'm Travis C. I'm joined here with RMC, and we got, I believe, is this the first time we've ever been able to snag you up for an interview, Sage?
I believe so.
Sage Wabbit themselves, the legendary. All right. First and foremost, let me get the question out of the way. How does it feel? That was a long series, lots of back and forth games inside that series. How is the team feeling? How were comms as the series was evolving, especially like that last game where neither team was willing to give up an inch?
It definitely feels good. It was quite a long series, so we're all kind of just very excited that we, closed it out pretty well. Or not well, but we did close it out. And kind of just like chilling now because it did take a lot of energy for us to all finish it.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, all three games, especially, I want to go back to game one, Sagewabe, because that to me was your highlight reel moment. The quadra kill on the Zaya there, turning the tides when your team ran face first into an ambush. So, game one, tell us a little bit about it, Sagewabe. Were you guys confident coming into the series here? It was an elimination match.
We came into the game pretty confidently, and we played the game as confidently as we could. And there were a couple of mistakes that happened throughout the game, especially like that one fight that led to the quadra kill. But we kind of just recollected ourselves and did our best. And in that situation, it was kind of like a messed up situation because we did give a couple kills, and everyone kind of walked to the corridor. So I just did my thing.
You just did your thing, saying it so nonchalantly there. I'm sure that wasn't the reaction of Jury Panthers when they got quadrad. And game two, things changed up a lot, and Jury Panthers pulled out a bit of a surprise death ball draft there without an AD carry. What were the comms like when you guys saw the draft? Like, were you guys taken aback by it at all, or just kind of like, okay, we kind of expected something like this from Jury Panthers?
It was definitely a very good change in the strategy, and it did choke us out quite well because we picked Jinx, and that kind of just made us fall back very heavily onto the Jinx and eventually just close out the game from all corridors. That was very well played by them.
Now, my thing is, right, you had to go against Seraphine. Drury Panthers is a team that has a very abnormal draft inside of the games. Was there anything that you guys particularly tried to prepare for? I know playoffs is weird because you don't really know your team that you're going against until as the playoffs progress. It's very short notice. Was there any preparation on your guys' part to prepare for today's game?
We specifically kind of wanted to deny the Senna and the Akali specifically for a couple of games. And after game two, after the Jax, we kind of just said we don't want to deal with the Jax anymore. It was very strong, and we just kind of closed it out. And game three was in more of our own hands.
Sure. I'm just looking at your track record here. I remember when I started casting the MEC was week 3, I think. So we were almost halfway through the split. You guys were winless in the first half of the regular season, and then the second half, you guys started picking up wins. Now you're in the playoffs, winning games as well here. What game stood out to you the most, Sagewabe, so far in your journey?
Honestly, I believe like this series, specifically the first game, kind of stood out to me the most because it kind of showed that we have grown as a team and prepared a lot more than we have in prior series, and the game felt a lot cleaner and more constructed to our side.
Now, okay, real quick. The viewers, they didn't get to hear you tell me this, but Sage gave me permission to ask them anything, okay? So, here we go. I'm going to do a quick lightning round with you because this is the first time I got you, and I have to play catch-up for several weeks of MEC that I didn't get to interview you. So, Sage, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who's the kindest person on the team?
I would definitely have to say Lone Force. Definitely keeps a very professional mindset.
Okay. Who's the loudest?
I would say probably the Heimer one trick himself, the Dicey.
Dicey. I can see that. I can see a world with that one. Who likes One Piece the most on the team?
That one I do not have a clue.
I see somebody already pulled out their phone for it. Okay, yeah, that's
definitely
fair.
has to be
That's
Lone
fair.
Force.
Definitely. All right. I got one more thing for you here. What is your personal favorite champion to play, Sage? I haven't really gotten to know you too much.
My personal favorite has to be Kaisa. He's just very versatile and just different like ways to outplay, and like the speed of the game is just my kind of game.
And what would be your goal coming up, Sage? I just want to know, because I've never gotten to talk with you. Do you have any aspirations that you're looking for inside of CLOL for the next season, or where life may take you?
My end goal is to do my best to enter the pro scene of League of Legends.
Okay. So I get to cast more Sage. Well, you heard this
Yeah.
here. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm down for this. Well, Sage, I gotta ask now. The last thing, and I promise. Where's the name come from, man? I gotta know.
So the name kind of came from just like the word sage, because it was a really cool word to me, meaning kind of wise. And I kind of just wanted to take a word that like somewhat rhymes with it. And I thought of waffles for some reason at the time. So I was like, might as well take a word that starts with W-A and then Sagewabe.
Is that why people in Twitch chat were calling soggy waffles? I saw somebody in Twitch chat actually say that.
That's a
And
little
I was like,
joke
wait. All right. I know the origin. That's not just that's an inside thing, but okay. Well, thank you. Is there anybody you would like to shout out? Any of the supporters? I know you guys got Briarcliff tomorrow, so you guys probably want to prepare and get ready. So, what do you got to say to the people who have not stopped believing in Illinois College?
I do want to give a shout out to the team for doing their best to still, go through with it, still try their best, and make it through playoffs. And I do want to shout out to my former coach and my family for giving me the support to get through all this.
There we go. Well, thank you so much, Sagewabe. Best of luck in your match tomorrow against Briarcliff. Maybe we'll get another interview to catch up on more time tomorrow. We'll have to see. And I'll be looking forward to seeing y'all play.
Yeah.
All right. That being said, oh,
Wait,
he's
who
really
is that
flexing in the background. What?
Is that Lone Force or?
That's Lone Force. Yes, that's Lone Force. Of course, Lone Force is flexing in the back. First and foremost, yet again, we talked about this on MEC Pod. It is not fair. It's not fair. Lone Force fits into that group that has put the fear in Shibi's heart, right? He has had trouble inviting anybody to go watch because he pales in comparison to Lone Force. If Lone Force pops up on screen, Shibi gets scared, bro. Like, I don't know what's up. I gotta limit Lone Force a bit more for Shibi's sake,
Okay, well, Travi, maybe this will convince you to talk to Lone Force more, get him more on stream. Apparently, he's caught up with One Piece. So.
That's the lad. Okay. All right. Yo, Lone Force, sliding in the DMs. No, but no, it's great. I love that. Hopefully, we get to see more of them. RMC. RMC. We don't normally do this on our send off, but I know this is your last show here on the MEC for 2023. What are your last words you want to say? Is there a song you want to send things off on? You want to say anything to anyone? Like, what you got?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. It's my first year doing the MEC, and yeah, the players have been so fantastic. The teams have just been so incredibly personable and fun to watch and to talk to. I love all the energy that you guys bring, and I hope that never fades as well. It's my last day casting, but I will be watching the games tomorrow and definitely watching the games next week as well. Thanks to production as well. Unified doing a great job. And Travi, of course, thank you for putting up all my shenanigans. Thank you for giving me all these shenanigans. And most of all, thank you, Travi, for singing a farewell song to me. I'll leave you the choice.
Dang it.
You're not flipping this on me again.
Well then, what's a good song to even send off a stream to? I don't know what to. I'm not singing "In the Arms of an Angel." That's kind of effed up. Like seriously, I just heard production say that in my ear, and I would tussle here. Hey there, MEC. You're 1,000 miles away, but hey, look, Twitch chat, you look so pretty. Yes, you do. Ain't no other conference got shit on you. You know it's true.
Fined.
Good night, everyone. I might be fined, but I'll see you tomorrow. Take care and have a phenomenal night.